the video. But I suppose in the meantime, I should invite you to place this clip we're about to watch in its proper context, firstly, and secondly, to explain to the commissioners why you believe it's relevant to the conversation we have had thus far. Thank you.
Good morning, commissioners, ladies and gentlemen who are in attendance. The importance of playing that video. Yesterday, I made a statement that Chief of Police is involved, like it was in my opening remarks, that in the process of defeating the end of justice.
Okay, I think if then I may just guide you so that we can follow.
Okay, it was under my...
Is that what you deal with at paragraph 50 and in particular 50.2 at page 9 of your statement?
Let me confirm.
Okay, yes.
Yes, 50.2.
Okay.
Yeah. Here I spoke about 2 accidents in which the Chief of Police was involved in and under the influence of alcohol, and nothing seems to have actually happened to him. So the video will demonstrate that indeed there was also a protest from many members of the Metro Police, and the video will also demonstrate that the department has a lot of issues. And the video will also demonstrate how Chief was protected from being investigated on this one. Thank you.
My apologies. We're ready to run the video. It has on the clock 1 minute, 28 seconds. I propose that we allow it to run to the end. And then I'll invite you to speak to it. Then we'll take some questions. Is that in order?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Protest in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, these Ekurhuleni law enforcers adamant that they must be heard. Officers accuse their managers of protecting the Chief of Police, who they claim was involved in 2 drunk driving car crashes.
We're going to demand the suspension of Mkatema PIA because he was involved in an accident, and then there should be an investigation conducted, and then he should be subjected to a disciplinary hearing. That is the first issue. The second issue is that our members in the VIP protection, they get the allowance of 40,000 each member on top of their salaries, that which amounts them to 880,000 per annum. So we want to know the name of the allowance, because on the allowance issue, there should be a central bargaining committee whereby there's SALGA, organized labor, then name of the allowance, if they agree, then it should be brought into a collective agreement.
The city says it will investigate the issues raised in the memorandum.
We have got a process, an administrative process in the city, which will see this memorandum be written there. Every issue shall then detailed look into, and a response will be given. Look, all allegations that are brought forward, they are only there to be investigated and investigated thorough.
Mahlako Komane, SABC News, Germiston.
Thank you. That is the totality of the clip you wanted shown.
Correct.
Okay, you gave a preliminary remarks before we played it. Now that it's been played, is there anything you'd like to add before we engage on what appears there?
Thank you. The person who is taking the memorandum and who spoke there, he was the political head responsible for EMPD. They're called members of the mayoral committee, responsible for different portfolios. By then, he was in charge of EMPD.
Okay. Now, my take, and I may have missed one or two things from the clip, is that the grievances by members of the EMPD related to Chief Mapie's driving incidents or accidents, for which they contend he was not brought to book for. And the second relates to the allowance, what they call an allowance issue. Now, we are more or less familiar with the first. Are you able to shed light on what the second entailed?
The second entails the members of the VIP, where their structure was actually created and they were appointed on a different scale.
Are you able to speak to that latter point?
To that?
Are you able to speak to that precisely that VIP allowance point?
Well, for me, it's an operational issue because VIP protect.
When you have the perfect response in your head, but your fingers just can't keep up. We've all been there, typing, deleting, retyping.
So the details, we can request the details from the municipality and share the details with you.
Okay. Then let's get back to the other issue.
Can I just confirm something, Advocate Senzo? Good morning, Dr. Mashazi.
Morning, Commissioner.
Just looking at the graphics here, it looks like this is June 2020.
Yes, sir. Yes, Commissioner.
And I go back to my point yesterday that he reported to you as Chief of Police. It was your responsibility to discipline him, correct?
Correct.
And 2 years later, when his contract, his 5-year contract came to an end, it was you who recommended that he be given another 5-year contract as Chief of Police.
Can I explain? Yes, in terms of appointment of senior managers, yes, I sit in the panel. But in the panel, we have 3 politicians. We had 3 politicians sitting with me. So it's a recommendation of the panel. Maybe I came across of saying he was recommended by the panel. It's myself, 3 members, which are politicians and which the Minister of Culture has an issue with, and there's also external expert. So we are 5, and we're 5 when the Chief of Police was appointed.
It was during that interview,
yes,
where you had the opportunity to confront him about the allegations of sexual abuse, his failure to promote female officers within EMPD, and all these drunk driving incidents. Instead, you being part of that panel, the interview panel, you recommended that he be given another 5-year contract as Chief of Police.
Thanks. Let me explain about this incident, the 2 accidents. The memorandum was taken there by a politician, and the memorandum was never given to the accounting officer, where they were detailing their issues. And remember, if you want to as I explained yesterday, Commissioner, if you want to discipline an official or a senior manager, there are regulations or guidelines stipulated that you should have something in writing, a complaint in writing, that this person has done this, 1, 2, 3, and you need to investigate. While investigating, you put that person on precautionary suspension, but through the approval of council. I can't just do it as an individual or as an accounting officer, because he was appointed as Section 56, he reports to council. And I indicated yesterday that my hands were very tight because he's been protected politically throughout. If the MMC took the memorandum and he decided not to submit it to me, as he indicated that he's going to submit it to the administration to do proper investigation, so forth and so forth, my hands are tight, and my hands were tight then.
Let me ask this directly, and it flows from what my colleague Commissioner Kumalo has asked. Did you, at the interviews for the extension, did you specifically raise the issues that Commissioner Khumalo is referring to? Sexual harassment, improper sexual relationships, rapes, fathering many children with junior officers. Did you specifically raise those issues at the interview?
I raised few issues. I don't recall which ones I raised, but obviously, if you raise issues like they would say to you, or they said, well, the chief of police is, and we don't have evidence of what you are saying. And this has been the practice. But I was a bit reluctant because I've been working in the department, working in the city, and I know exactly what was happening. Like I said, we are three. And as a female, you want to advocate that females are being harassed in the department, sexually harassed in the department, and you are sitting with 4 males. You are sitting with 4 males. As an accounting officer, yes, I did raise issues, Commissioner.
You say you did raise issues, but you don't remember what you raised.
What I raised,
These issues aren't the normal run-of-the-mill cases. These were very serious issues. Sexual harassment, rape, and the others that have been mentioned. In fact, that you have mentioned. Those are serious issues. There is no way you would not remember if you specifically raised them at the interview. Did you?
I'm saying I raised the issue of sexual harassment of female, the allegations. That's what I raised. But I don't remember other issues that I raised, whether I raised the issue of the accident, because the memorandum was never brought to my attention.
And why would you have singled out sexual harassment if there were even allegations, according to you, allegations of rape? Why would you have singled out sexual harassment?
The rape is a new case that was actually brought to the attention of the city now during the sexual harassment case of the victim.
Just repeat, I didn't quite get the point you were making about you are one woman and there are 3 men. You said something about being able to raise issues of this nature in that context. I didn't quite get the point you were making. Can you please articulate that point more clearly?
I have raised the issue that I have concern that these things are happening in the department.
Just repeat, please.
I have raised the point about sexual harassment allegations within the department, and chief being one of them. But the other issues that I raised there, to be honest, but I do not recall, but definitely I did raise the issue.
Do matters like those get recorded somewhere? Would there be a record of what you raised at those interviews somewhere within the municipality?
Well, the interviews are not recorded. We write down about the scoring and how the interview they are actually performing. That is the purpose of the interview. But there's no space where
Is that good governance, though? Because there's a lot of issues usually arise out of what took place at interviews. Is it good governance not to record? And one example of the sort of issues that do arise is, for example, litigation around who was appointed and who was not appointed. Is it good governance not to record?
It's not.
And why under your administration wasn't there recording, if you accept that it's not good governance not to?
Interviewing processes are run by HR department. They bring the files to us, and the forms are actually structured in such a manner that we only record the process and the response of the candidates that are being interviewed. But there is no space where you can write your objection as a member of the panel.
When you say you get what comes from HR, it sounds to me like you are saying it's HR's fault. And if my understanding is correct, you are the head, you are the administrative head, the executive head, in fact. So you can correct what HR is doing wrong, can't you? So
I take your point, Commissioner.
Yeah, all right. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mashazi, this video is in 2020. Is that correct, or is it recent?
Commissioner.
I beg your pardon?
Correct.
Yes. And when you do the interview in 2022, you are aware of this incident or these complaints?
Correct, Commissioner.
And did you raise them in the panel with Chief Mapia?
This particular one, I do not recall.
You don't recall whether you raised it?
Yeah, I don't recall. I only recall the sexual harassment one.
You raised the sexual harassment in that interview?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you record your concerns in your form that you complete?
I didn't.
You did not?
Yes.
So as matters stand, the appointing authority, which is council, doesn't know that you raised this issue in the panel because you didn't write it down?
Correct, ma'am.
Okay. Did you dissent in the panel? Because you're saying it's a panel appointment. Did you dissent from the majority decision in the panel? And before you answer, I would like to propose to you that and I can put this to you, that experience is that people do record in their panels, in their panel discussion, they do record concerns about candidates. Did you record your dissension from the decision to recommend him?
I didn't.
You did not.
I didn't.
So council never came to know that you are unhappy that he be appointed to the position because of the allegations that you are now making before us. Council never came to know about it.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's not council's fault that chief got to be appointed in 2022 for another 5 years.
Correct.
You can't blame councillors for that.
Correct.
All right, thank you. And you say that you could not discipline him as his superior because there was no complaint. But you are aware of these allegations of motor vehicle destruction, drinking or driving under the influence of alcohol. You are aware of this video where these allegations are being made against him. Why did you not lodge a complaint as his superior, a written complaint against him? You know the facts. You know the facts. You know they are disciplinable facts, and they include destruction of council property, according to you. Why did you not lay a complaint in writing?
In writing to
the council?
To the council.
Unless you're telling us that he's not disciplinable because he's head of police and you are his manager. Unless you're telling us that, which is not what you've said. You've said the authority lies with council. You couldn't initiate without council approval. So these allegations must land before the council for the council to authorize, right, an investigation and disciplinary action. You say to us you couldn't, there was nothing, there was no written complaint, but only you could lay a complaint because you're his superior and you know these allegations against him. Why did you not lay a complaint?
Correct. I did not lay the complaint. Remember, I've explained that that memorandum from the MMC did not reach my office. And this video, I just got it like last night because people could see that I'm struggling I don't have information, I don't have evidence. I just got it last night. That's why we submitted this morning to the commission.
No, it can be. You were city manager in 2020 already. You were city manager. There's a public, very public protest, as we see in this video. So you know that there's allegations that he's destroyed company property. You know that. You know that there's allegations that he drove under the influence a motor vehicle of the council. So you know that in 2020 as city manager. So it's not video dependent. It is fact. What do you know in 2020? You've just confirmed you were aware of this in 2020, of this conduct. My question is, why did you not lay a complaint? Because your answer is, I couldn't discipline him because there was no written complaint. But you're the city manager, he's superior. Why did you not lay a complaint?
Let me concede that I failed to discipline the chief of police and I failed to do an oversight on him as an HOD.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Senzo.
Thank you, Commissioner. Perhaps the logical place to start would be to tag on to what the commissioners have raised. And my first question, and I think you touched on it slightly, I think in response to Commissioner Baloyi's question, what exactly was the purpose of you sharing this particular clip with the video? What were you intending to achieve?
It was to support my evidence on 50.2 that he has indeed defeated the ends of justice.
Okay,
And
so-
I have summarized by saying I failed to take action against him and I also failed to do proper oversight over him.
Now, you, I think in the course of one of your responses indicated that he was politically protected, and I think you spoke of this particular incident as to why he was not dealt with, and you explained it away by saying he was politically protected. Did I understand you correctly?
Correct.
What does that mean? And what is the effect of being politically protected?
The effect of that is that as an accounting officer, there's really little we can do. You'll see when we go to question 13, how I struggled to present the report to the executive, for the executive to consider the report on his suspension.
Now, if you can recall, over the course of your tenure as city manager and Chief Mapie as chief of police, how many times have you suspended him?
Suspended, chief.
Come again?
It's once he was suspended. He's suspended. He's on his first suspension.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I just want to know how many times you have subjected him to a suspension.
3.
Yes.
It's only once.
It's
this
only
one.
once.
Yeah, because there was concrete report and concrete evidence from the victim.
Indeed, and I do appreciate that you may have challenges in acting in the absence of concrete evidence. I'm more interested in you comparing the latest suspension and the basis and what you call concrete evidence to support the latest suspension with what is depicted in that clip. Why couldn't you suspend him there? What was missing at that time? And why didn't you exercise your power to suspend him and initiate a disciplinary process?
Thanks, Commissioner. I do not want to sound like a broken record and repeat myself of the answers I've given about that video. I've indicated that that video, I only received it last night.
ClickUp AI Note Taker is different than all the rest. It allows you to focus on your meetings, not your notes. It captures everything, from action items to key decisions. And after every call, you get a clear summary.
Indicated that the MMC, the political head of that department, never submitted the memorandum or the issues that were raised by these police officers.
Okay, so you only learned last night that in 2020, a memorandum covering the issues that you address in part at paragraph 50.2 was submitted to the city. You only learned that last night.
Last night, I got evidence of the allegations I'm making on section 50.2.
Yes, I appreciate
I've
that.
been knowing that there are these accidents, but I do not have evidence. And I wanted to play this video to show you that indeed he defeated the the ends of justice. And the officers are protesting there about the accidents.
I appreciate that you call it evidence. My question really was about when you acquired knowledge of the existence of the memorandum submitted by those members of the EMPD that we just saw on the clip to the city. When did you become aware of that particular fact? Not when did you see it actually happen on TV? When did you become aware of it?
Well, officers, informally, they would say a chief was involved in this accident, a chief was this, and there was no formal complaint. But now, since there is this commission and there is this video and also this allegation 50.2, we have gathered a lot of information and we are getting statements and police case numbers to support the notion that he has indeed defeated the ends of justice.
Dr. Mashazi, there is no statement you can obtain that can help you answer my question. My question relates to when you acquired personal knowledge of the existence of the memorandum. You accept that there is no statement that can be tendered for that purpose. So can I have an answer to that question, please, if you don't mind?
Can I indicate that I've answered that question?
No, you
and
haven't.
accepted that I failed to deal with Chief in terms of his misconduct.
It's the third time you avoid that question. Do you don't intend to answer it? When you acquired knowledge of the existence of the memorandum, is it so difficult to answer or you choose not to answer it? I don't want to waste the commissioner's time. If you don't want to answer it, please state so for the record and I'll pass on.
I'm saying I've answered that I have failed to action consequence management on the part of Chief in terms of this misconduct, and I have failed to do oversight on him.
I don't know what
I
you
have
just said.
considered-
What you've just said, I don't know what it's responding to. I guess you wanted to address that yourself to the commissioners about that. For whatever it's worth, it's on record. If you do accept responsibility in that context, what is the purpose then of bringing the allegations reflected in 50.2 to this commission when you are fully appreciative of your own failings, but you do not disclose those failings at the time you make these allegations? It is until you are pushed almost on the second day of your testimony that you make the concession. Why is that?
The importance is for me, as I indicated, to support my allegations that he indeed defeated the ends of justice and he was involved in 2 accidents where he was driving under the influence of alcohol.
But that is not evidence of what you contend. That is evidence that members of EMPD protested in relation to the allegations. It's not evidence of the allegations themselves. Do you accept? And you didn't tender that for the purpose.
Yeah, thank you. Let me respond. We will submit the evidence. The evidence that will be submitting, it will be obviously the cases that were opened.
And you did speak to these cases, I think, at 50.2, you stated complaints or misconduct reports and were not acted upon or were actively suppressed. Were not acted upon by who? Who are you accusing of failing to act upon those?
Firstly is IPIT that is supposed to, and secondly, firstly is myself, secondly is the IPIT, because investigation was supposed to be done, proper investigation was supposed to be done by the police, and upon investigation, I should have taken a disciplinary action against him.
Sorry, I apologize. I interrupted you. I thought,
I'm done.
Okay.
I'm
So technically, you're inviting the commissioners to read paragraph 50.2 thus. The complaints and the misconduct reports were not acted upon by inter alia myself. That's your complaint. And were acted, and I paid on the other hand.
Don't nod. Please say yes.
Correct.
Okay.
I don't want to speak louder while she's speaking. It will be as if I'm interrupting her.
Oh, I understand.
Appreciate it.
Yes.
Okay, so perhaps I pause there, and your response is a yes, you confirm that the statement must be read to mean complaints or misconduct reports were not acted upon by inter alia, myself and IPID.
Correct, ma'am.
Okay. The second half of that is your charge, they were actively suppressed. By who and how?
By IPIT or the law enforcement or by himself, because I never got to see any report. As the video indicated that he's been protected, I never got to see the accident report, the outcome of the accident, and the recommendation from IPIT, because they always investigate police misconduct. I never got to get that report.
I appreciate that, but you're making a specific allegation to the commission and you say these acts of misconduct were actively suppressed. When you wrote that in your statement, I would take it that you at least had a sense of who suppressed and how they suppressed. Are you able to assist the commissioners in that regard?
I'm sure my answer would be he actively suppressed that through his connections, because I never got to see the report of the accident and the outcome and the recommendation to myself to actually take action. Remember, you can't take action on the allegation that Chief was involved in an accident and we don't have anything in writing. And we do not have any report in terms of the recommendation. You see how IPAD dealt with Mchwanazi's matter. They did their own investigation and they gave us recommendation. So I expected that kind of a report that Chief was involved under the influence of alcohol and the city must take action against him. But I never got to get that report. Hence, we are saying his misconduct was actually suppressed.
Is it?
Yes, maybe just a correction. The testimony that we have about IPID's investigation into Brigadier Mchwanazi is that Spies actually went and laid a criminal complaint with the police. And that then IPID took the matter over from the police. So IPID didn't just introduce itself into the Brigadier Mchwanazi matter, or the matter didn't end up with IPID because IPID took the initiative to start an investigation. An official of the municipality went to lay a criminal charge. Now, you have your direct report accused of that in 2020 and you become aware of this. If IPID were to be involved, it was through you. You had to go and lay a criminal complaint. Now that your officers have done that, you've seen that publicly. You know the detail of it. It was your responsibility in the way that Spies did it to go to the SAPS and then the SAPS and then IPID would take it from there. So it's not open to you to criticize IPID that they should have investigated when the complainant would have been you and you did nothing about it. I'm just correcting that IPID becomes involved because the employer, the municipality, lays a criminal charge.
Thanks, ma'am. Thanks, Commissioner. I take your point.
A difficulty I have also is you like, and I think you started saying this from yesterday already, you like saying, I did not get a report. You said that a good few times, even this morning, I did not get a report. I don't understand that. You are the leader, you are the top administrator. You are aware of what is happening around you, even if it is at the level of allegations. I just don't understand why you would sit back and wait for a quote-unquote report. Do you want to comment on that?
I want to comment by saying that obviously it's like an oversight that I could have reported the case to IPID so that I can get a proper report and discipline.
And not just that, not just that. You are an administrator within and within the local sphere of government, you don't have to have a report from an outsider, as it were, IPID, for you to be able to act. Why should that be so? Well, now you are suggesting that for you to act, you must always get a report from IPID. That cannot be so. You are part of a sphere of government, which is autonomous. You said so yesterday. So why must you want to get something from another sphere of government? Police operated the national sphere of government. Why must you first get that before you act? Get a report from IPID. I don't understand that.
Yeah, maybe I did not come out clearly in terms of the processes that before I can act against a senior manager, I must get a report.
From whom?
Here, this
From whom? From whom?
a complaint, a formal complaint.
At the time, in 2020, did you not become aware at the time that members of the EMPD had protested? On the day the protest took place, or at the latest, the very next day, did you not get to know that members of the EMPD had protested?
I was aware.
You were aware. What report were you waiting for then?
Remember,
Why don't you get up and go find out what exactly the protest was about and see whether there was a need for you to act or not? Why do you just sit and fold your arms for some report that must come from I don't know whom?
remember, I indicated, Commissioner, that the person who took a report from the protesters was a political head. And I have indicated that my hands are tied in terms of politicians. He promised that he's going to submit that report to the administration, of which he did not. And I want to actually maybe concede that waiting for a report did not help me, and waiting for a report made me not to act or implement consequence management from the chief of, for the consequence management on the chief of police.
The complaint was not by politicians, so you did not have to depend on politicians to get to the bottom of what all of this was about. So you cannot blame the politicians for not having brought the memorandum to you, can you?
No, I can't.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. You, in response to the question that the Chair just posed to you, and I understood you to say the politician upon whom the memorandum was served promised to submit the report to the administration. Is that what you said?
Correct, Commissioner.
By report, do you mean the memorandum itself, or a report that he or some structure within the city would compile for submission to the administration? What exactly did he promise to submit?
He promised to submit the memoranda because he indicated on that video that the allegations must be investigated.
When was this promise made?
He promised on the video that he was going to submit the report to the administration being me as the administrative head. That memorandum, and it never reached my office.
When did you learn of this promise?
I beg your pardon?
When did you learn of the promise being made?
On that day when he took a memorandum.
The date of the day of.
Yeah.
And what steps did you take to ensure that he delivers on his promise?
I did not take any steps. I was waiting for the memoranda, and I took the commissioner, the chairperson's view that I did nothing to implement consequence management.
No, I doubt you can implement any consequence management on political appointees. Am I correct? Against whom are you going to implement consequence management?
I can through counsel. Remember, if the
Oh,
allegations
the
and there
counsel.
is that memoranda in front of me, I was expected to write a report to mayoral committee that these allegations should be investigated, and that report will eventually go to council to be entertained, and council will take it, will make a determination that these allegations be investigated.
Do you understand the magnitude of your failure to at least pursue a promise you know was publicly made regarding these important and disturbing issues? Do you appreciate, if you accept that you would have been a trigger for the council to investigate this particular politician and take steps, and you fail to do so, you just so flippantly, you come across as so flippantly saying, I take the point, oversight on my part. Is that how you intend to communicate it, or am I misunderstanding you?
Well, I can't comment on that. I've
Okay.
made a point that I failed to discipline chief of police in terms of council processes and the code of conduct for senior managers. I also accept the fact that I failed to play an oversight role on him as an HOD.
And I say, because you, 5 years later in 2025, before the Madlanga Commission, you make it a specific objective of your testimony here to highlight precisely what Chief Mapieya did 5 years ago, in circumstances where you had certain failings. And we must accept that you do so because you seriously want those issues to be addressed? Or are you just raising them to show up Chief Mapieya and his shortcomings? What is the purpose, really?
That such issues be investigated or
By
be
who?
addressed. Remember, there's an issue about political interference, infiltration of criminals within the system. There's also an issue about political interference. There's also
Luno is celebrating 500 days since receiving its official government license from the Government of South Africa. We were among the first companies to obtain this license, and we are immensely grateful for your trust. We're launching a giveaway of guaranteed prizes for every user, from $50 to $500. To take part, all you need to do is download the latest version of our desktop app, and after 2 minutes of using it, leave a rating for the slightly updated interface. Don't worry, even a 1-star
investigation was done or no consequences was implemented. We should actually showcase and assist the commission in making recommendations.
Thank you.
I hope you'll be moving on. I think this
I am.
point has been exhausted.
I just have one last point, and then I'm moving to my next question. So you raise it for purposes of demonstrating defeating the ends of justice. Anything about political interference in particular? No, you don't take it that far.
Political interference, I've indicated several times. I'll still indicate during question 13, where I was prevented to take action against the chief of police, and where I was victimized immediately after I took action and took the report direct to council, because I was blocked by the executive mayor or by the executive.
Okay, then we will deal with that issue under that question. Is there, you introduced the video. Have we covered it as extensively as you would have wanted the commission to consider it? May we move on? Thank you. I would invite us to go to question 11. At your page 22.
Just for our benefit, sorry, Chair. Can you just indicate for us which questions have been answered and which ones remain?
Okay.
We are a bit lost in our
right.
record, so just
Because
so
of the approach we had.
Yes.
We are left with question 9, question 11, question 12, and 13.
Thank you very much.
Those are the outstanding
I
questions.
whispered to my colleagues just now.
And
wanted
I'm sorry to add to the confusion by skipping 9 and going to 11.
Oh, all right.
So I'm going to deal with 11 and 12 in succession. Then I retrace to 9 and finalize with 13. Thank you. 11 appears at your page 22, the statement, Dr. Mashalti, at page 22. And this particular question wanted you to comment on the appointment of Brigadier Mkhwanazi to the rank of Deputy Chief of Police during or about December 2023. You have responded comprehensively to this question from paragraph 120 to paragraph 136. If you could take the commissioners through your response.
Thank you, ma'am. The position of Deputy Chief of Police was vacant, and there was a need to fill the position. The position was advertised, and a panel was formulated. Chief of Police was the chairperson of the panel, and there were 2 candidates who competed for the position. And in terms of my statement here, I'm saying that the chief responded to chief's allegation in a way that he, in fact, wanted to appoint Ivan Duplessis as compared to Mkhwanazi. I want to place it on record that I did not participate.
Apologies, Doctor. Could you draw perhaps the speakers closer to yourself? Because your voice sometimes drops and you are not always audible. Thank you.
Okay, I want to put it on record to the commission that I did not participate in the process because this is delegated to the chief of police, and he becomes the chairperson of the panel. The outcome of the of the interview panel, there's an annexure IM19 where the scoring sheet is actually depicted, where the chief, despite his statement and another statement that, in fact, he wanted to appoint Ivan against Mkhwanazi. He scored Mkhwanazi 21 points above Ivan Duplessis. He actually scored Ivan Duplessis 18. And in terms of the scoring of other members, they were actually in line with chief scoring, wherein Mkhwanazi ended up being the recommended candidate for appointment. I need to indicate that during this period, I was on leave, and Mr. Mkhwanazi was given an appointment letter. Thank you.
Thank you. Please help the commission understand the level of deputy chief of police is 2 levels below you, in a sense that the person in that post would report to the chief of police, and then then you are the city manager, and the chief of police then accounts to council through you.
Correct.
Is that the correct order? Okay.
Correct, Commissioner.
In terms of city regulations and HR grading, what grade would that be? Is that a senior grade? Would you have a sense? If you could help me out there, I'm a bit in the dark.
Yes, it's not at senior level. It's a senior level in terms of departmental structure. But senior managers, in terms of the legislation, it's the head of department.
Okay. But it's senior enough that the process of recruitment is slightly more stringent than for lower ranking members in the government structures. Is that a fair assessment?
Correct, ma'am.
And I understand that at this particular level, those candidates who are successful in the interview are then are then put forward to complete a competency assessment test?
Correct.
No. Are you aware of one conducted in relation to this appointment?
Obviously, they can't appoint anyone at that level without competence assessment. That is the rule.
Now, Mr. Mapieye, Chief Mapieye, do you have a Chief Mapieye statement next to you? Commissioners, if I may ask you to turn to that.
Statement.
Statement, please, statement. Thank you for pointing that out. And if you have it at hand, if you could turn to page 20 of Mapiye's statement. I'm going to deal with that statement from paragraph 66, but just to put what 66 and succeeding paragraphs speak to, it's appropriate I place it in its proper context. Chief Mapieye speaks to that recruitment process. He confirms that he was part of that interview panel and that they interviewed two candidates, being Brigadier Mchunu and Staff Officer Ivan Duplessis. So now we get to 66. At 66, and I quote, he states, at the conclusion of the interviews, both candidates, as is the norm for appointments at that level, were to undertake competency assessments, at the conclusion of which the panel would reconvene and make a final evaluation based on the interview scores and the competency assessment results, and thereafter recommend the successful candidate for appointment. At 67, he states, I continue, the HOD-HR never reconvened the panel for the purposes stated above. I have never seen the competency assessment results of either candidate and do not know if either undertook such assessment. I can confirm that the interview panel thus never completed its task and neither did it recommend the appointment of any of the two candidates to the post. I next saw Brigadier Mchunu with the new insignia and georgettes of the rank of Deputy Chief of Police during the first week of December 2023. That is the first line of paragraph 68. Now, you just confirmed that under no circumstances would an appointment be made absent a competency assessment. And here we have a situation where Chief Mapieye, who was the chair of that panel, indicates that none was ever done because the panel never reconvened for purposes of considering the two candidates based on their interview results and the results of the competency assessment. I invite you to make a comment in light thereof on the validity of the appointment of Brigadier Mchunu.
Looking at his statement, and as I'm sitting here.
Dr. Mashazi, you've switched off the other mic. Can you please switch it on?
Oh, it's from the file. Apologies.
And again, try to pull them forward if they still can come forward. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Commissioner. In terms of the way the statement is crafted, as I indicated that I was on leave, but at the face value, the process cannot be valid if the competence assessment were not done. And I would request that we go back and check with HOD-HR if indeed competence assessment were not done. Remember, we received the bundles on the 26th, and we're left with 2 days to prepare and get information. And I'm sure sitting here, they wouldn't do anything illegal without following processes. But I do not want to dwell much on it because I do not have records of the actual interview process.
I accept that, and I guess rightly so, you give them the benefit of doubt that they wouldn't do anything illegal, and neither am I suggesting that they would. And perhaps let's not detain ourselves with that. My interest is, you and I have agreed that Chief Mapieye was the chair of that panel. The chair of that panel comes to this commission and says it's a 2-stage process, interview and assessment. The chair of that panel turns this committee, this commission, that after the assessment, we ought to reconvene as a panel and make our final recommendation. And he says that step never took place. Do you have challenges with the evidence that far?
I don't have challenges because it is the statement that he makes and I do not have information around it. Hence, I requested that whether if the commission allows, because Ms. Linda Kasheka will be coming to speak here, or we are given an opportunity to get information to respond to this statement.
Just one question for clarity. Did I understand you to accept that the appointment would be invalid if the competency assessment did not take place and the interview panel did not reconvene to assess the candidates on how they performed in the interviews and also on the results of the competency assessment? So did I understand you to say that you accept that if that were the position, the appointment of Brigadier Mkhwanazi would be legally invalid?
Correct, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And you accept, at least you've got no basis to reject the testimony of Chief Mapie at this juncture.
Correct.
And
May
you,
I?
yes, ma'am, yes.
Dr. Mashazi, just to get your comment on what appears to be a further irregularity in this process, your IM19 that you've provided to us, that scoring sheet in that annexure bundle,
When she's quiet, you must
the
be
interview
scared.
summary and recommendation document,
Miss Baloy,
it will be in your annexure
when she's
bundle,
quiet.
and you find it at page 58.
She's coming.
You there? All right. So you see that has got the names of panelists, and you've got Chief Mapie, Zanele Katembo, Kemi Bihari, Linda Kasheka, and then there's HR Secretariat. You see where I'm reading?
Yes,
Okay. And when you look at the last column, signature, you've got 4 signatures, but only 3 are the panelists. You see that? The 4th one is HR Secretariat. And then when you go to the column with the heading approved, you've got only 2 ticks. You've got the tick by the chairperson, Mapie, and then you've got Ms. Kasheka. The other panelists haven't indicated approved or not approved, so they've indicated no position. But importantly, when you go to the next grade, which is down, you've got scoring. Panelist 1 scores Duplessis 18, panelist 2 scores 21, 18, 17, and 19, those are the panelists. There's a panelist that did not do the scoring. Can you see that? What does that mean? Is it still a regular process where you've got a panel of, we've just gone through the panel there, the number of people, and then you have only 3 that have provided scores at this point. Is that regular in the normal course of recruitment?
It is irregular.
It's irregular. It's another irregularity about this. All right, thank you. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you, Commissioner. You then have annexed the appointment letter as IM20, your annexure IM20, and that is at page 59. Now, this letter, as I read it, now before I get to the letter, you say at 133, this letter was not signed off by me, it was signed by the acting city manager at the time.
Correct, ma'am.
Who was that?
It was Mr. Maseko.
He's got a fuller name?
Mr. Thokozani Maseko.
Now, when somebody is acting in one's position, normally they write their name and they designate the position as acting whatever, HOD this. Is that the normal practice?
No, they just write acting, discretion, just write acting and sign.
And they do so against a name that is not theirs. So you can write Commissioner Baloy and I come and sign and I just say acting, and it's understood that I.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is
To indicate that you're acting, you're not the incumbent of the position.
You who? To the reader of the document, how do they determine who's the signatory?
Well, they wouldn't know.
They wouldn't know.
Yeah.
And that is because this letter that you reference, his appointment letter, was actually intended to be signed by you, Dr. Imogen Mashazi, city manager. And somebody, some random person, you say it is Thokozani Maseko. Some random person appears to have signed and just added the word acting. And that is what constitutes Brigadier Mkhwanazi's appointment letter.
I'm saying it is the process of the council. When you act, you indicate that you are acting, and I was not around, I was on leave. He indicated, but through writing that acting, and he signed. And I take your point that he is supposed to write his full name, that I am acting. But I can tell you honestly so that he was acting and I was on leave.
And what was his substantive position at the time?
He's an HOD for water and sanitation, and he was the acting city manager.
No, he became an acting city manager when you went on leave. But this substantive position, you say it's HOD, water and sanitation.
Okay.
You stated your paragraph 134. You make the point, at the time of appointment, you were on leave and therefore took no part in the approval process. Correct?
Correct.
I just want to test, are you aware of the principle that when you are on leave and you delegate your powers to somebody, you retain the responsibility for actions exercised in your name by that acting appointee? Are you aware of that principle?
I am aware.
On the basis of that principle, are you willing to accept the responsibility for this, what now appears to be an irregular appointment?
I do accept.
You then say you were not part of the approval process. Then you say, I quote, the administrative finalization of the appointment. But we know that that administrative finalization of the appointment was never effected because it was never finalized. The panel never concluded its exercise. Are you willing to accept that?
I do, Commissioner.
At 136, you state, in light of these facts, I'm unable to understand the basis for the allegation that I played a role in promoting or advancing Brigadier Mkhwanazi's appointment. In light of the fact that, at least on the basis of his letter of appointment, your name appears on it, you explain it away by saying, actually, it was not I, because I was on leave, it was this other person we have named. Are the allegations wholly baseless that you took part in the appointment? And I'm saying this in light of the fact that it is your name that is reflected at the bottom of the appointment letter.
Let me explain that all the forms in the municipality are standard. And when they appoint or when they sign for anything, that's why there's a space where they need to indicate that they're acting. So you cannot chop and change the forms as and when. The forms, all the forms are standard, including whether it's BAC forms and whatever. But I take a point that he was supposed to write his full name and then sign as acting.
And hence my question to you, to say his name doesn't appear anywhere on this document. You take issue with the allegations that you played a role. And I'm saying now, with wisdom of hindsight and now having come to understand the challenges and what this document represents, do you contend that the allegations are wholly baseless?
The allegations
Are wholly baseless. They are without merit whatsoever, and there is no basis on which they could ever be made.
Exactly.
That you so contend,
Yes.
notwithstanding the fact that the appointment letter bears your name.
Notwithstanding,
The fact that Brigadier Mkhwanazi's appointment letter bears your name doesn't bear your signature, but it bears your name.
correct,
Notwithstanding that.
correct.
Okay. Now, you conclude your 136 by saying the documentary record makes it clear that the process was conducted by the appropriate officials and finalized during my period of leave. Based on our engagements this morning, you cannot stand by that statement and the concessions you have made. You cannot say that that process of appointment was finalized because we have established that it wasn't. Are you willing to make that concession?
Correct, ma'am.
Thank you. I then want to move on to question 12.
Before
Yes, Chair.
moving on, am I correct based on, I'll take you back to page 59 of the letter. At the top there, it says inquiries Linda Tasheka. Am I correct that Ms. Tasheka is the person that must have prepared this letter for signature by the city manager?
Correct, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Just one more thing, Dr. Mashazi. So this is an offer letter. It's a letter of appointment on page 59. And we don't have to mention the package, it's not necessary. But you see the package set out there on page 59
Yes.
in the offer letter. And then on page 62, is a document titled Offer Acceptance Letter. You see that?
Yes, sir.
So in that document, Brigadier Mkhwanazi accepts the offer, but makes a counter offer because he says, I want my total package to be increased by some 200,000 rands. My question is, was that counter offer accepted, or his proposal that his package should be increased by close to 200,000, was it accepted? And if so, by who?
Obviously, this is mandated to the accounting officer. All the senior managers, especially the DH and the HODs, immediately they're appointed. All of them, they raise issues that they accept the appointment, but in terms of the salary difference between them and their juniors, there is a little gap, and they're allowed for as long as the salary increase or the suggested salary increase, it is not above the band that is approved by council.
So it came to you?
I think so. It came
And
to
you
me.
approved it?
I think so.
But why would you have approved it if the offer letter says the package is what is set out on page 59? And please, for our purposes, you don't need to mention what his package was. Just the principle I'm debating with you. We can just discuss the principle.
The principle of approving the request by any HOD or DH, it's a principle. It's an approach that we've done to all of them, whether HOD or DH. If they make a point that the salary difference from where they are to the next level doesn't make much difference, looking at the risk of entering into a 5-year contract compared to being a permanent employee, because he was coming from a rank of director to a DH, and DHs are in a 5-year contract.
Thank you.
If I may just, I know I said I was moving on, but Your engagement with Commissioner Khumalo triggered a question, and I'll take a step back. Once again, and I follow suit, please don't mention the package at page 59.
You guys
You
want
may or
to-
may not have an answer to my question. The second question. The first is this position that he was then, quote unquote, appointed into is the same position that was occupied by, is it Commissioner Mzolo? I'm sorry if I get the title wrong. Was that Mr. Mzolo's previous, the position Mr. Mzolo had vacated,
Correct.
I think through
Commissioner.
retirement.
Correct.
To your recollection, the package reflected at page 59, did it accord with what Commissioner Mzolo was earning at the time in that position? Or was it higher, lower, if you recall?
I'm sorry, I do not recall because there are so many requests.
Yes, no, I appreciate that. And it's something that perhaps Mr. Sheka, as HOD HR, might be able to shed light on.
Correct.
Okay, we shall pursue it with her. Thank you.
Maybe just to follow up on this, on the back of this question, when you approved this increase, this counter offer, because that's really what it is, it's not a request. It's not someone who says, I'm at this salary, now I ask you to increase. This is a counter offer. When you accepted this, did you discuss this with Mr. Sheka as the head of HR?
Thank you, Commissioner. The request comes from from HR. It's a formal request for my signature. So she would come with and present the request for the increase, and would sit and discuss and look at the previous level where the incumbent or the candidate was. And we consider those facts and we look at the salary band. She advises in terms of the salary band, whether it is within the salary band of a DH.
And would the chief of police have any input in that discussion? Because this is someone who's going to report to him and he has other divisional heads reporting to him.
No, it was just, it is only Ms. Gashega that presented the report to me because it's an HR process.
All right, and then I just want to be sure, in the light of your earlier discussion and concessions about the irregularity in this appointment, when you look at your statement in paragraph 131, page 22, you say the scoring clearly demonstrates that all members of the panel independently assessed Brigadier Mkhwanazi as the stronger candidate, which is why he emerged as the highest rated applicant and was accordingly recommended for appointment. Now, we've looked at that panel sheet that I've just discussed with you at page 55. When you made this statement that all members of the panel, you were aware of IM19 because it comes from you. It's part of your documents. So you were aware of IM19 at page 58 when you said all members of the panel scored him the highest.
To be honest, I was not aware about the irregularities. You are only pointing the irregularities now to me, and I take a point that the comment on page 131 should be amended.
So where did you get it from that all members of the panel scored him the highest? If you were not aware of this panel sheet, where did you get that statement from?
The statement.
Where did you get it from that the panel, all members of the panel scored him highest? Where did you get that information from?
From the scoring sheet.
But the scoring sheet, it means the scoring sheet doesn't say that.
The scoring sheet says he was scored the highest, but not all members.
Yes.
Which is an oversight because I did not check whether all members, but I just saw the round figure that one scored 54 and the other one scored 64.
Yes. So you're saying you hadn't really looked at the scoring sheet properly by the time you made the statement in the affidavit?
Correct, ma'am.
Okay. The second part of that paragraph 131, you say, and was accordingly recommended for appointment. Where did you get that he was recommended for appointment? Who told you that?
It is according to the report from HR, the one that is attached, that is being signed by Mr. Maseko.
Which report is that, ma'am?
Where is it? I think it's IM 20.
But IM 20.
IM 20.
No,
Yeah, the appointment letter.
Yes, the appointment letter is addressed to Mr. Mkhwanazi. It is not a report, and it doesn't contain a recommendation for his appointment.
Maybe in terms of the crafting and the format of the appointment letter, we should actually, accordingly, look at raising issues like he was a recommended candidate and you were a recommended candidate and this is your appointment, you are duly appointed. I think this form falls short of that kind of information.
Yes, and please correct me. My expectation, my assumption is that there would have been a recommendation to you as the appointing person, and I know you were on leave in this period, but ordinarily, if you had been in office, and you would have received a recommendation from HR to appoint him.
Correct.
You say you were on leave, so it would have come to whoever was acting in your position, recommending the appointment.
Correct.
And then you would either accept or reject it, right? Whoever was in office in this case accepted the recommendation, assuming the recommendation was made properly, accepted the recommendation and then issued this letter of appointment. What I'm discussing with you is in your statement, you say a recommendation for his appointment was made. And my question about where do you get that is important because of the controversy that has been read to you from the statement of Chief Mapie that the process was not completed. So you say there was a recommendation to appoint him. And I would like you to say to us, where do you get the statement from? Did you see a recommendation? Is that why you say a recommendation was made? Is it because you saw a recommendation?
Thank you, Chair. As we indicated that the preparation for this bundle and this testimony that was prepared over a year, and the testimony was given over 2 weeks, and we were only given 2 days to prepare our files. I think we fell short of including some of the information or responding properly to the issues raised. And I take your point that there are a lot of gaps in terms of our statement. And I also appreciate the fact that the commission has actually.
I learned that ChatGPT works best with detailed prompts, but I hate typing them. So instead,
of preparing our documentation in response to the allegations that were made.
No, but Ms. Mashazi, what you say in paragraph 131 is not a function of, it's not a gap and it's not a function of you didn't have enough time to prepare. You say, you make a positive statement. A recommendation was made that he be appointed. You say that. You could only say that because you saw a recommendation. That's the one possibility. The only other possibility is you make a statement that has no basis whatsoever. In fact, you didn't see a recommendation. You assumed, you may have assumed, or you just made it up. This is not a function of you didn't have time. You either know or you don't know that there was a recommendation. It's that simple. But if what you've just said now is your best answer, I really would not want to press you any further.
I beg your pardon, can you repeat
I
your last
say,
statement?
if what you've just said now is the best answer to my question about where did you get that there was a recommendation, if you say your answer is you didn't have time to prepare and so there are gaps and you can't take it any further, I will leave it at that.
Correct, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. Dr. Mashazi, I had invited us to now turn to question 12. It appears at your page 23, paragraphs 137 to 139. And the question really related to the appointment of Brigadier Mchunu to the position of acting chief of police for the period 6th to the 17th of May 2024. See that? Okay. Could you summarize your response for the record, please?
Yes, he was appointed from the 6th to the 17th of May to act in the position of chief of police. And the appointment was made by myself because he qualified for the position to act because he was already a deputy chief of police. And I need to indicate that in terms of council processes, we rotate individuals in the acting position. You can only appoint for 3 months. And if you can, the commission can recall that at some point, Mr. Spies acted, I appointed him to act. And also during Mzolo's period, Mzolo was also appointed. That is the gist of the matter, that he qualified to act and we had to rotate because previously it was Mr. Spies that was acting. And the next in line obviously would be Mr. Kwabi because they only have 3 deputy chiefs of police.
Thank you. Commissioner Kumalo?
I want to move on to September 2024 to ask the same question. So Chief Mapia was suspended in September 2024, correct?
Correct.
And somebody then had to be appointed as acting chief of police, correct?
Correct, Commissioner.
Was that also Brigadier Mchunu, now Deputy Chief Mchunu?
The acting deputy chief was then Deputy Chief Mzolo when...
No, my question is when Chief Mapia was suspended in September 2024, you had to appoint an acting chief of police.
Correct.
Who was that? Who did you appoint as acting chief of police in September 2024?
I don't have my records to recall exactly who was. It's either it was Mchunu or I do not recall, but we'll have to get the documentation.
I don't want to waste time, so maybe you can come back to that on that.
Yes.
So it will be a same question, but different period. Thank you.
Correct, Commissioner.
If I may then just, because you've promised Commissioner Kumalo to come back on that issue, just to remind you that the clip we watched yesterday, where you responded to the issue of the IPID report, you recall that? It's on record as that interview as having been conducted on the 3rd of February, 2025.
Correct.
And at the time, reference to Brigadier Mchunu is as acting chief of police.
Correct.
I'm just giving you a sort of a timeline and perspective. So if you accept that he was an acting chief of police in February 2025, yours is to work backwards to when he was appointed.
Correct.
Okay. Back to my question. My question was, you say that there is a requirement for rotation when you appoint, you make acting appointments.
Correct.
Where is that requirement to be found, and how exactly does it, provide? What exactly does it provide for?
I think it's one of the HR processes where it provides, it indicates that for any acting, it should not overlap the period of 3 months. And all of us in different levels, whether it's the chief of police that would appoint somebody to act as acting deputy chief of police, it should be 3 months and not more than 3 months. Yes. And there should be rotation if there are other qualifying candidates who can actually take up the position.
Now, we know Brigadier Mchunu acted from the 7th of May to the 17th, the 6th of May to the 17th of May. That's what we have in our statement, correct?
Correct.
I don't want to answer your question, but when Chief Mapie was suspended, to my recollection, I think Brigadier Mchunu was appointed as the acting chief of police. Speak under correction, of course. To your recollection, in between the two periods, the 17th of May 2024 and the 25th of September 2024, which is the date on which Chief Mapie was suspended, was it ever necessary to appoint an acting chief of police?
Correct, ma'am.
For which period?
Correct, because you can't leave the position vacant because there should be someone who should assume responsibility for the department.
No, I apologize. I think I was very inelegant in how I posed my question. From our statement, your statement, at page 23, and the question posed, we know that Brigadier Mchunu acted from the 6th to the 17th of May, 2024.
Correct.
My question is, between the 17th of May, 2024, and the 25th of September, 2024, which is when Chief Mapie was placed on suspension. Are you with me?
Correct.
Was there ever a need to appoint an acting chief of police?
Correct.
When was that? And basically, before he was suspended, was he ever not at work, requiring the appointment of an acting chief of police, Chief Mapie?
Okay, thank you. When he is off sick or when he is on leave or any individual on leave, we need to have someone, whether it's one day, someone taking the responsibility for the department.
And I'm asking whether or not that situation arose in the period 17th of May. When?
When?
Between the 17th of May and the 25th of September 2024, was Chief Mapie off or sick or not at work, requiring you to appoint somebody to act in his stead?
We wouldn't appoint somebody to act if the chief of Mapie was on duty. And to be honest, we need to get the records of his leave, whether it was sick leave, because as I indicated that, unfortunately, I could not draw up his leave record because he is. I will make just a general statement that on a monthly basis or not monthly basis or 2 monthly basis, the chief of police will be off. Either his father is sick in Madlanga or he is sick himself or he needs vacation leave. That's why at the point when we gave him those 30 days, he did not have enough vacation days. Okay. So each time when a person or an incumbent is sick or is on leave, any kind of leave, we need to have someone acting. So we'll have to therefore go back, as we indicated, the time constraints, and get the sick leave of the chief of police on that particular day, or the leave forms.
Thanks. Perhaps the way I posed the question implies that I require of you to recall those times Chief Mapie was not at work and therefore somebody had to be appointed in his position. No, I didn't intend to communicate that, but perhaps let me ask a different question. Between the 17th of May, 2024, when the acting appointment of General Mchunu terminated, and until your retirement from the city on the 30th or 31st of July, 2025, whatever the end date is, did you ever appoint anyone as an acting chief of police or persons. And from what you stated, your paragraph 138, the choice would have been either Mr. Mkhwanazi, because then he was appointed Deputy Chief of Police. It was Commissioner Spies, because he already held a similar position. He was one of the three deputies, right? And the third was Mwabe. Sorry, Mr. Gwabe. So you had a choice of three. In that period, did you ever appoint any one of them to the position until you retired of acting chief of police?
Dr. Mashazi, please mull over the question and answer it when we resume at 11:15. That's right.
Thank you.
One question, at least.
Yes, yabuya, exactly. Abang ukuthi kuyadlalwa la. Huh? Abang ukuthi kuyadlalwa la. Huh? Yabuya la. Kamadlanga la. Hey, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, it's chai, man. It is chai. Trust me. It's not as easy as you can think, you know? It's not easy. I really don't understand why are they wasting time on this lady, because it's very clear, guys, that she failed like dismally, totally dismally, deep down failed. Why are you wasting time asking all these questions? Already we know what is happening here. People just got into positions. It was nice. They saw an opportunity for them to enjoy their lives, to enjoy their cars, to enjoy a good life and everything. It seems like it was never about doing things right, you know? And unfortunately, sometimes when people get into positions, guess what they do? They call their friends. And after calling their friends, they come there, they protect each other, you know? No, my friend will stay here until, man. Yeah, I will put you there, my man, when this and that and that. And it is just something else, you know. And I don't understand, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the reason why I'm saying I don't understand is the fact that they are wasting time. I don't see why we should be going over the following day just to talk to a person who it's very clear that this person, she was not doing her work there. Okay? She was not even paying attention. She didn't even care, it seems like, whether the person is doing their job or they are not doing their job. Is waiting for reports that are not coming, reports that are not even supposed to come, I guess, because I don't understand, why do you become an official, the government official, and you become a manager of a city? It's a city, it's not a household, it's a city. You are a manager. You don't know nothing. You are waiting for people to report to you. As a manager, a city manager, you are waiting for people to report to you. Remember, guys, when you are a manager, maybe, or a CEO, or whatever you call it, right? When you are doing your work, there are people obviously who will report to you, right? Then let's just say there is something happening there. Maybe there's a project happening or anything, and then you've got a meeting with them or with your officials or everything, the people that are working with you, and then you tell them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I'm expecting this report, I'm expecting that, right? And then when you see that people are not actually bringing back the report, or they are not reporting to you, or they are not maybe even telling you the feedback, anything, and you decide to sit down and you are not doing follow-ups, you're not doing all of these things, what do you expect? You have to go and look for them have to go and look, ask them, call them. You've got their calls, call them. Where is the report? I'm still waiting here. We have to be quick. People, they just enjoy doing parties. It's nice and all of that, be brushing each other's feelings. You forget that there is a job that you're supposed to be doing. Now she's there. She is shy now. She doesn't know what to say. She's not answering questions, telling us to say, I have to go and check, I have to go and check. Guys, as a person who is running a city, as a person who is an MMC, a mayor, even a minister, you should at least know something. Corner, guys. When she's answering, she's telling us, yeah, I'm supposed to go and check. I'm supposed to go and check. I'm supposed to go and check. No, guys, it doesn't work like that. You need to know, at least give them something. Give them something. Don't say, they will come and report. They will come and report. They will come and report. You can't even answer a smallest and easiest question. And then when she is asked, sometimes she's like, you know what? I accept that I done wrong. I've accepted it. I accept that, I could have, I should have, I could have. At that time, money is gone. At that time, things have been messed up. Our country is messed up. Then you come back and you say, what? This is Madlanga commission. This is a commission. They are not playing. They are not playing. They will ask you. They will challenge you. Yesterday, she came with some energy there. And when it went to 5 o'clock to 5, 6, you could tell that she's cooked. And when she came back in the morning, the makeup was all over the place. The makeup was all over the place because it's not a child's play. It's not, Abu Madlanga, they are not sitting there to play, guys. And people, they must come there knowing exactly what they are doing. That lady, she didn't know what she was doing. She was just in that position and they were protecting her. I am definitely sure that maybe when she would ask even questions, they will be saying, no, it's fine, we will deal with it. I will do that, don't worry, just chill. Because they loved her, maybe, right? And then now we are at the Madlanga now. In South Africa, you see, these are the examples why South Africa looks the way it looks. These are the reasons. That lady was a city manager, guys. City manager. City manager, it means that in a city, in that city, you are the manager. You manage the city, right? In other words, everything that's happening there in that city, it is managed by you. The parks, parks are managed by you, right? Pavements are managed by you. That means you make sure that you keep the city clean. You make sure that you keep the city in shape. She was not doing that. You could even tell. That's why people, they were complaining about Eguru Lane. That is why we've been complaining about the city, especially in Tshwane. Parks. There's a park in Tshwane that was beautiful. Beggars Park, next to, I don't know, around there in the CBDs. Beggars Park, it was a beautiful park, that one. People, they would take pictures there. It was a fantastic. Now it's messed up because people, they can't manage. People, they can't run things. People, they can't. Just simple things. Just run this thing. Simple. They don't know. They don't even care. They don't do follow up. They don't ask. Apparently, they are afraid of people. Is a political what. Guys, for me, I would rather have a position where I can be able to do my job properly than to be in a position where I'm supposed to now have to be afraid of some people. I can't ask them. I can't challenge them. I can't ask them and say, this is wrong. This is wrong. This is wrong. This is wrong. I can't because I'm afraid of them. It shouldn't be like that, guys. I don't care who you are. If you are a person who are in a position, you are afraid to make decisions, you are afraid to challenge somebody, you are afraid to tell somebody to say, you are wrong here, my guy. I know I love you, but you are wrong. If you can't be able to do that, you will never do your job properly. Anyway, let's wait until they come back. I hope you are enjoying this, guys. Please like the video if you are in the stream. When you get into the video, please like the video, right? I would appreciate all of that. Like the stream, right? We are going to stream, I think, until maybe until they are done. Actually, we are waiting for Mr. Mchunu. I guess this lady will be finished maybe before lunch or maybe after lunch. Then we will get to Mchunu. We will do the whole thing, maybe until whatever. But I will leave you sometimes and do my other things. Then you can remain and watch, okay? I hope that you are enjoying that, guys, okay? All right. We will wait, okay? All right. Let's see. Let me just do this in the meantime. I will be back when they actually come back.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I get perfect notes from every meeting. I click this toggle to send my AI note taker to my meetings, even if I can't attend. My AI note taker records the entire meeting and creates a full transcript. After the meeting, I get a doc with the recording, takeaways, and even the action items. AI turns these action items into tasks so we actually get things done. ClickUp makes work easy, from personal projects to running a multi-billion-dollar company. Click the link below to create your workspace for free.
Everyone, we will resume shortly. We're just slightly delayed. Ready to resume again? Please switch off your cell phones. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, apologies for the late start. We were trying to resolve some programming glitches we were experiencing. We had hoped to have finalized by 11:15. We ran over and delayed you for 3 minutes, for which we tender apologies.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Uh,
Mr.
But I'm glad to mention that they've been resolved.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Mashazi, and to you, you're waiting, apologies for the 3-minute delay. I know you are keen to finalize and go home. We were at question 12 at starting at page 23. And my question to you had been, as reflected in question 12, Brigadier Mchunu acted from the 16th to the 17th of May. You have that date, correct? 2024, yes. Chief Mapieye was suspended on the 25th of September 2024. Correct. You retired end of July 2025. Correct. The question is, from 17th May 2024 to the end of July 2025, do you recall appointing anyone to act as an acting chief of police, and if so, who that was?
At the bottom or at the top of my head, I won't recall who I appointed. Can we be given an opportunity to get the letters of appointment so that we can correctly furnish the commission with the correct information?
I'm sure that the commission will accept that. And remembering that there is a growing list of issues to address in your supplementary statement. So if you could address yourself to that question in the supplementary statement. And I think there was also an adjunct question to that post by Commissioner Kumalo. Just to check, Commissioner Kumalo, would her response to my question answer yours?
Yes, my question was really after Chief Mapia was suspended in September 2024, who was appointed acting Chief of Police?
May I just inquire from the legal, Mr. Musa, please come to the microphone. May I find out if you've been keeping a running list of the issues that have been raised and which are outstanding?
Yes, Commissioner, I've got a list that spans over a few pages. I think a lot of the aspects that Dr. Mashazi indicated she'd address, or certain aspects have then been subsequently covered in her testimony, which we then eliminated. However, we do have a long list of items that we will endeavor to obtain the info and respond. I know she's taken on the task of we'll assist the commission by getting this and getting that. It's not as simple as she puts it, but we'll do the best that we can in the circumstances.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Musa. Thank you.
And perhaps if I may add to that, Chair, the offer we previously made, to the extent that the commission may be of assistance to Dr. Mashazi to obtain certain documentation from the city, we would like, I requested an indication latest by Wednesday for such assistance, and to please indicate except each document requested must be described in full to enable a search for the said document.
We appreciate the assistance. The difficulty may be the timeline of Wednesday, in that we would endeavor to obtain the documents first by ourselves. If no progress is made by Wednesday or Thursday, the moment it comes to our attention that we're not able to access such info or documentation, we fully title it and address it to the Commission.
What problem do you have, if any, if you just quickly identify the documents which should be relatively easy, since you already have a running list? What problem do you have, if any, simply giving that list to Ms. Sillo for her to source the documents?
I think in that regard, Commissioner, in that we've got a list of what's required. We'd make the full list available, fully described. Those documents we'd also want to get access to because it would form part of the statement that we'd wish to, the supplementary statement. And we'd have to have regard to it in terms of how Dr. Mashazi portrays it in the statement and elaborates on the annexes. So if the Commission is able to get access to it before us, for a copy to be provided to us and vice versa.
I'll leave it to you to sort out the practicalities or the detail of the practicalities.
Appreciate it.
And I see, because yesterday when I said the Commissioner will avail Dr. Mashazi the opportunity to supplement whatever she may be minded to, so as to eliminate any prejudice that she may have suffered. You said you would consider your position whether you would take us up on that offer. From what you've just said, it seems to me that you are now taking us up on that offer.
Indeed, so I think that position was established in very early yesterday morning, where Dr. Mashazi made an election by herself to obviously supplement. I don't think it completely eradicates the prejudice she faced, but I think it would go a long way. The reason I would contend so is that over the course of yesterday into today, a lot of questions were posed to her in terms of which she answered potentially inadequately based on the information at her disposal. And there is
What is it that, or rather in respect of which the prejudice would not be eliminated? Why can't that be addressed in an affidavit?
We will obviously endeavor to do the best that we can to fully plug the gaps in terms of her testimony insofar as it related to, I don't have the information or I'm going to try and access the information. She had a complaint to me this morning, not related. She says, if you look at what's going on in the media and what's being reported, it's as if though I'm being evasive, as if though I'm being arrogant, as if though I wish not to cooperate. She says, that is not the case. I wish to do the best that I can. But the problem is my hands are tied to an extent in that I can only answer to what's before me at the moment. So
Sourcing the documents and speaking to them and adding whatever else Dr. Mashazi may be minded to add should address that. You see, I do not want Dr. Mashazi to leave this commission saying that she was prejudiced. So I want to understand what you say the basis of the prejudice will still be if she is afforded this opportunity. One, she's given documents. Two, she supplements with regard to those documents. Three, she says whatever else and as fully as she may be minded to, so as to eliminate any possible prejudice. So what would the remnants of prejudice still be?
I get where you're coming from.
Because you see, thing is, from what you are saying, it means, or it suggests at least, let me not say it means, it suggests at least that even if Dr. Mashazi had been given 2 months, she would still say, but there still are some remnants of prejudice. Because I'm saying you are given, or she, at least through you, or with your assistance, she's given an opportunity to source the documents that she says she does not have. She's given an opportunity to address the content of those documents. She's given an opportunity to say whatever additional matter she may be minded to say or address. So what more prejudice would she still suffer?
Commissioner, I understand the question fully, and I agree with you that the opportunity to do a supplementary statement would go a long way in terms of eradicating or eliminating, and I'm using those words and I'll elaborate on what I'm speaking on instructions, on the prejudice that she perceived to have faced over the last 2 days. Firstly, the opportunity to do a supplementary would plug the gaps and answer the questions that remain unasked or to furnish the information that remains unsupplied. The aspect that, and again, it's under instruction that she's referred to me, and I've got a duty to place it before the commission, is that over the last day or so, I was in a position where I had to face certain questions and answer to certain allegations without having all the information at my disposal. Yes, while saying that, I did point out to her that the opportunity remains for us, not the opportunity, but it's mandatory almost now to go ahead and do your supplementary statement, and that will sort out the complaint you have. She says, what about the perception that has been created of me as a public figure over the last day? And I said to her, that is unfortunately something we can't do. We can't turn back the clock, but what we can do is use the next 3 to 4 days and optimize the opportunity to do a detailed supplementary statement, annexing anything that is important as was illustrated over the last 2 days.
But what you are referring to as to the perceptions that people out there may have, that does not go to the content of the evidence before us, nor does it go to how we will, in the end, assess that evidence. So in that regard, she will not suffer any prejudice. Are you suggesting that she will still suffer prejudice in that context? That is all that we as commissioners are interested in.
And I agree.
Do you accept that she will?
I fully accept what you say, Commissioner, and I brought it to her attention that what's of critical importance is the report that comes out of the commission, not what members of the public perceive. And I think that is the more important part, and the supplementary statement provides for that. So in that regard, we're happy.
I don't participate in social media, Dr. Mashazi, but the little bit that I do get to hear is that people who participate in social media will, whatever you may think or like, have views of whoever. So even if you had come here 100% prepared, having all the documents you need, they would still have had views about you, Dr. Mashazi. Unfortunately, we cannot do anything about that. But from where we are sitting, we want to eliminate, I will not say ameliorate, to eliminate all possible prejudice. And your attorney, Mr. Musa, says that if we avail you all the opportunities that I've repeatedly referred to, that prejudice will be eliminated. That's all that we as commissioners here are interested in. You understand? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Musa, unless there's anything else you wish to add.
Nothing further. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just perhaps one last issue. The undertaking to provide the supplementary statement by Monday, that will be the 8th of December. Does that stand?
I actually forgot. I wanted to say, when we said this about the Friday deadline, that was yesterday. It's Tuesday now. And we have no idea how long it will take to source. Mr. Musa, how is Wednesday next week?
Acceptable, suitable, as long as it we had.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want.
Here's how developers at Perplexity and NVIDIA are prompting AI 10 times faster. You're prompting Cursor over 100 times a day, but typing detailed context takes
Implications were still on the table, so to speak, at the time you appointed him. Was that not a factor that was important for you to take into consideration? Compounded by the fact that of the three, he was the youngest in at that particular level.
Can you repeat your question?
At the time you made the decision to appoint him, the IPID report was, as I say, quote unquote, still alive. And we know what it recommended. It recommended disciplinary action. We know at the time that it had not been quote unquote set aside, not by any internal process, if it ever could, or by the forensic investigation exercise conducted by the forensic firm, because that report comes only on the 20th of June 2024, when he has completed his acting appointment. So I want to understand whether you had any appreciation at the time you effected the appointment of the existence of the IPID report, its recommendations, and the implications of appointing him to such a senior post, notwithstanding that report being on the table still.
I think yes. Yesterday we discussed this extensively, where the decision or the authority to discipline Julius was within the hands of the Chief of Police, and at that point, Chief of Police was in possession of the IPID report. And in terms of my understanding and my assertion yesterday, or my evidence, I indicated that I took the report to legal, and legal indicated that the report is insufficient and no action will be taken. At the point of his appointment as acting, I did not have anything against him.
So then you concluded that for purposes of determining who to appoint, it was not necessary for you to take the IPID report into consideration. That's the only point I seem to make.
Correct.
Okay. And for the record, we dealt with the letter written by, you said they are members of Mr. Bihari's department, addressed of Mr. Bihari's department, addressed to IPID, Mr. Zulu and Mr. Makwiting. But that is dated the 13th of December 2023, and you testified that that letter was actually never dispatched to IPID.
This is the information verbally I got from HOD Legal, that it was their internal communication and that letter was leaked. So I would request that we park that and we get proper information from the HOD Legal, because he will be coming to testify about that letter, and that letter was never addressed to me. Can I request that we park that and that letter be ventilated with the HOD responsible?
I'm happy to, except here's my challenge. I don't know if you are correct or whether you'll accept the correctness of what you are told when it is claimed that this was an internal letter. It's addressed to IPID from the city of Ekurhuleni. And by any stretch of the imagination, that can never be called an internal letter. Can you accept that? I do appreciate that's what you were told. You saw the letter, you know it's addressed to IPID. And an HOD within Ekurhuleni tells you it's an internal letter. It doesn't make any logical sense. Surely you would accept if I invited you to reject that proposition that it was an internal letter.
Surely also, HOD Legal should speak to that letter, because that is the advice verbally that I received from him. That's why I'm requesting that we park the letter and request him, because it is his subordinates that are writing that letter between themselves and IPID. And if we can look at the letter, I was not copied. I only saw the letter now in the bundles of Mr. Nwiza.
No, I confirm for the record that you were not copied. I guess I just wanted to test your your understanding based on what you testified to say that you were told it's an internal letter, you saw the letter. But if you accept what you were told, that it's internal letter, notwithstanding the fact that it's addressed to IPIT, I'll accept that. Is that your position?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, Dr. Mashazi, does it mean when the head of legal, Advocate Behari, tells you a letter that you're looking at, and you can see it's addressed to IPIT, it's dated, it's signed by his people, but it's addressed external to the department and to the municipality, are you telling us that notwithstanding what you see on the face of that letter, you don't ask questions? You don't say to the HOD, what do you mean? It's an internal letter, I can see. It's addressed to IPIT. You just accept because that's what he tells you as the HOD of legal.
Thank you, Commissioner. The letter, as I indicated, that the letter, I saw it now through the bundles from Mr. Nuva as part of his evidence. I subsequently called the HOD. And remember, now I'm outside the system where I cannot give instruction or do anything. I can only ask and inquire that there is this letter in the bundle. What does this letter mean? Where is it from? Because I did not see it during my tenure as an accounting officer. His answer was it was an internal memo between themselves. The letter was not yet sent to IPIT. And I think...
Here's a South African property fact I bet you didn't know. When a property gets sold in South Africa, it takes 3 months for everybody to get their money. Even
your answer is you accept it, even though you're looking at the letter. You can see it's addressed to IPIT. You accepted when he said to you, no, it's an internal note.
I accept
That's
it.
all I'm checking with you.
I accept it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Dr. Mashazi. If you have regard to page 23, question 12, there were sub-questions to that question. And
maybe before you do the sub-questions, let me just maybe make an overall observation and ask you for your comment. This appointment that you've been discussing, this acting appointment that you've been discussing with Ms. Sello, now knowing what you know now, which is the appointment of Brigadier Mkhwanazi is in fact irregular because he didn't complete the competency test and therefore he could not have been appointed. That's your evidence as we understand it, or as I understand it. You know that now. You've also said yesterday in your evidence that you accept, knowing what you know now, that Behari's advice to you that the IPID recommendation is vague, has no basis. Now you know that it wasn't your language was it's not helpful to you. You accept that it was wrong. Knowing all of that, do you accept that the appointment of Brigadier Mkhwanazi by you to act after that appointment, that invalid appointment, that appointing him to act as chief of police was in fact an irregularity?
I accept.
You accept that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. And once again, before I move to the sub-questions of question 12, can I just complete or quickly address one aspect as regards the main question 12? For this purpose, I would like you to locate my BA annexed file. And in particular, I would like to you to draw your attention to JM 33, which starts at page 182.
142.
183. Go to 183. You recall I referenced an investigation report by an entity called the Forensic Firm. when we were discussing the appointment of Mr. Mkhwanazi as acting chief of police.
Page 183.
183.
Okay. Verse 82 and then is JM 34.
You don't have page 183?
83, no, I don't have.
Oh, no, I'm told it's the correct tab is JM 34. Apologies for the confusion. It's JM 34.
JM 34.
Yes, you're on the right document.
Yes.
So can you confirm that that is the investigation report by the forensic firm?
Forensic firm. Can I look at the document? The papers. The investigation method against the purchase of. Yes, I.
Now, when I indicated that to the extent that reliance may be placed on this document to suggest that Mr. Mkhwanazi was cleared, I suggested to you that we can't put any reliance on this particular document because, as you can tell from the bottom of the page 183, it was only generated on the 20th of June 2024. So it's not a factor you'd have taken into consideration in appointing Brigadier Mkhwanazi in May 2024. You remember that conversation we had?
I remember.
Thank you. And you commented, I think, on that score that you only found out about this report here in the commission. Did you?
This one?
Yeah. Yes, yes.
The investigation by Majang attorneys.
I don't know if
or the investigation by.
The face of it, it says the forensic firm, and I'm happy to refer to it in that fashion.
Can you rephrase your question?
I said when I referenced this document, and I may have been mistaken, I understood you to say that you became aware of its existence only at the commission.
No, not this one. This one, it was about the breach of information. This one, I know about it.
Okay.
Protecting.
You know it because you actually commissioned for it.
Yeah, I know about the first part where internal audit investigated the breach of information in terms of the POPIA. The report I know, but the report by Majang attorneys, I've never had both sides of.
Did I refer you to a report by Majang?
Majang attorneys. And payment to Majang
Mr. Law,
attorneys.
I guess that's because of what appears to be the subject of this. See, page 183 is City of Ekurhuleni on the left.
Yes.
And there you see forensic investigation reporting to blah, blah, blah. And towards the end, Majang Incorporated. I think that's what Dr. Mashaz is alluding to.
But even that heading, Chair, states relating to the engagement of and payments to. That's how Majang attorneys. So she's referencing, as I understand her, to a report by Majang attorneys. And I say,
okay.
At least in my engagement with her, I've never raised such a report, and neither has she. What report is that you are referring to?
No, I see here, maybe I misread about Majang Incorporation, about May, August, the act of irregularities. Maybe I'm, okay, can we go ahead? Apologies, can we go ahead with the question?
No, accept. So it was a mistake on your part by referencing Majang attorneys report. There isn't one such. Okay. No, I accept. Okay, then let's continue on your statement.
She's still reading even now. This lady.
Yes. Yeah, no, we still need my PA, so don't close the file, please, or don't put it very far. We are now dealing with the bottom of your page 23 from paragraph 140. And there you address yourself to the question of your
I would have said, are we
You're
done
providing comments on the
Chai.
alleged appointments of 55 people into the service by Brigadier Mkwanazi and the validity of those appointments. That appears at your bottom of page 23. You see that?
Yes, I see this.
And you were invited to comment about the appointment of these 55. And the reason is because Mr. Chief Mapieye and Mr. Spies, in the course of their testimony, contended that these appointments are irregular for a number of reasons. One, either they were not they were effected to posts not previously advertised, but most importantly, they were effected by Mr. Mkwanazi in whatever position he held at the time, without the authorization of the Chief of Police. And that is why your comment is invited on the validity thereof, if you accept, for the moment, that that is the circumstances under which they were effected. And you give a response. Correct?
Correct.
You do so in your paragraphs 140 to 143. And perhaps you may want to summarize what your response is. Okay.
As I indicated in terms of the systems of delegations, these recruitments do not form part of my scope or authority as an accounting officer. These are junior officials, the 155 that were appointed. And I think we have addressed this in terms of Annexure IM6, where the chief wrote to me about his unhappiness about this appointment. Can we go to IM6?
IM6 is your annexure file.
Annexure file.
Perhaps, let me just interrupt you. IM6, as we have it, is actually the list of questions.
Oh,
that were,
list of
yes.
questions. The letter, can you assist me?
I shall. So your IM6 and your reference thereto, you say that I note from Annexure IM6 that I am invited to comment on the validity of this recruitment and promotions.
Yes.
Yes. And you conclude, you continue and say, this would not be fair as I was not involved in the process and my knowledge is limited to what I have read in the media and the questionable evidence provided by Chief Mapieye. That's what you state.
Correct, yes.
Why do you call it questionable evidence?
Sorry, can I help you?
Yes.
Page 52 of MAPEA's annexures.
Yes. Now I'm going to JM 8 and 9 thereafter. Thank you, Commissioner. We'll get to the page that the Commissioner is referencing. On your paragraph 143, with regard to Chief Mapiye's evidence, you term it questionable evidence provided by Chief Mapieye. Out of interest, why do you call it questionable? Leave aside everything else he testified to, but about these appointments.
Remember, at the point where we wrote this particular statement, we did not have a letter that Chief Mapieye actually complained about the positions. So can I request that we go to his letter so that I am able to address you properly?
Okay, no, I'm happy to. And I take it by going to his letter, you are then able to explain why you call his evidence questionable.
Okay.
It's not okay, it's a question, Dr. Mashas. Will you be able then to answer the question?
I will be able to answer after.
Then perhaps the best starting point is, let's start with Chief Mapiye's own statement. Chief Mapiye's statement, and we will work our way to the document that you want. I'm trying. So if you could lay your hands on the statement.
My statement or
Chief
his
Mapie's
statement?
statement, and to go to page 10, please. Page 10, 10. And I want to draw your attention in particular to paragraph 32. Do you see where, have you located it? And that is where Chief Mapie introduces this issue of the appointment of the 55. And he states that these appointments and or promotions were effected without his involvement as the chief of police. You see that in the paragraph.
Yes,
And then
I
he
see.
described, he touches on some of the flaws attaching to those appointments and the fact that the last sentence in that paragraph, the appointments were in large part drawn from members of the unit which Brigadier Mchunu headed. See where I'm reading. Now, if you turn over leaf to paragraph 31 at page 11, he then states, I lodged my objections formally with the city manager on 5th June 2024, pointing out that the appointments by Brigadier Mchunu are invalid. A copy of this objection is marked JM8. So now we go to Mapie's annexure bundle and we locate JM8, which you will find at page 51.
Page?
51. And that is the letter from Chief Mapie, dated the 5th of June 2024, and it is addressed to you, Dr. I.M. Mashazi, City Manager, City of Ekurhuleni. You see that?
Correct.
He raises some issues there, but in particular, I would like to draw your attention to paragraph 3 that starts with the words, what is sought. Do you see where I'm reading?
Correct, I think.
And he states, for that purpose, and I quote, what is sought is to bring to your attention, City Manager, as the accounting officer, to the recent promotional positions which took place within the department of Brigadier, Lieutenant Colonel, Superintendents, and Inspectors, respectively. He continues, next paragraph, it is legislated under Section 64C2B of the SAPS Act 68, 1995, and common practice that when employees are promoted in the department, as the municipal commissioner must confer the promotional ranks to the successful / promoted workforce. Next paragraph, he says, to my dismay and surprise, observed on the 4th of June 2024, members of the department wearing their promotional ranks. When probing, I was informed that they were conferred by the deputy commissioner. That is the letter you acknowledge receipt of. Correct. On the 5th of June. And at his paragraph 34, he does state that the city manager responded to my letter, this very one we just went through, on the 6th of June. And that letter he annexes as JM9. That now should start at your page 52. And I think that is the letter you wanted to get to and speak to in some detail.
Correct.
This is your opportunity to do so.
Yeah, thank you very much. In relation to this appointment, at the point of us writing the statement, we do not have this evidence. As I indicated that I left the city in July, you cannot recall everything that really happened in 2024. I think the commission will agree with me. Yes, he wrote a letter to me and I responded, and I'm going to talk to the content of the letter. I have responded to Chief Mapie on the 5th of June 2024. On the 6th of June 2024, he wrote to me on the 5th, and I immediately responded that I confirmed that they had a meeting with HR. And I also noted his reference to Section 64C2B. And I fully agree with him that it is within his powers during such appointments that he must be consulted. This, my comment, it is about the SAPS Act 64C, read together with the Municipal Systems Act and also read together with the systems of delegations, that certain positions, especially junior positions, are actually delegated to his subordinates. But what is of concern is that the chief of police was never consulted, because in terms of the legislation, he was supposed to be consulted irrespective of the level of the position or promotional positions that were being filled. The issue that they do not qualify, well, it is an HR issue, and I think Gashega must talk to it. I even indicated to Chief in terms of this letter that it is unfortunate that the EMPD has a peculiar arrangement in terms of the SAPS Act. And that act, it is actually not well integrated with our Municipal Systems Act as well as the Systems Act. And I indicated there in my last paragraph that I therefore thank of a policy that can actually assist us to address such matters. From my part, I commit to also engaging the Deputy Chief of Police, Mchunu, and other staff members to ensure that the position and authority of senior managers is respected at all times. Because the gist of the matter in this, the Chief of Police was never consulted in terms of his letter. He was never consulted by Mchunu. He was on duty Chief of Police. Mchunu was not acting, and he went ahead to appoint these officials. And the act is very clear that it must be in consultation with him, irrespective of the systems of delegation. That's why it's important for us to have a policy that will actually assist us to actually clear some of the challenges and the gray areas when dealing with municipal processes in line with the SAPS Act. That is the content of my response to Chief of Police.
Thank you for that. My first question, I guess, is you insist that the SAPS Act, and I take it that reference to the SAPS Act specifically is reference to Section 64C of the SAPS Act. Did I understand you correctly that you suggest that section or the act itself requires that the Chief of Police be consulted prior to appointment being made? Because if that is what you are suggesting, even before you answer, I'm telling you are wrong. Because Section 64C bestows the power to appoint on the Chief of Police himself. It says absolutely nothing about the requirement by anybody to confer with him or consult him before that person effects appointment. Do you have a response to that?
Yeah, my argument is that SAPS Act, in terms of our processes, municipal processes, must be read in conjunction with the Municipal Systems Act as well as the systems of delegations. And I have actually submitted, and we've gone through the systems of delegations where it indicates that the level of appointment and the level of authority in terms of the department. I've indicated yesterday that Chief of Police is appointed under the Municipal Systems Act. And in as much as we do not want to undermine the SAPS Act, we need to integrate the two. Hence, my suggestion to Chief of Police is, please provide us with a policy to assist us that we do not overstep your mandate in terms of our processes as a municipality, as a sphere of government, as well as the SAPS Act.
Oh, okay. So based on the clarification you've just provided, I should accept that your reference to Section 64C as requiring consultation with the Chief of Police is a mistake. You did not intend to refer to that particular section. You wanted to refer to the Systems Act for that purpose. Would I be correct to understand that?
I'm referring to both legislations. that both legislations, in terms of our processes, they are not well integrated. Hence, we need a policy to bridge a gap. Remember, the SEPS Act allows chiefs to appoint from inspector level up to a DH level,
Yes.
up to his deputies. And you can imagine how many officers are appointed. Hence, there is a Systems Act in terms of our protocol as a municipality to ensure that the chief of police is not occupied by sitting in interviews of junior officials while there are other pressing matters that he's supposed to do. Likewise, other HODs. This is not only applicable to chief of police. Hence, in my last paragraph, I requested him, because their situation is very peculiar, I requested him to come up with a policy to assist us to...
Yeah, I'm an AI, but I'm here to talk apps. Real apps you can build in minutes with Base 44. This
terms of delegation, so to say, because the act is an act of parliament. It cannot be interpreted or be changed by the chief of police.
Yes.
We can only participate when an act of parliament is amended.
And in fact, my comment was favorable to you, because I was saying I had taken issue with what I understood to be your interpretation of Section 64C of the SAPS Act, suggesting that there is a requirement that somebody can effect appointments. They need only consult with the chief of police. That's what I'd understood. So based on your explanation, I say the error you made was you didn't mean to refer to Section 64 to make that point. You intended to refer to the Systems Act.
Correct.
Okay. I just didn't want to leave it that way on the record.
Can I just
Yes,
can I just understand so the SAPS Act gives the chief of police the power to appoint and make promotions. Is that correct?
Correct.
Are you saying that that power of the chief of police in Ekurhuleni was taken from him by way of your delegation of authorities? You removed that power from him and gave it to, say, in this case, it was given to a position in which Brigadier Mkhwanazi is to appoint junior people. Is that, am I understanding that evidence correctly?
That is the understanding of our municipal systems of delegations.
Yes. So you're saying to me, I'm just wanting to make sure there's no trick to it. I just want to make sure that I understand your evidence.
Correct.
Your evidence is that a power given by the SAPS Act was taken through your delegation systems and given to a Brigadier Mkhwanazi kind of position to appoint junior people. I'm correct to understand you that way?
I've indicated from the beginning that we have this SAPS Act, which is peculiar and which we acknowledge. And we also have Municipal Systems Act. I've also indicated the autonomy of the of any municipality or of local government. I've also added the fact that any municipality would have systems of delegations which they approve. So the approval of the systems of delegations needs to be implemented, because these are delegations that are approved by a municipal council, a council that has both appointed me in chief. Maybe I think, as I indicated, that it's an area that needs to be addressed in terms of the two legislation, its applicability in the municipality, looking into the powers that are vested within the Municipal Systems Act.
I think my question is really as simple as this. The SAPS Act gives the chief of police certain powers, and those powers include appointment. Sorry, Miss Dr. Mashazi, if you would just look this way so that I see that you're paying attention,
I have
please.
a backache, ma'am. I must. My back.
Yeah, I just need your face facing me so that I know I'm speaking to you. So what I'm asking is, the SAPS Act And I just want to make sure that you and I understand you correctly. The SAPS Act gives the chief of police powers to appoint and to promote. I think there's no controversy there. I think that's your testimony. You accept that's what he does. And what I'm checking is you are saying that power, which is binding on the municipality, right? That power in the SAPS Act, you're saying the municipality, in fact, took it through its powers of delegation system. It exercised its authority to delegate functions, and in doing so, it took that power in the SAPS Act and gave it to a Brigadier Mkhwanazi position to appoint juniors.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Chief Mapieye, on his statement, you don't have to go there in dealing with this very response you gave to his letter, JM9. He concludes, I'll read it into the record for you at paragraph 34. He concludes that the effect of this letter you wrote is that you lent support to Brigadier Mkhwanazi's conduct of making appointments without my approval and or at times my knowledge. He says that's the sum effect of your letter. You are lending your approval to Brigadier Mkhwanazi's conduct as he complained of making these appointments without his, Chief Mapiye's approval and or at times his knowledge. Is that a fair assessment of your letter by Chief Mapieye? That technically you lend support to Brigadier Mkhwanazi's conduct in the appointment of these 55?
The content of my letter, it is in relation with the powers within the delegation, the systems of delegation. And I relied on the systems of delegation. Hence, through yesterday's testimony, I continuously refer to both legislation as well as the systems of delegation. So I think it's an area that Council must look into and ensure that both legislations are integrated. And I can no longer comment on this. I think I have ventilated everything in terms of my understanding about the systems of delegations as well as the powers of the Chief of Police in terms of the SAPS Act and as well as the Systems Act.
But what you're addressing right now is your justification for doing so. And I do accept that you base it on your understanding of the legal position at the time. I don't quibble with that. Whether or not your understanding was right or wrong, that's not the debate we are having. And I know you've addressed that issue, and you just did now again. I'm saying Chief Mapieye says, on the reading of your response, when you respond to his complaint that Mkhwanazi effected 55 illegal appointments, the interpretation and sum total of your response is to lend support to Brigadier Mkhwanazi's conduct. That's Chief Mapiye's interpretation. And my question to you is he being fair to you to understand your letter that way? Did you lend support or did you object to those appointments as effected by Brigadier Mkhwanazi?
The 55 positions are actually under review as we speak, and
sorry, I missed that you spoke softly.
The 55 positions, as we speak, they are under review by the municipality.
May I stop you, Dr. Mashazeni? It's because you are telling me about others. I'm asking about you. Can we confine ourselves to the issue? I'm giving you an opportunity to say whether or not Chief Mapieye is being fair to you to say technically you supported Brigadier Mkhwanazi. And I'm posing a direct question to you. Did you support Brigadier Mkhwanazi in this conduct or not? So don't tell me about a review that's currently undergoing in an environment that you are no longer a part of. Would you like to comment on that?
I commented by saying my letter to Chief Mapieye was based on the systems of delegation. And I do not want to comment whether he makes an assumption that I was in support or not. And I therefore want to close by saying that I do not have a comment over his assumption that I supported or not supported. But looking at the process that he was not consulted as well as an HOD responsible for appointing in terms of the Act, but looking at the systems of delegations that empowers a lower level to him to do the appointment. The legality of whether people qualified and whatever, well, it is unfortunate and it will be irregular if that is the case, that some of the people that were appointed did not qualify or the appointments were irregular.
Okay.
Sorry, Advocate. Dr. Mashazi, it seems to me then that we don't need to have a long debate on this issue because even on your construction, the mere fact that he did not consult, I'm not suggesting that your construction is correct. I'm simply saying even on your construction, the fact that he did not consult the chief of police means he did something wrong. But now this letter appears to suggest that you didn't take action against him and therefore you lent support to whatever wrong that he did. And you can either say yes or no. Either you lended support or you did not.
I did not lend support to his appointment. In my letter, it's clear, and thank you very much for reminding me about my letter. It's clear that he did not consult the chief of police, and he was reprimanded that he must respect the authority. The chief of police is the HOD of the department. So the assertion that I supported him, I cannot agree that I supported him in view of the letter that I have written, and I thought I have answered the question. And okay, let me stop there.
Thank you, Commissioner Kumalo. I understand your response. My question is, you say you don't lend support, you accept on a different basis that the appointments were invalid because he did not consult the chief of police.
Agreed.
Did you direct that they being invalid in law be reversed? Did you ensure that that process takes place? Because I'm sure you will not support the continuation in office of illegally appointed people. What action did you take or what steps did you take to satisfy yourself as city manager that that illegal act was reversed?
Nothing.
Why not?
I don't recall whether I did something or nothing.
No, you've said nothing already. So you
Yeah.
don't recall. What don't you recall?
I meant to say I do not recall. I withdraw nothing. I do not recall.
You don't recall what, Dr. Mashazi? Whether you did anything about it or not?
Exactly.
You don't recall?
Exactly.
On this very serious matter.
You don't need a second job. You just need to learn how to talk to AI.
So this is how I became
Promoted, your chief of police raises that very important issue, which has huge financial implications for the municipality, in addition to legal complications of the validity of these appointments. Your chief of police raises that with you in writing. You respond, you say, I will speak to Brigadier Mchunu. You sit now, you want the commission to accept that you don't recall whether you did anything about it.
This matter happened in which year? I think you'll appreciate the fact that we were given 2 days, and some of the information at hand, we could not even verify. And the letter, I saw it now in the bundle during the commission that Chief indeed wrote to me. That's when I recall that I wrote back to him. The issue of calling Kanazi, but that was the last discussion that I had with Chief. I do not recall other things, and I do not want to commit and lie that I did it or I didn't do it. Hence, I'm saying I do not recall. And can we be given a chance to go back and check if indeed there was communication between myself and Mkhwanazi about this behavior?
I don't have any difficulty with you asking for an opportunity to go and check and add it to your list, but I do have a problem when you sit there and you say, I don't recall. and that's, you're prepared to say that and leave it at that. I think that is a problem. It raises issues, for me at least, about, are you taking this process seriously? Did you come here to assist the commission? And answers like I don't recall on such an important issue where you've had the opportunity to refresh your memory when you saw these letters. You refreshed your memory. You sit and you say, I don't recall. It suggests to me that you may not be taking this process as seriously as we are taking it. You can comment if you want to, but I'm happy if you choose not to say anything.
No comment.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think to the extent that you have any of the MAPA files open before you may close that, because we are moving to question 9 now. Question 9. So we, at the moment, can put away the MAPA files, both the statement and the annexure. Question 9, which starts at your page 20, invited you to speak to the amendment to the scope and powers of the divisional head, employee relations, and your role in it. Do you see where I'm reading?
Correct.
Now, you give a response to that specific question from your paragraph 113 to 118.
Correct.
Can you summarize effectively what your response is to that question?
Firstly, the issue about the amendment to the scope and powers of divisional head, it's about employee relation, it's about cost containment. Cost containment because this particular department had a lot of labor issues to an extent that during the adjustment budget is always allocated to assist them, and that budget seemed not to be enough. And as we speak, some of the attorneys are not yet paid for rendering services to the municipality, mainly because the fees, and there was no structure in terms of the fees in the appointment of these attorneys. Then we suggested that to curtail even the fees because the fees were exorbitant. The DH had powers to appoint any attorney, any law firm to assist him, and they were paid at the rate that he decided upon. Then we centralized that the function to say the legal and corporate do have a panel of attorneys, and they have a specific rate which is affordable to the municipality. And such attorneys should be utilized to assist the labor relations because for us it was an issue of budget. And we have records where they over exceeded their budget. And we have a lot of complaints from lawyers. I remember on top of my head, it's the Mohasho attorneys at some point, they were not paid. I don't know if they're paid now. They were dealing with labor issues. So we had to actually amend this. But there's also internal communication between HOD, HR, and his divisional head, and her divisional head. Then employee relation about the delegations of appointing attorneys and so forth. But my duty was to ensure that we curtail cost because budget was an issue.
Thank you for that. I see at your paragraph 115, you deal with the primary purpose of the amendment, and you say it was to curtail escalating legal costs. And you continue to say the attorneys independently appointed by departmental heads were charging significantly higher fees than those on the city's approved panel, which operated on standardized regulated rates.
Correct.
So I don't understand what exactly were you amending, because it sounds like the issue was to prohibit the appointment of expensive attorneys and to impose on all departments to make their selection from the city's approved panel. Was that not the solution to the problem? Based on what you say here.
Yeah, the solution was to obviously curtail costs, especially in this particular department. Though the memo went to all the departments that they can't appoint their own legal reps. There's a panel that is appointed at a specific rate, which is affordable to the city. That is where I came in.
And that was the extent of the amendment.
Correct, ma'am.
But otherwise, besides directing that appointments be made from the panel, the attorneys panel, you didn't effect any other changes?
Changes in relation to his powers?
Yes.
I don't recall. Can we see his...
Okay, let's see. We will do so with reference to Niza's statement. If you can get your hands on Niza's statement. Not the annexures, just the statement.
Page.
And if you are there, page 24. And from page 24, paragraph 74, in this statement, Mr. Niza deals with the B2B anonymous email. And just to summarize what his testimony is that these emails were received for personal entity for the B2B on the 20th of August.
Can we have the microphone, please?
And if you look at paragraph 76, he cites, he posts the email, but my interest is at page 25.
Exactly.
My interest is at page 25. The last line of the italized quotation there, which reads, I am told from reliable sources that Imogen Mashazi, who's the city manager, is the one who's protecting Julius Mkwanazi. Now, they've excised that from the actual Bitli email received. If you look at paragraph 74, Mr. Ngwiza testified that you were copied on this email. And the subject line of the email was favoritism and corruption within the city. So this happens on the 20th of August, 2023. Mr. Ngwiza suggests that on the 21st of August, 2023, you called for a meeting with Inter Alia him. And I want to check whether, did you?
The answer is no.
So at paragraph 79, page 25, when Mr. Ngwiza says, that very morning I received a call from Ms. Kasheka instructing me to drop everything and immediately get to the office of the city manager. Then he had to go there. So that meeting, did that meeting take place?
I don't recall, and I cannot comment on his say. I need proof from him that meeting occurred and where and what time.
Do you recall such meeting occurring in the 365 days of 2023? Not necessarily the date he's giving, in any day of 2023. You make your election of 365 days of 2023. Do you recall having a meeting as described by Mr. Ngwiza in that year?
I don't.
You don't? Yes. Completely and utterly. So it was purely coincidental that the Bitli emails come in. In those emails, it is alleged that you specifically, as the city manager, are the one protecting Julius Mkwanazi. The next day, this meeting is called, and according to Mr. Ngwiza, at 82, he arrived in Germiston to your boardroom. You asked if he knew Bixi, he denied knowledge, and you accused him point blank that he had leaked the charge sheet to Bixi, alternatively that he, Mr. Ngiza, is Bixi. You deny all that?
I do.
Stop taking meeting notes and let ClickUp AI Note Taker do it for you. It allows you to focus on your meetings, not your notes. It captures everything from action items to key decisions.
Which earlier you said was all about how to appoint attorneys, resulted in stripping Mr. Ngiza of all his powers regarding appointment of attorneys. How did that come about? And why was it relevant to do so?
Okay, thank you very much. Now you give me an opportunity to address this thing fully. Mr. Ngiza.
What will not happen? I'm sorry, Dr. Mashazi. I'm not giving you a platform to have a rally. I asked you a specific question. So far, you did not recall. I'm asking you a specific question. Why did, on your own version, if your version is that you were doing so as a cost-cutting measure to ensure that only persons or attorneys listed on the approved panel are appointed, why did it require such an extensive amendment to the point that it stripped Mr. Ngiza of all his powers to appoint? Where is the connection between what you allege at 115 and the effect that it had on Mr. Ngiza?
So you take the connection that I did this to protect Mkhwanazi so that Ngiza doesn't appoint attorneys. Is that your assertion?
I don't have an assertion. I'm telling you what Mr. Ngiza says. You don't recall. I'm telling you what Mr. Ngiza says the effect is. You don't recall. I go to the statement you made to say mine was just a cost-cutting exercise. And I say, I don't understand why that cost-cutting exercise, as you have alleged, could in any manner result in Mr. Ngiza being stripped of his powers. Now you turn around and say, this is a good opportunity to address, and I'm stopping you from any address that you want to make. You can make the address at a different time, but for the moment, I need an answer to my question.
Okay, the answer to your question is, Mr. Ngiza had an opportunity for a year to concoct his statement and correlate all the documents that are here, and I was given 2 days to actually respond to all the allegations that they made. That is my answer to that. And I cannot accept that there's correlation between the cost-cutting measures that I am indicating in my statement, and the relationship between the Bixi and Mr. Ngiza's assertion. I do not accept Mr. Ngiza's assertion, and I do not want to comment on it. And I am not accepting that there's correlation of my response or my ability to cut costs in terms of legal fees as a way of protecting any person and as a way of actually curtailing powers of an individual. I reject the assertion.
Did you, Dr. Mashazi, did you substantially curtail Mr. Ngiza's powers?
No, Commissioner.
So he was not telling the truth when he said you did?
That I did curtail the powers. I only addressed the issue of cost, Commissioner, where I was concerned. And if you can look at our financial statement or at our finances or in terms of quarterly reports, always on an annual basis, when we do our adjustment budget, the department, especially labor relations, they request additional amount because they cannot pay lawyers. The cost is very high. And the cost in terms of payment of lawyers that are dealing with labor cases were not affordable to the city. Hence, I suggested and I recommended that all the departments, whether it's a divisional head, whether the division is employee relation or whatever, they should actually use the panel of attorneys that are appointed by council at a rate that is affordable to the city. This is the only power, the so-called power, that I am alleged to have curtailed.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just to close on this, then, at your paragraph 115, page 20, you assert that the primary purpose of the amendment was to curtail escalating legal costs. You don't have to go there, but I want to refer you to a document in Mr. Mwiza's annexures, and it's annexure PN 13, starting at page 311. In fact, please go there. Page 311 of Mwiza's annexures.
These conditions will take so long, guys. This lady, guys, like, just close the thing and it's done. This lady, we all know what is happening now. We all know that she didn't take her job serious. We know
It's an extra P and 13 for the
I
record.
don't know why are you dragging this thing now.
It's a 3-page document, and if you go to page 313, you confirm that's your annexure at the bottom of that page, and it's dated the 22nd August 2023. Correct, ma'am? That's your signature, correct? Dr. Mashazi, do you confirm that's your signature?
Yes, it's my signature.
So this document is then the amendment that we've been talking about.
Correct.
Now, at 115, you say the purpose was to curtail escalating legal costs. I want to read a portion for you from that document. And I'm at page 312. At page 312, there are 2 bullet points followed by 2 paragraphs before the numbering, the numbered paragraphs begin, starting with A1. Do you see where I am?
Yes, I am.
The paragraph immediately above A1 reads as follows. Quote, to usher in expeditious, credible, consistent, and uniform management of discipline within the municipality, the following persons are hereby delegated to perform the above listed functions, as well as all other functions connected therewith as appears from the collective agreement in that regard as the municipal city managers authorized representatives. And then you list. And Mr. Ngiza contends that it is that part of the delegation, listing A1 to I at page 313 that had the effect of stripping him of all his powers. If one casts a very cursory eye over this document, nowhere does it suggest that its purpose, primary or otherwise, was to curtail escalating legal costs. Why is the issue of cost not part of this amendment or amended delegated powers matrix?
Mr. Ngiza, at his level, as I indicated, that he appointed.
I would like us to confirm. I'm under serious time pressures. I'm so sorry. We still have a question to deal with before lunch. I'm confining myself to your 115, where you say the primary purpose was to curtail escalating legal costs. And I'm putting you to you that is one thing that is missing in this amendment created and drafted by you. And I would like to invite your comment on that. You can cast your eye over it, and if I am wrong, I'll happily accept if you point me to the part where it speaks of curtailing legal costs.
Okay, this delegation, if you are delegated to appoint presiding officers, obviously you'll decide in terms of who you appoint, and secondly, you use your powers to actually decide on the payment fees, payment structure. So Mr. Ngiza used to appoint attorneys, presiding officers, and so forth, and use his own legal structure, legal fee structure, sort of. So the purpose of curtailing these powers, they are mainly related to cost cutting, and for the fact that it is not explicit in the document that the aim was to curtail cost, but the aim was to curtail these powers for a person to decide on who to appoint and to decide on a fee structure, which was problematic for the city. So if the fee structure and the actual appointment are not actually related according to the question asked. And the issue of fees or costs being cut is not explicit in the document. It is unfortunate.
Is it implicit? You say it's not explicit. Is it implicit? And from which wording can it be implied?
I do not have comment on that. Okay. I have explained that curtailing these powers, he had powers to appoint attorneys and he had powers to use his own fee structure. And for me, as an accounting officer, responding to the issues of this nature, I had to do something. That even the appointment of those, remember, before you pay anyone or before you decide on a fee structure, you should start by appointing an attorney.
Yes.
And then you decide on a fee structure. Hence, my comment in terms of my statement to say the main aim of changing this was to actually deal with the issue of the budget.
Dr.
I know that.
Dr. Mashazi, in that page 312, just above A1, number A1, that seems to set out the purpose of these changes that you are introducing. And I'll assist to read it. It says, to usher in expeditious, credible, consistent, and uniform management of discipline within the municipality, the following persons are delegated to perform the above functions, as well as other functions that appears from the collective agreement. And you list who is authorized to do what. So in that paragraph, you clearly set out what is the purpose. There's no indication of budgetary or cost considerations, one. But two, even these people that you are authorizing here, nowhere do you say their powers to determine what to.
What is bridging finance in under 30 seconds? So if you're a real estate agent or a seller and a property has been sold.
I mean, this doesn't speak to what you're saying at all. Do you accept that?
What I'm saying, ma'am, is that before you could appoint an attorney, obviously you need to go through the processes of appointing an attorney and also look at the fee structure. So you can't just come and say you want to pay this person this amount, or you can't even choose the kind of attorney you want. You need to go through the panel. That's why the function was centralized to the HOD, because she must account to the budget and she must account to the processes.
Yes, I guess what I'm trying to clarify is if the purpose of these changes was to manage the appointment of attorneys from the panel, to make sure they're appointed from the panel, and that a particular fee structure is followed, why didn't you just simply do that and say, Mr. Ngniza, with effect from day so and so, you will only appoint from the panel and you will appoint in accordance with this approved fee structure? I mean, this seems to be quite a convoluted way to go about it if all you were doing was to manage budgets and the power to stop the power to appoint outside of the panel.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I did not want to go deeper into HR matters. Mr. Ngniza has a history of appointing one single firm, which is Jack Sibidiela Attorneys. He had that challenge. And the fees were exorbitant in terms of his fee structure. And we advised him that please use the panel of attorneys, even though he was advised by his HOD to use the panel in the corporate and legal department. He used them, but he paid them differently. The fee structure was different, hence the escalation of this legal cost continued to an extent that we failed to actually pay other attorneys in terms of the work that the services that they render to the municipality. So we had to do something from the accounting level to ensure that even in the process there's credibility. And from the top of my head, Mr. Zibidela never won any case. And at some point, he did not even attend the court case where the accounting officer was issued with summons.
Okay, let's not speak about Mr. Zebediela, who doesn't have a right of reply, but you've answered me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Unless there are questions from commissioners on this question, I'm moving on to the next question, which is my last question. And that is question 13, Dr. Mashazi. It starts at your page 24. This is in regards to Chief Mapiea's suspension on 25th September 2024. And in particular, it invites you to provide the reasons, basis, and necessity thereof, including factors taken into consideration in suspending him. That's on the one hand. You are further requested to provide all council resolutions concerning the allegations of sexual harassment against a fellow officer leveled against Chief Mapiea and the subsequent disciplinary processes initiated on 20 November 2024. It's quite a compound question. You respond quite extensively to that question, starting from your paragraph 144 to 167. Before we get to your answer, I would like to refer you to Chief Mapiea's statement, because I have a request to make to you. Page. Yes, I'm going to take you to the page. And page 30 of Mapiea. And under a heading titled Laying of Trumped Up Charges Against Me, he deals with this issue of his suspension from paragraph 112 to 115. So technically in 4 paragraphs. And I want you to satisfy yourself that in dealing with his suspension and the basis thereof, he does not mention any names of any ladies affected by the charges brought against him. And he did so deliberately. And I will confirm that in his oral testimony, he also did not mention any names. And insofar as I'm concerned, I think that's an appropriate approach. The issues that are sought to be interrogated can be so interrogated without naming names. I see in your statement, however, you introduce the victim's name or victims' names. And I reference you, Chief Mapiea's statement and also his testimony to implore you to resist the urge to mention the specific people by name, but otherwise you may deal with your response in its entirety. As I understand, one or some of them may be mothers and wives, and perhaps to avoid unnecessary embarrassment, whether to themselves directly, their families, or their children, to suggest that we can deal with the issues without mentioning their names. They are in your statement, and if you agree with my proposition, then their names will be duly redacted from your statement. Are we able to approach the matter on that basis?
Agreed.
Thank you. Then you may address the questions posed to you. You start at paragraph 144 to page 167. And I invite you to deal with those questions in the manner that is most comfortable for you. Thank you.
Okay. The first question is about the victim that submitted a formal complaint to me containing extremely serious allegations of sexual harassment, coercion, intimidation, and abuse of authority by the Chief of Police. Upon receiving this complaint, I immediately forwarded the matter to the Executive Mayor of the city of Ekurhuleni. And in terms of the processes of the city, the report, my report to the Executive Mayor must be accompanied by this formal complaint and a report. Or the report must include the formal complaint as an attachment, which I did. The complaint came to me, I think, in July 2024. I struggled to convince the Executive Mayor to entertain the report, as I believe that the report has serious misconduct against a senior official. And it is my responsibility as an accounting officer in terms of the code of conduct of senior managers that should I become aware of any misconduct, I should immediately report to council, which I did. But the process of reporting to council, I must first go through the mayoral committee, and I was blocked. I received the complaint in July. I thought this report would serve in the mayoral committee end of July. Unfortunately, I was blocked. And I tried again in August to submit the report to the mayoral committee. The first time it was never even entertained. The second time, the mayor was in Cape Town and there was acting mayor, and he said he'd rather wait for the mayor to address the issue. Then before, because I had the pressure of dealing with this, because I'm supposed to deal with this matter within a specific period, I decided to take the report straight to council, because the legislation does allow that if you are blocked by the executive, the responsibility of disciplining senior managers lies with the on council. Then I took the report straight to council. Unfortunately, there was a backlash. Council could not accept the report. They had to take the report back to the mayoral committee for mayoral committee to consider the report. Before the consideration of the report, I was called by the mayor and the MMC Finance and a guy called Absalom Budeli from ANC, indicating that I should stop the process of disciplining or of serving the report to council about the misconduct, the sexual harassment misconduct of Mr. Mapieya. In that meeting, they also suggested that I should take special leave, that is from end of September until December. And then after December, the mayor would consider paying me out the remainder of the term according to my retirement age. In that meeting, I indicated to them that, and MMC Finance specifically said, I undermined their authority as leadership of the ANC and they're in charge of council. I undermined their authority by taking the report direct to council. And in my response, I indicated that you guys frustrated me for 2 months, and this is a pressing matter. The subordinate in question is working in the office of the Chief of Police. And for us to protect the subordinate.
What if I could build my ideal hiring app with Base 44? Hiring is chaotic, resumes.
Council, and ensure that council satisfies itself and determine whether the Chief of Police should be put on precautionary suspension or the Chief of Police should be disciplined. The the meeting didn't end well, and I refused to take special leave. I indicated to the executive mayor that I'm retiring end of July, and I will not take any leave. I'm going to work, continue to work, but I agree with you that you need changes, and I will.
Dr. Mashazi, at a convenient point, perhaps not more than a sentence, can you please stop? We need to deal with something.
Okay.
Yeah. Can we stop at this point?
Agreed.
Or may we stop at this point?
Agreed, Chair.
All right. We'll come back when, maybe 5 minutes, give or take.
5 minutes. Thank you, Chair.
Please, we are begging you. Can you close this one, please? Can you close this one? Mr. Madlanga, we understand you're doing your jobs, guys, but please, this is out. Okay? We're done, yeah. Huh? Why are we dragging this thing? I really don't understand. Hey guys, it like we've been moving in cycles. Like, we know that the lady has done wrong. We know that we know now what was happening there. But this thing of rounding around, no wonder these commissions, they take long time. Oh, if it was me, I would have said, listen, I was going to talk to the evidence leader. Listen, I think we know what we have here and we can see what is happening. We will conclude on our own conclusions. But we are not going to waste time on, like, are you serious right now? For me, guys, I'm very sorry. But I will see you when we come back. Anyway, I want to see if I can fix something here. We're done for now. Mr. Madlanga is gone. We'll come back when they come back. Okay, let me do this.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. We're just about to resume. Thank you.
Dr. Mashadi, you were still speaking.
Perhaps to try and orientate you, Dr. Mashazi, you were talking about your own personal issues, I think, at the point we adjourned, where it was suggested to you that I think you go on special leave, and you indicated that you rejected that offer. So you may take the conversation from there.
Yeah, I'm trying to demonstrate that my challenges came when I wanted to suspend Chief of Police, and which was my responsibility as an accounting officer to bring to the attention of council. Nonetheless, the report went to council finally, and subsequent to that, council considered the report and deliberated upon the allegations. And the Chief of Police was, I wrote a letter to the Chief of Police for the intention to suspend him post-council resolution or post-council meeting. The annexures that are attached in terms of the council resolution, in terms of his suspension, he subsequently went to the Labour Court, to the bargaining council, to challenge his suspension. Unfortunately, the suspension was upheld by the bargaining council, and he continued to be on suspension. Then council requested that I report to council within 30 days in terms of the progress which we did, where council decided that he should be, during the council meeting of October, that the Chief of Police should be formally disciplined. That is the decision, and we have actually attached an annexure to support the notion that council did not authorize the accounting officer to discipline the Chief of Police. Is annexure IM 25. November, the Chief of Police, 18th of November, Chief of Police was issued with a notice to attend the disciplinary hearing. And that is where I end in terms of my response.
Thank you. You have annexed as annexure IM 26 to your statement. The charge sheet served on Mr. Mapieye regarding the sexual harassment allegations proffered against him. Is that correct?
We agreed that what was required was the council resolution, and we withdraw this. I'm not sure whether you still recall that you indicated that what was required was the actual council resolution, which were questionable, which were questioned by the Chief of Police. And we agreed that we no longer use this as an annex. Am I correct?
No.
Okay.
No, we are dealing.
Okay, let me withdraw.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine.
Let me withdraw.
No, I think what we agreed on is when we get to the charges proffered against Chief Mapieye, we will not mention the names of the ladies impacted. That's the agreement. But not that we are not dealing with your response and your allegations against Mr. Mapieye. And it is important that we do so because when you started your testimony, that's precisely where you started to complain about the predatory nature of Chief Mapieye over an extended course within the department. And in response,
If you're still typing your coding prompts, you're leaving performance on the table. You're prompting Cursor over 100 times a day.
articulate better or say more when we deal specifically with this question. So we are there. And you actually justified your references to Mr. Mapieye's unacceptable conduct in harassing female members. And you specifically made reference to his subsequent suspension from the 24th of September as validation of the claims that you make at your paragraph 50.1, where you say it has been widely reported to you that Chief Mapieye fathered multiple children with subordinates, sexual harassment, coercion, and rape. You remember there was a bit of engagement between yourself and the commissioners on those allegations, and specifically what you did. And you and I also had an engagement on that. And yesterday you said you will deal more with these issues to demonstrate that you took them seriously. Correct. That you subsequently suspended him and you initiated disciplinary proceedings. Correct. So what we've just dealt with now is the second half of that question, which basically sought to establish whether counsel had authorized. And you have demonstrated that counsel had duly authorized that firstly an investigation be undertaken, and secondly, having been persuaded, I won't say by you, but I would say by report to counsel, that the allegations were serious enough that they justified approval to initiate disciplinary processes, which you duly subsequently did. Are we still together thus far?
Correct.
So now we are at this part where we are looking at these charges. I take it because you suspended him, he reports to you, and based on his seniority, you kept yourself informed of the progress of that disciplinary process, did you? Well, not chapter and verse, but, in essence, he being your direct report, you would want to know progress because he can forever be on suspension. Yes. So did you keep an eye, quote unquote, on the matter in the manner that I have suggested? Correct. I'm going to share a quick file. It's an exhibit file of documents we have put together. It will be distributed shortly. These are documents pertaining to this very charge, these very charges that you speak of. And in particular, they will deal with the rape allegation that you spoke to at length yesterday that were leveled against Mr. Mapieye. So just a pile of documents, and I'll tell us where to go at which juncture, 1 for the witness and 3 for the commissioners, please. And that's the commission's exhibit bundle. So how do we mark it? Do we call it?
You should have been keeping the running exhibits list.
Let me just check. I am told that the next number is CJC 52 capital A.
CJC what?
CJC 52 capital A. I'm reliably informed.
Let's trust you on this.
I'm trusting Advocate Mutlasedi, and I see Commissioner Baloy also nodding in
So
agreement.
much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Now, you annex the charge sheet of about 12 counts, and that charge sheet you've marked I am 25. I apologize, 26. I am 26. And this deals with misconduct by Chief Mapieye, spanning a period of at least 13 years, from 2011 to 2023 or 2024 on my last count. Is that correct? Give or take a year?
Correct.
Is that a fair assessment?
Correct.
And where, yes, count one is said to have arisen on or about 2010 or 2011. That's count one. The last count, and they go sequentially, is I think count number 11 or 12 at page 113, and now the date there is the 29th of July 2024, and every other date in between, to give cumulatively about 12 charges, independent charges of sexual harassment and rape. Am I correct?
Correct.
Are you aware, and this is dated the 20th of November 2024, he having been suspended on the 25th of September 24?
Correct.
The document you have annexed also includes a notice to appear in a disciplinary hearing, and that appearance was scheduled for the 28th of November 2024.
Correct.
Do you confirm that that hearing was held on the scheduled date or soon thereafter? To your knowledge, was it held?
Can you repeat the question?
Was that hearing that was scheduled for the 28th of November 2024 proceeded with, was it held on that scheduled day? You don't know. Are you aware, and before we deal with this, I must place on record that Chief Mapieye was very much as he is aggrieved, rightly or wrongly, and that is not the issue really, he was very hesitant to deal with these matters. And that's why, hence the brevity in his statement, to mention purely that he was he was suspended, subjected to the process, and the process is ongoing. And the reason he advanced for the brevity is that he did not want to seem to be abusing this process, this commission, for labor matters that already are being addressed in an appropriate forum. That was his explanation. And he resisted and indeed did not go into detail about these matters. But now that you brought them to the fore, I think it's only appropriate that the fuller picture be provided, because I believe you don't provide as full and as truthful a picture as I believe you are able to, at most, or at the very least, you ought to be able to, because you were the city manager. So I propose to assist you in that regard. Are you aware that on the 23rd of January 2025, in the course of that hearing, the prosecutor against Mr. Mapieye filed an amended charge sheet, and that appears in the exhibit I've just given you at page 70. You want to satisfy yourself? And at page 70, there was a serious culling of the charges, and to reduce them from the original number of 1211, and I say 1211 because of how they are structured. It's supposed to be two charges, charge one having multiple counts, 11 counts, and then there is charge two separately. So, for ease of reference, let's call them 12 charges. When these were amended, if you read Annexure 7 of the Annexure 8 of the exhibit from 17, certain counts and the facts originally pleaded to support those counts have been culled and there's been a reduction. Would you have a difficulty with that proposal?
I will, Commissioner, because the issue of DC, it is handled by the Department of HR together with the attorneys. We appoint external attorneys, one, to prepare charges, two, to participate in the disciplinary process of a senior manager.
Yes. But you brought the charge sheet to this environment, to this forum. Mr. Mapie didn't. You brought it. And I'm saying if we are going to talk about charges leveled by the city of Ekurhuleni under your guidance against Chief Mapie, it's only fair that we deal with them in their entirety. Otherwise, we are treating Chief Mapie unfairly. Whether or not he's guilty of these charges is neither here nor there. It is how we treat him. You brought it, we deal with it. So, I don't know how you got hold of that charge sheet, but I accept. Somebody in the department will probably have shared it with you, and you shared it with the commission. Did they share with you the amendment of the 23rd of January 2025?
No.
They didn't. Did they share with you the amended charge sheet of 4th of June 2025, appearing at page 17 of the exhibit under tab 3?
No.
And I would like to invite you specifically to that amended charge sheet. This is the latest charge sheet, dated 4th June 2025. According to Chief Mapie in his statement at paragraph 113, he stated that the leading of evidence has concluded in this matter and heads of argument have been filed during October 2025. Argument is set down for 14 November 2025. So, by June, one would take it that significant evidence had been laid, because by October the same year, heads are being filed. And a set down for argument for the 14th of November is agreed upon. So if we go to the latest amended, and I would like to invite you to that document, page 17, please, under tab 4. 17, sorry.
Which document?
The exhibit, the one that just got distributed.
Oh, this one.
Yes. The tabs are marked.
This one.
They are numbered 1 to whatever.
And then the name is file 3.
Yes, file 3. File 3, you're correct.
For Dr. Mashaz.
Yes.
Okay, page 17, 17.
All right, let's take a step back perhaps for a second. Let's start at 23, because that's the one we dealt with. But here you are looking at the wrong file. So just to make sure. At page 23, under tab 5, it's a document that is headed amended charge sheet in respect of disciplinary hearing. And you can tell that this is between the Metro and Chief Mapie. Now, if you go to the first paragraph of that the heading below the tram lines, it reads, kindly take notice that the disciplinary hearing charge sheet that was served on you on 20th November 2024, and which hearing has now been confirmed and agreed between the municipality and your legal representative, the details, last sentence of that paragraph, is hereby amended in the respect set out below. Then the document itself reflects the amendment effected, the detail of which is not particularly necessary at this juncture. Okay? So then I invite you to page 70. Page 70 is another charge sheet in tram lines under tab 7. Oh, sorry, tab 8. In tram lines, it reads, final amended charge sheet in respect of disciplinary hearing incorporating the handwritten amendments to charges effected on 23/01/25. You see that?
Yes,
So that's a further amendment in January 2025.
correct.
But the most important one I'm interested in is the one at page 17 under tab 4, which is a further amendment. And once again, the heading of that one is final amended charge sheet in respect of disciplinary hearing dated 4th June 2025. So earlier when I said to you that the original charge sheet is the 20th of November, then it goes through various iterations and amendments, with the last one being the one dated the 4th of June 25 at page 17. Now I want to invite you to consider page 19 of that document. You can look at 18, there is charge 1. At 19, from paragraph 4, it sets out the charge. And that is in relation to events that, according to this charge, arose on or about 2011. It's got some subs, so it's a one charge. And then it has a new heading, nature and an impact of the conduct aforesaid. Then overleaf, it's a space for signature. So between the 20th of November, where the prosecutor started with 12 charges spanning a period of 13 years, you accept that by the 4th of June, that charge sheet had been significantly amended to retain one charge of events arising from 2011. If you cast your eye on that charge,
page 90.
Page 19, yes.
90.
19.
Which document?
19.
19.
Yes.
Maybe
19.
19. Okay, charge.
Okay. Yes. Where if it starts at 17. That's the final amended charge sheet dated 4th of July 2025. And the detail of the charge remaining is at page 19. And if you look at item 4 there, it gives the detail of the conduct complained of. The only point I seek to make there is that it arose from 2011, or in some date in 2011. Do you see that?
I'm sure we're not using the same document.
It's the last document you were referred to. You asked what document Advocate Senzo was referring you to. She told you it's that last document. She has not changed. She has not changed.
What page are you?
Outsurance beat the rest of the market with a premium of just 1,613 Rand a month for Neo's BMW X3.
Paragraph 4 at the top.
Yes, I do have.
Yeah. So the charge Advocate Senzo is referring to paragraph 4 and the subparagraphs and subparagraphs under 4.
Thanks.
Okay. Yeah. So if you go back then just to orientate you, you'll see at page 18, it's got a heading before item 3 that says charge 1. And the detail of that charge is what's set out at item 4, page 19, and this relates to events arising in 2011.
Correct.
When you look at that charge, you confirm that it does not involve allegations of rape.
Allegations of?
Rape.
Yes.
This charge.
Can I explain?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Rape, I indicated that rape was reported this year, July. And these charges were actually drawn in 2024, post the suspension.
If your statement at paragraph 144, No, I'm looking for your rape claim specifically.
50.1. Is it 50.1?
Yeah, we can have that one, but in the list of charges brought against Mr. Mapie, one of them was a charge of rape. And that you will find in your annexure, I am 26 at page 102. And that is count 8.
Senzo, page 26, paragraph 163. It seems to me that you and the witness are on the same page because in her statement, she only lists one charge. She says, I'm advised that Chief Mapie currently has the following charge and count against him, and that is the count, and it's one count on 163. And then where the two of you maybe are losing each other was the witness's last answer where she says the allegation of rape was only made in 2025. So when the charge sheet you're referring to was drafted, it doesn't include that because this is now 165 in the statement. So I think that's where the two of you were. And
Perhaps, and I accept that. And I think the misstep was caused by the fact that the original statement had quoted all the charges in their entirety. The signed statement, which is the updated statement from yesterday, there is an indication that only one charge remains. But that's a charge of 2011, right? And if we go back to your annexure, I am 26. I just want us to agree on record at page 102 that the charge of rape was count 8 and related to an incident of October 2023. You're looking at me, another document.
Yes, I'm looking at you. We've agreed yesterday.
Okay, so you accept that that charge was withdrawn?
Yeah, we accepted that. We are going to concentrate on the amended charges. Can we talk to the amended charges?
There's only one charge left. I
Yes,
want us
can
to
we
agree that the rape charge that you spoke so much of yesterday was in fact in this process withdrawn, and that's charge 8. And I'm reading from your annexure. Yes. So it was withdrawn, except you omitted to draw to the attention of the commissioners yesterday that the rape charge that you spoke so often about was in fact withdrawn.
And
Now-
I indicated that the victim should be afforded an opportunity to come and speak for herself, which she agreed.
And I think that is
About
correct.
the rape and the case.
That is
And I'm
correct,
not going to talk about it because I was not there.
Then you simply shouldn't have brought it to this commission if you can't talk about these things. It's only appropriate that you shouldn't have. But you did. And you spent time on your paragraph 50.1, where you unpack these issues.
And I supported my statement by saying I will request that the victim should come and respond for herself. I
Well,
remember vividly that I supported and qualified my statement when I made these allegations that the victim will therefore come and speak for herself.
Okay, perhaps I'll stop it there. You brought up these issues, and I submit. For your own, and forgive me if my choice of words is not right, ulterior purposes. And when you are confronted with them and you are asked to clarify, then your response that the victim must come. This commission is not interested in subjecting victims to secondary abuse, which appears to be a solution to the problem as far as you're concerned. If you couldn't speak to them as a city manager, a person of your seniority, involving junior members in the force, you ought to have applied better judgment before you drag their names before this commission. And when you can't answer the questions further, you then say they must come themselves and speak to these issues. They never invited themselves here. And why should the commissioners do? That's highly responsible of you, Dr. Mashazi.
Can I remind you that in terms of the invite to this commission, I was afforded an opportunity to call any witness if I want to. And I have chosen to call this witness to come and testify on the issues that I've raised, especially the issue around rape and the issue around harassment.
But
unless I was limited not to invite certain witnesses.
You ask witnesses to be called to speak on your behalf. An allegation of rape by a junior member in the force has got nothing to do with you. And that witness can't come and testify to that issue because you did not suffer that indignity. So you misunderstood the rule because clearly you understood it to mean you will throw mud at everybody, and if it doesn't stick, you will get a witness drag some witness out of a hole to present them before this commission so that your personal objectives are met. That's not what the rule intended. It intended for you to be able to call witnesses in your defense. These issues have got nothing to do with your defense. Perhaps that's what your program does. You used a junior's misfortune for your own purposes before this commission. It's sad enough. I don't want to engage on it. And I think as we leave here today, you should really go reflect and engage with this poor lady and stop using her or attempting to use her, because we will not permit you to use her in this environment. But that please don't try and use her for these purposes. Thank you.
Okay, can I pose a question? That chief of police was allowed to call Tipa as a witness, and I'm not allowed to call anyone to collaborate with my story. It is unfortunate. I accept it. I do not want to change the rule of the commission, but it is unfair on my part if I am limited in terms of choosing the kind of witness that I want to choose. And she was prepared to come and respond because there was allegation here in terms of Chief's assertion, the file that you gave me from Chief, that she accepted that she has actually withdrawn the case. And it is important for the commission to actually listen to a side of the story, irrespective of how your understanding is in terms of me using a junior to come and collaborate with my story. And I want to actually indicate that the four who came and made allegations against me, it took them a year to actually prepare those testimony. They prepared over a year, and I was only allowed to prepare for 2 days to create my own statement. And I am allowed now to respond to these allegations that were made against me in 2 days.
Dr. Mashazi, let me just correct one error. You say Mr. Mapie, Chief Mapie was allowed to call Ms. Tipa as a witness, and you then ask, why aren't you allowed to call a witness? Here's the error you are making. Ms. Tipa was not called by Chief Mapie. She was called by the evidence leaders on behalf of the commission. And the fact that we allowed her testimony to be led is because we found that her evidence is relevant to the terms of reference. So just to disabuse your mind on the idea that she was called by Chief Mapie, she was not.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioners, unless Dr. Mashazi would like to add anything, or commissioners have questions to Dr. Mashazi, that is the testimony of Dr. Mashazi before this commission. Thank you.
You guys, you're putting us through.
Dr. Mashazi, on this topic that you've been discussing with Ms. Sello, you have attached, you've given us as part of your documents, IM 28, if you go to your annexures, which is a letter from your attorneys to the commission, but maybe even before I I raise with you what I want to raise about this. Let me first, maybe just to clear what I think may be a misconception from what you have repeatedly said from yesterday, about the opportunity that you've had to prepare. Your attorneys wrote to the commission on the 14th of November. That's according to your bundle. You've given us a letter on the 14th of November. And you find that at page 10 of your bundle. And in that page 10 of your bundle, your attorneys say that emanating, and I quote, emanating from the evidence submitted at the commission for the past few days that affects her in her erstwhile position and personality, that she be provided with statements and transcripts wherein reference is mentioned about her in order for her rebuttal of same in an affidavit substantiated with documentary evidence. So already on the 14th of November, you were aware that allegations have been made against you at that point. So you didn't become aware of what is being alleged against you only on the 25th or last week. As of the 14th, you offered, you want to come to the commission, and I think that's what you said yesterday. You said you want to come, and it's because you had become aware of allegations being made. I'm correct, right? On the 14th, yes.
Correct.
I just wanted to make the simple point that as at the 14th of November, you, from whether media or wherever, you had become aware that things are being alleged against you and you wanted to respond to them.
Yes, I became aware on the 14th.
Yes.
But in terms of their testimony, what is important is the relevancy of their testimony to my response. Whatever is said in the media cannot be used as a response, or I cannot use it to actually respond to the commission. I can only respond to the commission with the testimony that was presented in the commission, which I received on the 25th of November.
I accept that. I was simply making that simple point, and maybe to add to it that on the website we do have the transcript and documents. But that's not the important part of what I want to raise with you. In your IM 28, which is a letter from your attorneys, the later attorneys after you changed, you explained yesterday why you changed attorneys. You have attached medical reports of two people who make the allegations against Chief Mapie. I'm concerned why these documents are being placed before us. Did you get permission to disclose medical reports of these two people from them? They are dated, well, maybe I should ask an anterior question. The one is dated the August 2024, and this is the person that is referred to in the charge sheet. You've agreed that you won't disclose their name, and I won't either. But that's in August 2024. And then the next one at page 132 is a different person that you haven't mentioned in your statement, and they are not in the charge sheet. They're not mentioned in the charge sheet. It's at 132, and that too is a report in August 2024. That's your IM 28. And both of them are medical reports. How did you get hold of these documents?
I got them from the victim.
They gave them to you?
Yes.
When they came to you?
They gave me the report when, I think during the week as we're preparing.
So you are already out of the municipality when they give you these documents?
Yes.
Okay. And did they know that you were going to disclose them to the commission?
They're aware, she's aware.
Okay. So they gave you permission that these can be publicized because our records go onto our website. And this is highly confidential material, as you would know, medical reports. There's confidentiality obligations. You have served them before us. What are we to do with this when we upload our documents onto the website? Do you have permission to disclose these publicly as you've now done?
Yes, she gave me permission, and she also indicated that she wants to come and testify. Hence,
Yes.
I've actually included the documents.
No, we have your word so far. As far as I'm aware, they haven't approached the commission. So I'm not having that I'm not debating that with you. Maybe they did say that to you. I'm just concerned about how are we expected as a commission to deal with these documents. And if you are saying to us that you have permission that these can be part of our public record, I would ask, it should come from the chairperson, but because I'm raising the issue with you, I would like to see it in an affidavit from you that you have permission and that it is confirmed by these two individuals that this can be part of a public record.
Correct. I'll go back to her because she requested to be part of this when she gave me the documents.
Okay.
For the fact that I sourced the documents from her, it means she's prepared to come before the commission and talk to the documents.
I just want to be sure. I think the commission will be happier having authorization from the owner of these documents that they should be published. And if we don't have that authorization, we probably would have to consider expunging it from our record.
Thank you.
Here's what could happen if you don't have a will.
It's done.
1.
You see?
Your estate is
That is how
distributed
it's
by
done.
South
You don't
African
just
law.
Do things.
Attorney wanted to say something. I don't want to shut him down. Okay, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Musa.
Yes, Chair. Commissioners, very briefly, I think with matters that are so sensitive, it would be more appropriate to obtain an affidavit from the victim herself, just to protect all parties. And that is the one point I wanted to raise. The second point being the aspects dealt with under question 13 are not entirely aspects introduced by Dr. Moshazi out of free will to advance her own personal ulterior motives, but on invitation by the evidence leader under point 13 to deal with the aspects of the charge sheet, the notice of suspension. And, I'm tempted many times throughout the last 2 days to intervene, but obviously it's not the platform to do so. But I do feel the last part was a bit of an unfair character attack on Dr. Moshazi in the sense that she didn't come voluntarily and produce a charge sheet, the notice of suspension, etc. She was asked to obtain information by the evidence leader, which she did. And the one she does fully comply and obtain as much information as she can, she sort of wrapped around her. So it was just 2 points that, if I don't mention it, doesn't sit well with me. The first one I think is more critical, but the second point is something my learned colleague Peter indicated to me, that they're asking us to do it, we do it, and this is what comes of it. So apologies for overstepping, but it was just 2 things that I think, and it's the last 2 things I say in passing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Musa. Thank you. Do we leave it at that?
Yes, except maybe to say, is it possible to give Dr. Mashazi and Mr. Musa an opportunity to consider the issues raised by Commissioner Baloyi and to determine the necessity of filing the affidavit vis-a-vis expungement of those documents, regard being heard to the testimony of Dr. Mashazi? So let them make the call. And then
The evidence leaders and the legal representatives will come back to us on that. Thank you very much. Dr. Mashazi, anything to say perhaps in conclusion?
Yeah, I want to take this opportunity to thank the Commission for allowing me to state my side of the story. And I want to truly apologize if yesterday I came across as being restless or not in compliance with your rules. The Commission would understand that this is my first appearance, especially in a sort of a court of law where you are cross-examined. And I did not expect this, to be honest, that I'm going to be cross-examined. I thought I'm going to be asked questions to clarify and give evidence to assist the Commission to make a recommendation to the President. But unfortunately, the cross-examination actually took me out of my character. And at some point, especially the first session in the morning, I was not sort of like in compliant with your rules, and I truly apologize.
Off, ma'am. Off.
Is my apology accepted?
Speaking for myself, yes. I'm saying speaking for myself, yes, I cannot speak for the chair.
Thanks.
Dr. Mashaldi, thank you very much. Oh, I did not hear that part. I was whispering to my colleague, Commissioner Valoy. Dr. Mashaldi, we understand the pressure. I've never had to sit in the witness box, so I can imagine the pressure you were in. Apology accepted.
Thank you.
Let's adjourn and come back at 2:30. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Very interesting. Eh? Very interesting. Very interesting. She's relieved the way she is. She's relieved. I'm telling you, she's relieved, Baba. This thing is tiring, bro. Yeah. Even you who's watching, like, you get tired. You can feel the heat, Baba. Hey, but Icon, the way she was doing her work, man. It was questionable. I'm very sorry. The way she was doing her work, it was questionable. It was questionable. Anyway, we will see. Mr. Mchunu is coming. We are not going anywhere. We are sitting here. Mr. Mchunu will be here. Mr. Mchunu will be here. Right, let's do this firstly. 2:30, it's fine. So let's default this. Sam Wilson.
The House Chairperson.
There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer meditation. Please be seated. The first item on the order paper is the statement by the Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities on creating strategic multi-sectoral partnerships for a disability-inclusive society. I now invite to the podium the Honourable Minister.
Honorable House Chair, honorable members, fellow South Africans, especially the women, youth and persons with disabilities. Let me begin by appreciating that the National Assembly has placed this matter before this august House for debate. Chris Hani once reminded us that what we need is not slogans, but real unity. Under the theme, Disability Inclusion, creating strategic multi-sectoral partnerships for a disability-inclusive society, I rise to implore on us as a nation to reach for that unity of purpose in the inclusion of persons with disabilities. Every year, Disability Rights Awareness Month runs from the 3rd of November to the 3rd of December, culminating in the International Day of Persons with Disabilities on the 3rd of December, that is tomorrow. This is a period in which our nation must honestly ask itself, are persons with disabilities able to enjoy the rights we have promised all South Africans, and we are removing the barriers that prevent full participation? My responsibility in this ministerial statement is focused on reporting on progress since the last 2024 Disability Rights Awareness Month, to identify the gaps that continue to undermine inclusion, and to outline how partnerships, global, national, and local, are being used to build a South Africa that is genuinely disability inclusive. Across the world, more than 1 billion people live with disabilities. In South Africa, current estimates place disability prevalence at around 3.3 million people. However, we know that this is underreported, especially in rural areas and among children. Behind these numbers are daily realities as children with disabilities are unable to access early learning or complete school. Young people and adults with disabilities are overrepresented among the unemployed, even when qualified. And persons with disabilities are facing heightened risk of violence and abuse. Therefore, our disability and gender-based violence and femicide responses must reinforce one another. These realities confront our constitutional promise of equality and remind us that full participation for persons with disabilities demands collective responsibility. No single department, no single province, no single NGO, no family, no parliament itself, or even judiciary or the executive can deliver it alone. The systems that shape daily life must move with shared purpose. Experience here and abroad shows that we advance fastest when government, business, academia, and civil society work to a common data-driven agenda with public institutions planning and budgeting together, businesses changing how they recruit and procure, universities driving innovation, and organizations of persons with disabilities leading and holding us all to account. Honorable members, unlike on women, labor, or finance, there is still no dedicated G20 working group on disability. But for the first time in the history of the G20, South Africa has begun the process to change that. The United Kingdom, out of our own initiative, has committed to take this work forward during its presidency. In parallel, organizations of persons with disabilities and civil society convened the Disability 20, that is the D20 Summit, whose disability inclusion call to action we welcome and support. Honorable Speaker and Honorable House Chair, we're clear that we would not preside over this G20 presidency and live with nothing to show for persons with disabilities. That is why, as part of our chairship of the G20 Empowerment of Women Working Group, we committed to the Disability Inclusion NEV Center, a legacy project that will strengthen evidence, coordination, and accountability across the disability sector. The NEV Center is being designed with organizations of persons with disabilities in line with the principle of nothing about us without us, supported by the European House Ambrosetti, an international institute specializing in observatories and the sidelines of the G20 ministerial meeting. We also secured 2.5 million in seed funding for the Disability Inclusion NEV Center from the All China Women's Federation and received strong expressions of support from International Disability Alliance, an early but important sign that global solidarity is backing South Africa's disability work. Domestically, the University of Cape Town and several private sector institutions have indicated clear interest in supporting the center's research, data, and innovation work. We call on all departments and public entities to back this initiative so that the NEV Center becomes a true engine of coordinated disability inclusion across the state. Fellow South Africans, the Support Employment Enterprise factories housed in the Department of Employment and Labor create sustainable jobs for persons with disabilities through factories that produce school uniform, hospital linen, pajamas, uniforms, and office furnishings. Following our oversight visit to Pretoria factory with Deputy Minister Shabalala, Ministers of Labor and National Treasury, is procurement requirements, allowing departments and provinces to buy directly from these companies. At the launch of Disability Rights Awareness Month in Kimberley this year on the 3rd of November, Premier Zamani Sol committed the Northern Cape to significantly increasing its orders, including 5,000 school desks for the coming school year. If all 8 provinces and public entities replicate this approach, we could create more than 3,000 additional jobs for persons with disabilities. Work is also underway to expand the SEA's footprint, including ongoing efforts to establish a facility in Mpumalanga, the only province without the SEA's factory. As government, through the National Development Plan, we have set a 7% target for the employment of persons with disabilities by 2030, with annual milestones that should bring departments steadily closer to the goal. By this year, the public service should be at 4%, but progress is uneven, and we hope that Parliament will also do the same. We have therefore engaged the Minister for the Public Service and Administration, and a ministerial directive will be issued to enforce annual targets, strengthen reporting, and ensure recruitment processes that actively open opportunities for persons with disabilities. This effort extends to public entities and boards, where departments are expected to increase meaningful representation and draw on the skills and leadership of persons with disabilities. We therefore call on qualified persons with disabilities to apply for vacancies across government as we hardwire inclusion into the public service, and when we also call on the private sector to do the same, employing persons with disabilities at least at a target of 4% for this year. Working with the Minister of Electricity, efforts are also underway to ensure that all special schools are fully electrified, with a strong emphasis on solar power, so that learning is not disrupted by any eventualities. Alongside the review of white paper fixed on.
We are waiting for Mchunu. 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 Stay tuned. Please hit the like button. Hit the like button. Mchunu is coming. Senzo
Inclusive
Mchunu.
education, we have conducted qualitative research on special schools, profiling 120 of them across all 9 provinces with the intention of matching them with corporate sponsors through their CSI's partnerships, so that no child with a disability is excluded from learning because of access and infrastructure. The study also that we're speaking about makes findings and recommendations for implementation. Honorable House Chair, alongside these programs, we have commissioned research on how climate change and disaster affects persons with disabilities. And this evidence is guiding our work on resilient, accessible infrastructure and emergency responses. We are finalizing the Disability Rights Bill, incorporating public input so it can return to the legislative pipeline as a single instrument for driving disability inclusion across the state. The bill enforces the pillars of the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities, as well as the convention. We're also re-establishing the Presidential Working Group on Disability to improve high-level coordination with organizations of persons with disabilities, while standardizing implementation tools across the public service, including universal design and access plans, the Reasonable Accommodation Fund to support recruitment and retention of employees with disabilities, and improved reporting. We're also working with sister departments on accessible ICTs, emerging technologies, and artificial intelligence to ensure these advances expand rather than restrict rights. Taken together, these measures I've mentioned aim to embed disability inclusion in law, in institutions, and daily practices, not leaving it to goodwill or to who holds office. Honorable House Chair, as I close, allow me to remind this House of lessons from our own recent history. 2 decades ago, South Africa faced one of the world's most severe HIV and AIDS epidemics. Our infection rates were among the highest globally, yet when government, scientists, activists, faith communities, businesses, and arts pulled together, we changed the course of that epidemic. Millions of our people are alive today because of that unity of purpose. That is the spirit we now need to build a disability-inclusive society. Just as we show Soul City, the movie yesterday, and countless artists helped shift public understanding of HIV, we know that social mobilization, culture, and narrative change are powerful tools for transforming attitudes towards disability, dismantling stigma, and building communities where inclusion is instinctive, not an afterthought. This is why in our 2025 16 Days of Activism campaign, launched under the theme Litsima, Working Together, we placed artists, media, filmmakers, and storytellers at the center. They in return displayed patriotism and commitment to using their platform to confront gender-based violence and femicide, and to amplify the voices of survivors, as well as those of persons with disabilities, doing work that no secular directive or policy speech, for that matter, can do alone. Honorable members, the same collective effort is required now. The initiatives I've outlined today and the many that exist across public and private sectors will only succeed if every part of society pulls in the same direction, with coordinated action, consistent accountability, and public mobilization that rejects stigma, exclusion, and discrimination in all their forms. As President O.R. Tambo reminded us, it is our responsibility to break down barriers of division and create a country where everyone feels included. Let us break down every barrier of exclusion and build a South Africa where all belongs and the persons with disabilities are accommodated and included. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The next speaker is the Honourable Mchunu.
Somlomo ohloniphekile amalunga ahloniphekile muzi wonke waseningizimu Afrika ezingafezeki. Abakhubazekile badinga uhulumeni ozobeka izidingo zabo phambili nsuku zonke. Uhulumeni osebenzayo oqinisa imithetho futhi onikeza imiphumela eletha ushintsho ezimpilweni zabo. Kuyihlazo elikhulu ukuthi abantu abakhubazekile kulelizwe are being failed by uhulumeni wabo abebemthembile nobathembisile kodwa wangafeza izithembiso zakhe. Somlomo ohloniphekile sekuyiminyaka ngeminyaka sizwa izethembiso mayelana nokubambisana phakathi kwezinhlaka ezahlukene. Kodwa isikhathi sesiside kakhulu abantu abakhubazekile bephathwa kabuhlungu akukho usizo abalunikezwayo benziwa izihloko zezinkulumo kuxoxwe ngabo kukitazwe imphakathi kube ngathi lukhulu oqatshangwayo ngabo ngalabo abakhubazekile kanti lutho kubukiswa ngabantu behluphekile. Kukhulunywa ngokubambisana kodwa izingane ezikhubazekile zisavalelwe ngaphandle kuma ECD centers ngoba othisha abaqeqeshiwe. Izikole zabakhubazekile zincane kakhulu kuyafana nokuthi azikho. Kunezingane eziphoqeleka ukulinda emakhaya for ukuthola izikhala ezikoleni. Ezokuthutha ziyihlazo nsuku zonke. Amabhasi amatekisi awakwazi ukwamukela abantu abakhubazekile ngendlela efanele ngoba azilungele ukugibelisa abakhubazekile. Ema-clinics naseyibhedlela nakuma police stations kunzima ukuxhumana kwabakhubazekile ngoba akukho ngisho abahumushayo ngolimi lwezandla. Abakhubazekile bantula imisebenzi bayayekelwa nje bangaqashwa hayi ngoba benganawo amakhono kodwa kungenxa yobandlululo oqhubekayo kanye nokungaqiniswa kwemigomo uhulumeni. Ukuntuleka kwemisebenzi kubantu abakhubazekile kungaphezulu kakhulu kwesilinganiso sikazwelonke. This is not accidental, it is systemic exclusion. We cannot fight unemployment while excluding persons with disabilities. Kunomnyango othunyiwe ukuba uvikele amalungelo abantu abakhubazekile usuvele waphenduka indawo yokubhalana nama reports inkulumo ezingapheli imihlangano yansuku zonke ukuhamba izinkomfa ezingenamphumela kuchithwe imali okungabe ifaka ekusizeni abantu abakhubazekile. How do we speak of strategic partnerships when izinhlangano zabantu abakhubazekile zithola uxhaso namuhla kusasa alisekho? Baphile kanjani abakhubazekile bencikiselwa kangaka? Izinto ezibalekile zokuhlangabezana nezidingo zabakhubazekile azikho. Uma kumele baye ezibhedlela bahamba kanzima, izinsiza njengama wheelchairs, walkers abanawo. Abanye ubabona bethwelwe ngezingubo, abanye beqhutshwa nangamabhala belethwa ema-clinics. Omama uthole beme online abade nezingane ezikhubazekile zibelethiwe emhlane. Lo hulumeni ubhizi usitshela ukuthi uhulumeni onakekelayo hayibo kuphi khona. This is not a partnership problem, but a leadership failure. Partnership must go beyond government boardrooms. No policy should ever be made for persons with disabilities without persons with disabilities at the center. Abantu abakhubazekile kumele bahlale nabo etafuleni lapho kuhlelwa khona uhlahlo lwabiwo mali kazwelonke. Kumele kube yibo abahola futhi ama programs abo athinta impilo zabo, not izimenywa nezethameli zemicimbi. This is not a favor, it is a constitutional right. Umkhonto wesizwe party uletha imfuno eziphuthumayo eziqhamuka kubo abakhubazekile uqobo across the country asiqageli. Abakhubazekile bayahlala iminyaka eminingi belinda usizo lwama wheelchairs, ama walkers, hearing aids, iminyaka yonke bayabhaliswa ukuba badingani kodwa kufiki lutho kubo. We demand a national audit, immediate procurement reforms, strict delivery timelines. A wheelchair is not a luxury, it is a mobility, independence and dignity.
Abantu abakhubazekile abanika imfundo esezingeni elifanele. Education is not a privilege, it's a right. Akube compulsory ukuthi othisha baqeqeshelwe ukuthi baqeqeshwe ukuze abakhubazekile bafundiswe ngendlela efanele. Umkhonto wesizwe party demands ukuthi wonke ama departments angafuna ukuqasha abakhubazekile awavezwe obala name and shame. Kungaqini ngo name and shame, but akube khona isijezi sesiqinile ngesenzo esimba abasenza sokucwasa. Honorable Speaker, uhulumeni angeke azibize uhulumeni onakekelayo uma eqhubeka nokushiya abantu abakhubazekile ngemuva. As umkhonto wesizwe party, we stand firmly with the persons with disabilities. We demand a state that respects, protects, and fulfills their rights. Not tomorrow, not next year, but today. Until that day comes, we will not rest. Ngeke sithule sivumele ukunganakekelwa kwabakhubazekile, and we will not apologize for telling the truth. Ma-Africans, South Africans amahle, umkhonto wesizwe party ufikile, futhi ugalelekile. Bonke ubqopholelo kahulumeni ngayo sizobaveza obala, futhi bazobanjwa one by one, bazoyithatha inyani.
The next speaker is the Honorable Kanyile.
Honorable Chair, I rise today not only to speak, but to demand action. For far too long, persons with disabilities in South Africa have been spoken about, referenced in policy, included in speeches, yet excluded in practice. We must confront the truth. Disability inclusion is still treated as an afterthought and nice to have, a footnote in our national development agenda. This remains unacceptable for a constitutional democracy committed to dignity, equality, and human rights. According to the latest official figures, over 2.5 million South Africans, around 7.5% of our population, live with disabilities. These are our children, our elders, our colleagues, our neighbors, our fellow citizens. Yet their experience remains one of the lowest access, highest exclusion, and deepest marginalization. This is a national crisis that demands coordinated, multi-sectoral partnerships for fragmented, inconsistent, and monitored interventions. The 15th Commission for Employment Equity Annual Report 2014-15 indicates that employed persons with disabilities are below 1%. While between 2015-2020, only 1.2% of persons with disabilities were formally employed. In the current financial year, 0.95% of persons with disabilities were employed in the public sector, with only 1.2% of employees with disabilities in private sector. This is a clear demonstration that all sectors failed to meet their 2% equity target. The current equity target has been set to 7%. Why has this target been increased when even the government is failing to meet its own 2% target? Honorable Minister, ngo-May 2025, ubula endlini udeliver istatement ngayo i-issue yabantu abakhubazekile. Ake uchazele umphakathi onokukhubazeka ukuthi kusukela ngaleso sikhathi kuze ukube yinamhlanje imuphi umehluko umnyango wakho owenzile ezimpilweni zabo ukuqinisekisa ukuthi bayawathola amathuba omsebenzi abaqeqeshelwe wona futhi abaqashwa nje baphonswe noma ngabe ikuphi ngoba kuqedwa icala. Minister, your lofty overseas trips that have been packaged as working visits and study tours have promised to usher in grand disability and GPV strategies, yet we await tangible implementation and results. If anything, your extravagant travel has been more of a wasteful expenditure trip and an insult to persons with disabilities. Honorable members, in 2023, this parliament took a historic step by recognizing South African Sign Language as the 12th official language of the Republic. A milestone, a moment of pride, a moment of hope for deaf community. 2 years later, what has changed for deaf South Africans? Let us be brutally honest, very little. Most government departments still do not have sign language interpreters, not in service offices, not in clinics and hospitals, not in police stations and courts, not in community meetings and outreach programs, not in government communications, not in Parliament Portfolio Committee meetings, not in Madlanga Commission, and absolutely not in ad hoc committee. This is not just failure to implement, this is neglect. As a country, we cannot claim to recognize sign language while deaf South Africans still cannot access justice, healthcare, education, or public information in their own language. Honorable Chair, allow me to share something deeply personal. My own mother has a hearing and speech impairment. I have witnessed in my own home throughout my life the barriers she faces, the misunderstandings, the exclusion, the lack of interpreters, and the frustration of being unable to access simple information or services because communication was not made accessible. Her experience is not unique. It is the daily reality of millions. And because of her, this fight is not abstract for me. It is personal. It is lived and it is urgent. No South African should struggle to access their rights simply because we have failed to implement what we promised. Honorable members, the very portfolio tasked with advancing the rights of persons with disabilities lacks a credible monitoring and evaluation to track departmental compliance, accessibility of services, budget allocations, sign language rollout, and implementation of disability-inclusive policies. Without monitoring, there is no measurement. And without measurement, there is no intervention. Without intervention, there is no progress. This leaves disability inclusion accounted for, unmonitored, unsupported. This is not oversight, that is failure. We must correct it immediately. Persons with disabilities must not be treated as an afterthought. Policy language has become polished but remains poor in implementation. Let me repeat this for all of us in this house. Persons with disabilities are not by the way. They are not optional. They are not charity cases. They are not burdens. They are equal citizens of this country with equal rights, equal value, and equal claim to opportunity. Honorable Chair, honorable members, South Africans with disabilities have waited long enough. Now we need and deserve action. Let us write a new chapter where South African Sign Language is not only recognized on paper, but implemented in practice. A chapter where disability inclusion is not charity, but justice. A chapter where every department delivers services accessible to all. A chapter where persons with disabilities are empowered, respected, and valued, not as an afterthought, but as equals in this democracy. The measure of any nation is how it treats its most vulnerable. Let us prove through our actions, not our words, that South Africa treat all its people with dignity. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Sikwambana.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair, fighters and fellow South Africans. The economic freedom fighters rise to declare with absolute clarity that the struggle for the true freedom remains incomplete as long as persons with disability continue to be excluded, marginalized, and denied meaningful participation in our society. We know the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities call for the strengthened disability inclusion across all sectors. And we, as the EFF, intensify and amplify that call. We assert that persons with disability must be included not symbolically, not as an afterthought, but meaningful in policy development, in planning, in budgeting, and in program implementation. This is not merely a constitutional obligation. It's a moral duty. It is a national responsibility. It is a cornerstone of South Africa's transformation and development agenda. Yet, this reality is the persons with disability remains the bottom of the socio-economic power. They remain the most vulnerable to violence, to poverty, to unemployment, and to the exclusion. This is not because they are incapable. It is because the society has failed them. The government has failed them. Policy implementation has failed them. And political
Ms. Senzo,
Yes, yes, Chair.
why the change of position?
I'm following my leader.
Because there I am, I'm looking there.
I know. This is a preference my leader has, so I'll have to follow her lead.
Thank you. Yes.
Afternoon, before
Yes, yes.
we turn to that afternoon, Chair, for purposes of the record, I understand Brigadier Majeng was committed or subpoenaed for today. I am informed that he has filed his statement. It's a she, right? She has filed her statement and is released from appearing. We propose that she be released from appearing today, and she will be given a new date on which to appear. So if the commissioners could approve that.
Obviously in the new year then, or not?
In the new year,
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you.
Secondly, we this afternoon start with the testimony of Minister Senzo Mchunu. Before we get into that, it is necessary that I place some issues on record and request that the commissioners approve the approach we are adopting. Due to changes that we had to effect to our programming, the result is we are starting with Minister Mchunu this afternoon. But we already have a witness under subpoena for tomorrow. And we have engaged with Minister Mchunu and his legal representatives. And the agreement is as follows. Minister Mchunu will start this afternoon. And in the course of the afternoon, he will give evidence, his version of the issues, uninterrupted and unquestioned in large part by the evidence leaders. He will be testifying in this session of the commission strictly on matters pertaining to the PKTT. So when he does eventually address the commissioners, it will be on the PKTT. He has submitted a statement, and it's expected that to a large extent, it will follow what he has in the statement. But today, we shall not be engaged by the evidence leaders. He then has to come back for the second day. But because of this witness that is already under subpoena for tomorrow, we have...
If you're an estate agent in Johannesburg and you're waiting on your commission, I know the feeling.
That after today, he stand down to Thursday. So we'll interpose his testimony by bringing the other witness tomorrow, which is an EMPD-related witness. We believe that it can work and it shouldn't necessarily cause confusion, because we hope that Minister Mchunu would have finished with putting forward his version of events when he addresses the question of PKTT, so that when we reconvene on the Thursday coming, then the engagement with the evidence leaders starts. If that accords with the commissioners, we propose that we approach the testimony in that manner.
And by engagement, you mean pointed questions?
Pointed questions by evidence leaders. As I say, today we will resist engaging him pointedly on these matters and to give him the opportunity to put forward his version on the matter. And I emphasize by the evidence leaders, because it is not my place to dictate to the commissioners how they deal with that. I thought just to share what the thinking is and where in the commission's hands insofar as that is concerned.
You say the pointed questions will start on Thursday, and my sense is that you are saying in the morning on Thursday.
In the morning, so we expect on Thursday to run the normal day.
So that means you are hoping that the evidence today on the PKTT will be completed. Is that the idea? I've seen, my experience here is that for a whole day, we take only about 12 pages of a statement. So unless you tell me that the minister's statement on the PKTT is around 12 pages, and that's the whole day, by the way. Now we have only the afternoon. So
Chair, in discussion with Minister Mchunu and his legal representatives, I put it no higher than to say it is a hope.
It is a hope.
And to the extent that it is impossible to achieve, we will then have to contend with a rollover to Thursday, hopefully morning, to allow for a proper engagement thereafter.
Thank you.
And I'm not in a position to give any guarantees beyond that.
I understand perfectly.
Thank you, Chair.
I understand perfectly.
On that score, Minister Mchunu is represented by Advocate Ngukaitobi SC, instructed by Mr. Sandile July of Worksmans. And if we may invite Advocate Ngukaitobi to place himself and his team on record. Thank you, Chair.
Please. Good afternoon, Mr. Ngukaitobi.
Good afternoon, Chair. Thank you for the attention, and your fellow commissioners, I greet them as well. My name is Tembeka Ngukaitobi. I am acting on behalf of Mr. Senzo Mchunu, the current Minister of Police. My juniors are Advocate Natalie Kezibutelezi and an advocate who is known to one of your commissioners, Advocate Mahotso Lengane. We are instructed by Mr. Sandile July from Worksmans.
Thank you, Mr. Ngukaitobi.
Thank you,
Might
Chair.
I add one point to my learned friend's preliminary issues? We have asked for an opportunity to re-examine. My understanding is that it's not objected to. We have arranged that it should be done if we exercise it on Friday from 2 p.m.
That's in order, Mr. Ngukaitobi.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We are ready to lead a testimony of Minister Mchunu, and that will be done today by Advocate Lee Sigal Mube. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Law. Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Chair, the Minister will take the oath.
Good afternoon, Minister.
Good afternoon to you.
Please place your full names on record.
My name is Senzo Mchunu.
Thank you. Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Minister.
Chair, if I could just ask the Minister to please bring the microphone closer to him and keep it on.
Please pull both if they are pullable. I don't know if there is such a word.
And Chair, you would
Towards you, Minister. I think I saw you pushing them away. Please pull them towards
closer to you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, I thought that before we start the Minister's evidence, if he could just explain the reason why he has an earpiece in case there may be questions as to the reason for the earpiece.
Is it necessary? Is it necessary? Really? Oh, yeah, please, then, Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair of the Commission and Commissioners. I've just have a slight problem with my left ear, and then I requested that I enhance my hearing. It's nothing abnormal, but for purposes of this commission, I wanted to pick up every word and ensure that I am with the commission.
I don't know whether it's me, Minister. Maybe I also need an earpiece. Then it's a bit hard for me to hear you. I've heard every word though, but
Okay.
I somehow have to strain
I need to
my-
raise my voice when I
Please,
speak.
Please, thank you. Thank
I will
you.
do so, I promise.
Thank you.
Chair, they just want to assist the minister to increase the volume on his microphone.
Just want to.
Sorry, testing 1, 2.
Let them open the other one again. Open both of them. Mr. Spokesperson, open both, but they
You
are
can
off
switch it
now.
on, Minister. Thank you.
Thank you.
Minister, you would have been provided with files in front of you marked 1 of 5 to 5 of 5. And the first file is 1 of 5, which should contain a statement. I just want to confirm that you have file 1 of 5 with you, in front of you. And
Yes.
if you can confirm
Yes.
that from page 1 to 92 of that, that's your statement for purposes of your evidence
Yes, I
today.
confirm.
And do you confirm the contents of the statement and the accuracy thereof?
Yes, I do.
Now, if we could start, you have the introduction section starting at paragraph 1, but if I could ask you to start on page 4, which is page 2 of the statement, paginated page 2, which deals with, if we can just orientate ourselves as to the pagination system, and then what you have in front of you. I will be referring to the paginated pages of your statement. On at paragraph 8 of your statement, you start dealing with your personal background and appointment as the Minister of Police. Prior to that, you have some introductory comments, but I would like for you to just briefly summarize your personal background and the events leading up to your appointment as Minister of Police, very briefly, please.
Thank you very much once more, Chair and Commissioners. My name is indicated earlier is Senzo Mchunu, and I was born at Hlabisa and went to school, to high school, and then started working as a teacher a number of years, and then went to be full-time in the African National Congress in 1991. And after that, worked in other provincial structures and then became MSc in 2008, and then Premier in 2013, and then 2013, the same year, 2013 to 2016. And then I broke from May 2016 and the whole of 2017. I was unemployed, and then got employed in 2018 in March by the African National Congress at head office, and then up to the elections of 2019, after which I got appointed as Minister of Public Service up to 2021, and then on the 5th of August 2021, I was then appointed as Minister of Water and Sanitation, after which up to the general elections in 2024, and then post-elections, I was appointed by the President as Minister of Police.
And then
currently, I'm on leave. I'm on special leave.
And then in the introductory paragraphs, you deal with matters which you say at paragraph 4 and 5 of your statement. You say that there are aspects that you are not in a position to speak to. If you could just explain to us why you say you're not in a position to speak to those matters and what those matters are at paragraph 4 and 5 of your statement.
Well, I'm saying on paragraph 4, to start with, I'm not in a position to speak about operational decisions taken by SAPS members without my involvement or knowledge. In case there are specific matters that arise that fit in this description, I won't be able to speak on those, simply because as minister, I don't necessarily direct, approve, or participate in operational policing decisions or activities like operations that from time to time police decide on wherever in the country. I don't deal with those. And any interference or suggestion that I played a role in authorizing or coordinating operational decisions, including who to arrest and where, and then raids, when to do a raid and not when to do a raid, and tactical deployments, who goes where, for what reason, such insinuations are incorrect. It is for this reason that I'm saying I'm not able to speak on those. And in paragraph 5, several allegations placed before the Commission relate to communications said to involve me or my instructions. And I want to place on record that I didn't participate in any operational communication channels, nor did I use encrypted platforms for such alleged purposes. Then I address those matters in detail in subsequent sections.
Thank you, Minister. And then at paragraph 6, you then also deal with aspects that you say you don't necessarily have personal knowledge of those aspects, but you deal with them purely to assist the Commission with its factual reconstruction. Can you just explain what you mean by that at paragraph 6?
On paragraph 6, yes, the Commission has also been presented with extensive evidence relating to SAPS dynamics internally, allegations of criminal infiltration and conduct attributed to certain senior officials, including Lieutenant General Sibia. And my knowledge of these matters arose only after they became a subject of evidence. In other words, I'm indicating that there isn't anything that I knew or I know internally, or I know anything about internally in relation to criminality and so on, until most of the things came to the fore in the Commission.
So in other words, you don't have personal knowledge of them, you weren't involved contemporaneously in anything relating to that, but based on what you became aware of subsequent through evidence before the Commission or the ad hoc committee, you will deal with that insofar as it may assist the Commission in reconstructing its facts.
Yes.
Thank you. Then if we can go to the section where you deal with your orientation into the Ministry of Police, which is on page 6 of your statement, starting at paragraph 14. And just to place it in context, at this stage you had already had 2 stints as a minister. Is that correct? Before you joined as Minister of Police?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you just then take us through what the orientation entailed and when you actually took office?
Before I do so, as you instruct, I do want to indicate that through all those positions, that public positions that I have had the privilege to occupy from MEC, Premier, ministerial positions, I have never been accused of corruption, not once. This is the first time that I get accused of such, as alleged particularly on the 6th of July. Now, the orientation that I'm talking about was the orientation that got organized in the main by a national commissioner, together with his deputies and other senior officers and subs, shortly after we got sworn in as ministers and together with the deputy ministers that I serve with. So we met police management on a meet and greet basis, and we planned how the orientation would unfold. And thereafter, we started without any waste of time from just shortly, I think within a week, running those orientations from July up to December. But I must add that we went beyond December, even though it was no longer just pure orientation. It involved some discussions, some decision making. In fact, even during the period of orientation, because it would be repetitive in some cases, getting to other levels of matters, we would then have discussions and in some cases take decisions during orientation, broadly speaking. But where there was an opportunity, we would then narrow down on particular issues. And we proceeded then until December. And I would say that a little bit beyond that in some cases. Now, what we were dealing with in the main during those orientations, it was structural and organizational matters. And I should take it that it was logical that as new people, newly appointed minister, we would have needed to know the layers of subs from national up to a police station, and also know the organization horizontally. And indeed, it was structural in nature in the main. Personally, I was interested on these matters because as soon as we got appointed, I had a sense that we would need to get into some of the challenges of subs that I had some distant understanding on, that were structural in nature, and therefore it was quite an opportunity for us to learn those. And there were particular dates when we would focus on a matter, like the 12th of June, 15th of July, the 14th of August, and the 19th of November, where in the main we're dealing with crime intelligence almost exclusively and so on. Now, because of a number of reasons, it was during that period, during those discussions and engagements, when one of the things that we picked up was that the head of crime intelligence is also the head of National Political Killings Task Team at the same time. Now, I did engage a little bit with that particular matter as we picked it up, as we picked it during that time, saying that how did it happen? I was asking a question and made a comment or a remark that it possibly was oversight when that decision was made. Lieutenant General Kumalo was first appointed as head of National Political Task Team, sometimes known as PKTT. And then in 2020, that was 2018. And then thereafter, in 2022, he was appointed as head of crime intelligence. Now, we then passed that particular matter after picking it up and making commentary about it. But we also got to know.
Minister, sorry, please hold your thought. Don't forget where you were. I get confused. My impression is that you use the royal we. We, although you are referring only to yourself. But sometimes on the odd occasion, you will use I. And where you are in a meeting situation and you say, we decided, I'm not quite sure whether it's only you that decided, you as the minister, after being briefed by those you would be with, or whether it was a decision of all of you, you and the other people with whom you are at a meeting. So I get confused between the royal we and the singular I.
Well, yes, I was, when I used I was making reference to the question that I asked during that meeting and those engagements, which I assume to be in the interest of all of us who were there, particularly the ministry, meaning the two deputy ministers that.
So must I understand we to refer to more than just you? So it's not the royal we?
No, it is just us.
Thank you. Thank
yes.
you very much.
Thank you,
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And Minister, just while we're on that, at paragraph 15 of your statement, you refer to the participants in that orientation process. You say it's senior management of the police, and you identify his deputies. So the National Commission and his deputies, would that have been General Sabia, Lieutenant General Sentimule, Lieutenant General Sabia, and Lieutenant General Musikiri?
Not exactly, not Lieutenant General Sentimule, but his deputies are Lieutenant General Musikiri, Lieutenant General Sabia, and then there is an acting General in support services, Lieutenant General Hua. Those are the three deputies. But there is then CFO who is at the same level as well as the deputies in finance. It's just that normally when you talk about deputy national commissioners, you refer to the three, but she's actually there as well at the same level. So those are the people I'm referring to, but there would be other staff or other police officers depending on the matter at hand.
Thank you. And so insofar as you dealt with the dual role of Lieutenant General Kumalo, Dumisani Kumalo, and those discussions had arisen, who brought that tension up about his dual roles? Who was the person that raised that concern in the meeting?
I raised that concern myself politely, and it was a remark, but I considered it as a serious remark because I wouldn't have expected that there would be that dual role, not necessarily because of the load and other related matters, but because of the role that crime intelligence plays in the country, which I regard as a 24/7 kind of work, very, very critical in terms of assisting police in the fight against crime. And we were later going to discuss it as we did identifying crime intelligence as the main enabler among other enablers in terms of assisting police to fight crime in the country.
Okay, and at the time that you had raised that issue, were you aware that General Sabia had also raised that issue with General Masimola, that he thought that General Kumalo shouldn't have that dual role?
Not at all.
Okay, thank you, Minister. You may proceed.
Well, we were also briefed about long-standing organizational challenges that predated our appointment, including the task teams, various task teams, delays in taking some decisions and implementing them, especially relating to the work study that had been commissioned some time before. There was also some mention of murder and robbery unit. There were also other matters, including on human resource management that we discussed there. Some of the discussions, of course, touched on matters relevant to the National Political Killings Task Team based in KwaZulu-Natal. For instance, in a meeting on the 1st of November 2024, the National Commissioner did inform me and the deputies, Dr. Bushielo and Mr. Castle Matale, that the National Political Killings Task Team wasn't a formal unit necessarily, but rather an interim task team. I will elaborate on this later on. Overall, my take during that orientation was that it was a fruitful 5-month kind of exercise by December to help us understand the department. On average, it takes about around five months to understand a department. It can take less, and you reach higher levels of command in terms of understanding a department. But you then go on to intensify your knowledge about all other various matters in the department. But that's more or less what it had taken me to understand that in terms of the period in other departments. Now, at the end of that period, for instance, in December, we felt quite empowered, particularly if I could speak on behalf of myself. I felt quite empowered to do, going forward, what I needed to do. And had some understanding of broader matters in a department. I want to go on to say that at this juncture, point out that it is worth noting that the National Commissioner's response in Parliament in 2023, when Ms. Z. Majosi of Inkatha Freedom Party asked him a question or questions relating to the then status of the South African Police Service and specialized task teams dedicated to combating specific types of crime. In this regard, the National Commissioner stated as follows: the SAPS is in the process of establishing dedicated murder and robbery units in the provinces as a specialized investigative response to these conduct crime categories, close quotes. National Commissioner's response intimated that murder and robbery units in provinces were still to be established. This was, however, inaccurate as the units were already established by 2023. The written reply was signed by both the National Commissioner and the former Minister of Police, Bheki Cele, in December 2023, and it is attached and marked as Annexure SM2. Now, the National Commissioner also explained that SAPS management envisioned that the National Political Killings Task Team would eventually be folded into a dedicated murder and robbery unit as part of broader consolidation process. The National Commissioner was aware, right from 2019, of a work study signed in June 2019 by the preceding National Commissioner General Stolle, which recommended the resuscitation of the murder and robbery unit and the absorption or envisaged absorption of the National Political Killings Task Team of functions into the permanent structure that had been, or the study of which was a result of the study that had been commissioned just a year before, that is 2018. Now, at no stage during my orientation or the briefings I received was I informed of any operation resembling the event later described. I'm jumping now to December 2024. At no stage we were briefed about that. No briefing was given to me about any arrests, operations, or tactical deployments involving NPKT during December. I'm mentioning this because I take it as important at this stage. But my initial period in the portfolio, therefore, focused once more on organizational structures, focused on governance, and I must add, systemic issues as well. But I peg them under governance matters and requirements. We also dealt with accountability mechanisms within SAPS. We dealt with budgetary issues and what gets considered in terms of allocating a budget across the organization. And of course, we spoke about the need to consolidate temporal task teams within the South African Police Service. These issues formed the foundation for subsequent engagements, particularly in November and December 2024.
Thank you, Minister. Before we move on to the next topic, I just want to clarify two issues which may not be clear from your statement before you move on. In paragraph 17 of your statement, you refer to orientation-focused meetings that were held, and you say that there were recurring themes across sessions held on 12 June. You only started in July. So I just want to know, the 12 June, is that an error? You say that the announcement was made, you were appointed the 30th of June, and these orientation sessions happened in July 2024, but the first date in that paragraph refers to 12 June.
Yes, it would be.
Is it 12 July?
It would be 12 July.
Thank you.
All we had to do was talk about it, and Opus Clip does the rest, and then you just schedule it from right here.
Wow, I pay $30 every month.
Just for clarity, at paragraph 24 of your statement, where you deal about the 6 December raid, you say that at no stage during my orientation or in the briefings that I received, in the paragraph 17 that we dealt with, You speak about sessions that seem to end on 19 November 2024, but you said earlier on that those sessions, the orientation sessions, went beyond December, correct?
Can you repeat that?
Yes. You said earlier on in your evidence that the orientation sessions went on beyond December. But in paragraph 17, you refer to certain sessions. If you can just go back to paragraph 17 of your statement where we just corrected the area. I just want to make sure that we understand what you're saying in paragraph 17. Are you saying in paragraph 17 that those specific dates mentioned there were sessions where the issue about the crime intelligence was raised? Or are you saying that those are the only orientation sessions that were held?
No, I was making an example that those days, those dates there was a focus almost on one particular issue, that is crime intelligence. And of course, we went up to December, but I do say that in certain aspects, we did go beyond December, still on orientation, but the type of which involved decision-making, discussion, not just pure orientation at that stage.
Okay, and then just back to paragraph 24, so that is the orientation. You also say, at no stage during my orientation or in the briefings. Are you speaking to briefings as being something separate to orientation, or are you using it interchangeably? Where you say in paragraph 24, at no stage during my orientation or in the briefings.
Oh, yes, during my orientation or in the briefings, I'm using that interchangeably, but I know that each one has a specific meaning, but in the context, I'm just using them interchangeably.
Okay. And when you speak about at no stage during my orientation or in the briefings, are we referring specifically to the period 2024, or are you also speaking about January 2025, because you've now said in your evidence that the orientation process went beyond December?
I'm talking about, or I'm referring to the orientation period up to December.
Okay.
Yes.
So if we are to understand paragraph 24, what you're saying is at no stage during 2024 were you briefed about a 6 December raid, or are you saying that at no stage at all in your time as the Minister of Police were you briefed about the 6 December raid?
Probably I'm saying both, that we were not, or I was not briefed about any operation resembling, if you could underline that one, resembling what came to be described later on as the 6th December raid. That is to say, a briefing that would say on such and such a day, police will be mounting a particular operation of this nature, beyond operations like Operation Chanela, that you would hear about, but these other ones, specific ones, were confined to police only.
And am I correct to say that you're dealing with that aspect specifically because you would have heard the evidence of General Masimola and General Kumalo that on the 25 they had briefed you about this operation and the arrest of Mr. Katiso Molefe and the links with senior officials where General Sabia's name was specifically mentioned with criminal syndicate? Links with the criminal syndicate?
Yes, although I will deal with those matters later on.
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify that. So then the next topic then is the establishment of the PKTT. You may proceed. It starts at paragraph 26 of your statement on page 9.
The National Political Killings Task Team and I want to make reference to that, use that, but and explain it so that we have synergy. In all the documents that relate to this task team, it is referred to as the National Political Killings Task Team or the National Task Team, or in some specific cases called PKTT. I'm just saying this to remove any confusion, especially one that I picked up in another commission in Parliament, where there was sort of a outright denial that there's something called National Political Killings Task Team. And there are reasons for that, that it was called National Political Task Team. It refers to the budget. It refers to the leadership of the National Political Task Team, in particular, to make it virtually national. So it was established in 2018 by an inter-ministerial committee chaired by the Minister of Police. Now, the interministerial committee itself was appointed by the President of the Republic, Cyril Ramaphosa. This was in response to a surge which had been building over time in KwaZulu-Natal, a surge in what came to be described as political killings, which refers to the murders or assassinations of people occupying political positions in that province, in some cases also together with officials in government structures. Now, there was then a concern that there was a surge, a noticeable surge, and it was like consistent. And the president then decided that he would appoint an interministerial committee, and he instructed them to work on a mechanism that would contain the situation and actually reverse that trend that was taking root at that particular time. Now, it was created as a special project, just like in the language in government, where a special project can be created in any department. And it was established through an exercise of executive authority. Now, I need to emphasize that it was established through, if you like, political intervention, where the president was using his executive powers to intervene in a situation as was necessary. It was not established in terms of Section 11(2)(d) of the Constitution of the Republic. Section 11(2)(d) of the South African Police Act 68 of 1995, which, in other words, a combination of the two, which empowers the National Commissioner to establish components or units within SAPS. Its creation was therefore political and time-bound, and it did not form part of SAPS' permanent organizational structure. National Commissioner can establish a task team anytime he sees fit, and using the powers bestowed on him by the Constitution and by the Police Act. A provincial commissioner can also do so, even at district level, such task teams can be established. But the National Political Killings Task Team wasn't one of those established by the National Commissioner. It was established through that political intervention in the exercise of executive powers by the President. Now, because the NPKTT was a project, it was always understood that it was interim in nature. It was never at any stage understood to be a permanent kind of setup. And I must distinguish between a team at this stage to clarify my point. It was never established as a unit. It was established as a team, actually a task team. Now, and there's a difference between a team and a unit in subs. And I'm explaining that because at one point when the commission was on and Major General Van Rooyen was asked a specific question in this regard, she said, if I remember correctly, she said, there is no difference between a unit and a team. And there is a difference. Now, the NPKT was established as a project. It was allocated a specific budget taken from various programs at the time. In other words, it was not budgeted for in a normal way where you budget for a program in a department. It had a team that just been set up mid-year, and then a budget had to be found to make it move on as required. Now, as such, like the principles that apply to all other projects of government, it would require periodic extensions or assessments, not extensions, but periodic assessments. It would require a budget to run. It would require a period which would be at which it will end. There's no project that I'm aware of in government that runs indefinitely. They are all time bound. Now, the initial mandate of the NPKTT was actually for 6 months, not 6 years, 6 months, from July 2018 to the end of the year. It was then extended from January to July 2019. And thereafter, they decided that if any extension, it would be annual. But initially, it was 6 months. That's why at the end of the first 6 months, there was an assessment. And it was decided consciously that there would need to be an extension, which was for another 6 months. Now, in 2020, there was COVID in the country, and there was no assessment that was made of the PKTT in that year. The following year, 2021, an assessment was conducted. And as required, and an extension signed off by the National Commissioner, and the National Political Killings Task Team was ultimately appointed or apportioned its funding for the relevant year because of its extension. Now, beyond 2022, because this was an extension between 2021 and 2022, there was no further extension that was sought. In the same manner, I should qualify that, as it had happened before. And there's marked differences when you look at the previous extensions and after 2022. As a result, the NPKTT continued to operate without a required assessment and renewal for more than 2 years. And I'm advised that the relevant expenditure during this period, beyond 2022, on the NPKTT is irregular under the PFMA, Act 1 of 1999. So what I'm explaining here is that the National Political Killings Task Team was a project. It had a project leader. It was not a unit in subs, and it had no budget allocated, but budget had to be found from other programs, even during extensions to fund it. And it's at a clear objective. And it had to be subjected to regular assessments. And costs had to be calculated. At each time there would be an extension, just like all other projects of government. And it was time bound all the time. From the time it was conceptualized. It was never an
South Africa Be Sharp, not for persons under the age of 18.
After 2022, there were no longer, I would say, proper assessments in the true sense of the word.
Thank you, Minister. You then have a subtopic, but before we get to that subtopic, at paragraph 31, you mentioned that you are advised. Are you speaking about advice that you had received at the time when you were considering the PKTT or having regard to the PKTT, or now that it was in violation?
I'm talking about now.
Now,
Yes.
Okay. You may proceed to the subtopic, which is the shift towards permanent structures. And you do set out here facts that, of course, you don't have personal knowledge of, but you do reference a work study, which you say you would have had knowledge of, because would that have been part of your orientation? Yes, if you could just deal with that briefly, please.
In September 2018, SAPS initiated feasibility studies for a new specialized investigative capacities, including murder and robbery, anti-gang taxi violence, and cold cases or cold case investigations. These findings were later consolidated in the 2019 work study. In 2018-2019, feasibility studies confirmed that political murders were already within the core mandate of murder and robbery capacities and didn't require a parallel temporal task team structure. The study set out a detailed minimum personnel and functional requirements that couldn't be met sustainably through temporal project team, in other words, on a project team basis, or on a project basis, rather. Now, on 26 June 2019, General Sithole approved the work study establishing the murder and robbery unit and other specialized unit as per the outcome of the work study commissioned, as I indicated above. The murder and robbery unit's mandate, including serial murders, police killings, political murders, murders of elderly persons, and attacks on farms and smallholding. And I attach a copy for your reference as SM3. It outlines very, very well. And perhaps I should just explain it as you would see there. The component is called serious and violent crimes. Under it, there is a section called murder and robbery. And under murder and robbery, in terms of the list of mandates that murder and robbery would do under serious and serious and violent crimes, that is where you will find that list of mandates. And that list includes political matters, even at that stage. I had, you will see on page 12, all identified serial murders that I've been speaking to on the other page, murder and attempted murder, even murders committed against officials employed in the criminal justice system whilst in the execution of their duties. He then talks about police killings, as I've indicated, but next to that, political murders and attempted murders. And it goes down. These are mandates that were identified by the work study, which was translated into a structure, an organizational structure. Now, I won't go down there because it's clearer.
Minister, is there any significance that police killings, political murders, and
Sorry, Chair. Just give the minister a moment. Yes.
Sorry.
Thank you.
It falls. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Let me start again, Minister. You'll see that you have the various bullet points there.
Yes.
And each one of those, except the one that I'm going to talk about just now, appear to have one idea, as it were. But when it comes to police killings, you have bullet police killings, and on the same line, or in the same line, you have what looks like a bullet. So in a sense, it's a bullet within a bullet. Then you have political murders and attempted murders. Is there any significance in that, or is it a typo?
It is a typo because when you look at the structure itself, it has a box of its own.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Minister. You may proceed. Do you want to get
I've
to...
just, our Minister, my co-commissioner, Commissioner Kumalo, has taken me to the original, the annexure itself, and there indeed there are separate bullets. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Minister, do you then want to deal with the work study and what, at paragraph 37, and what it effectively did?
Now, this work study understood or conceptualized and understood in the manner that I've outlined by those who were dealing with it, effectively disestablished the NPKTT. Now, and established a single murder and robbery unit that would carry out the various functions of the different task teams under one umbrella. I must pause here and indicate that at one point, I don't know whether it was a month after I got appointed, I had the privilege of meeting former National Commissioner for another purpose. And I may as well indicate that the purpose was to deal with a problem that he had, or a problem that he had regarding his pension. And that meeting took place in September, where, or around that time, we were to discuss his complaint that he was not getting his pension. And we then had an informal chat. But I had asked him a question in the process. What is this thing called cold investigations? And then he explained, and in the process, he then took me through the work study and various matters, not in the form of a presentation, but as we were chatting. Now, I'm noting that because he didn't seem to be interested in serious and violent crimes more than in murder and robbery. That is where his emphasis were. Now, on 14 November 2019, as we continue, Major General Mzima signed an implementation letter, now implementing the work study that had been commissioned, that had now been translated into a structure, and now it was for implementation. And I want to go back to emphasize what I've just said, that according to those who were involved, once you implemented the structure, you now have murder and robbery under which you had those mandates, which meant you had sub-units under murder and robbery, sub-units. So these mandates would be carried out by sub-units. It meant that you wouldn't have PKTT or NPKTT as established in 2018. It would be absorbed into murder and robbery. So what she was signing, was then a letter giving the department a go-ahead. And the functions, therefore, contemplated in the work study were to be implemented in phases as per their decision. Now, the only specialized unit that became immediately operative upon the signing on the 14th of November was anti-gang unit in the Western Cape and in the Eastern Cape. So they signed, and then they are already, because by this time, 14 November at signing, some units had already been established, as it were, but they were phasing them in terms of the process. Now I want to pause here and then fast forward. I'm saying fast forward so that I don't confuse you now that I'm jumping to 6 March 2024, which is last year. But still,
Exposure to germs every day can make him sick. Shield him with Dettol 12-hour protective shield.
AK Marai conducted a further work study assessment to determine implementation process that, in other words, that had been called for or ushered in by another implementation letter of 14 November 2019. It's now 2024. So Colonel Marai is now conducting another assessment to determine how far has implementation gone as per letter of implementation letter of 2019. Now, the Marai report, if I could call it that, identified multiple task teams operating without monitoring, without coordination, without budgetary accountability, including political matter team. Now, we supply the copy of the Marai report marked SM5. In paragraph 6, in paragraph 4, in paragraph 5, and paragraph 1 of the Marai report, the following observations are made regarding the NPKTT and other task teams. And I quote the relevant aspects. The task teams that are not monitored, that they had discovered in the assessment, run rampant for years without determining or accounting for the gap left where the members were taken from, mostly at station level. Task teams found operating in provinces. So he does an assessment, and it discovered that there are several teams that are still operating in provinces despite the implementation letter of November 2019. And then he names these task teams that are still operating unmonitored, that are still running rampant, where there is less accountability. He makes reference to foreign vehicle task team, multiple trial, essential infrastructure, political matter team, to name a few examples of what the assessment determined or Marai study determined. So in summary, the recommendation in relation to NPKTT was that its functions be transferred to murder and robbery as indicated above. Just like there was a consolidation process in terms of the decision of 2019. This was to prevent various task teams, including NPKTT, from operating in a silo with no coordination or budgetary oversight. So when signing the Marai report on 16 September 2024, and by that time we had arrived, Lieutenant General Sbiya is one of the signatories. He makes the following remarks, and I quote, "It is deeply concerning that a study of this nature was undertaken and approved by the National Commissioner as far back as 2016. To date, but no implementation by the respective provinces. Now, what is also of concern is that despite numerous work study approval by different national, I would say national commissioners or national structures, little to no effort was made by provinces to resource and implement approved recommendations. This has significantly contributed to the poor performance of the detective services in particular. And in recent crime stats released, it was evident that commercial crime investigations was neglected, considering the fact that the study proves a 17% implementation. Little else can be expected. To a greater extent, there is 46 units not implemented, whereas 42 were only partially implemented. In other words, the detectives are operating under a complete deficit. There is overall 57% shortage of capacity, I close quotes. Now, this was a remark by one of the signatories to that work study, but I go to paragraph 45, which is important, of my statement. Again, fast forward to this year. On 5 June 2025, General Masimula, National Commissioner, signed off the work study with the instruction that implementation must be expedited, as he signed, making that remark. So if you look at it, it had taken the National Commissioner a full year to sign the implementation, which was now expedited from March 2024 to 2025 to June 2025. So it was a year-long lapse after everybody else had signed. Had he signed in March 2024, it would have meant that signing becomes an implementation of what had been agreed on in terms of specialized units as per the work study of 2019. And by this time, 2024, the units were there. They could have been at different levels of strength, but they were there by that time in 2024. Now let me talk about lapses.
Just to make sure I understand, Minister. So are you basically saying if General Masemula had signed off on the implementation in 2024, a unit like the NPKTT, as you call it, would have been dissolved as at 2024?
Yes, it would have been dissolved. It would have been dissolved, commissioners, for the simple reason that the NPKTT couldn't coexist with specialized units, one of which would be serious and violent crimes as a component, under which there would be murder and robbery, under which there would be a sub-unit called political killings. It would be an unnecessary duplication, and it would run against the letter and spirit of the work study as they adopted it in 2019, and wish to implement it all these years, as I say.
Thank you.
Minister, I'm here. If I may just ask on the back of this response to the chairperson, at paragraph 37 of the statement, you say that the work study effectively disestablished the NPKTT. Can you just explain that? Because my first understanding of that statement of yours is that beyond 2019, after that work study was adopted, beyond that period, there should never have been a PKTT. Is that a correct understanding of what you're conveying in paragraph 37?
Correct. But depending on their assessment of implementation of the implementation letter of 2019 in September, that would prove that the murder and robbery is now running in this and that and so on, provinces and at national, because the murder and robbery would be both at national and at provincial level. Once they determine that, then it would run, and by 2024, murder and robbery was there. And I can even go further to say, shortly after we got appointed, we ourselves started discussing with management a new organogram, a new organizational structure, which I will come to later. And it was emphasized there that no, in fact, we do have murder and robbery. We do have this and that unit, but I'll come to that later on.
Thank you.
Now, so the summary in paragraph 45, in the summary is that one of the things that would have happened, therefore, is that the functions of PKTT and other units would be transferred to the units that would have been established as per the work study and implementation. The simple process, it would have been just a simple process in a department to say, I imagine they would even possibly not want to talk about disbandment. They might have chosen to say, oh, it's absorption. It's an internal departmental kind of process in the light of the internal processes, organizational processes that would have taken place, and they would merely have done that kind of implementation on themselves. And I would make an example of one unit that we disestablished in the process of orientation in 2024 without much ado. Now, I want to proceed. I'm now, I was just addressing in passing the lapses. Sometimes, commissioners, in the departments that we run or are appointed to run, you do from time to time come across lapses. Other lapses have minor impact and minor consequences, but other lapses have bigger consequences depending on the case at hand.
Sorry, Minister, I don't want to break your flow, but when you are looking at the work study, please at some point consider 8.10 of the recommendations. It will be on page 201 of the annexures. Just make a note for yourself, Minister, and then at some point. But it deals with the very subject you are addressing now.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Now, let me go to, so in the meantime, I do make that point as part of paragraph 46 as a part of expansion. In the meantime, we had started, as I've pointed out, the reviewing of the organizational structure, which is now in line with the 7th administration. So that is what was happening. Now, I then deal with organizational placement and budget implications. Well, I make reference out. I know commissioners have ease of reference in the structures. I had intended putting it in a screen for clarity because I know that you are being followed as a commission by many, many people in the country who may want to understand what is that we're talking about, but maybe we don't have luxury of time on our side.
We do have it, Minister. We can project it. Thank you.
I would love that we display that. I won't go to all the boxes. I'll just make a reference to what we're talking about only.
Thank you.
Ms. Sigels, aren't we going to see it?
We are
across the-
going to, Chair. And just for the benefit of the commissioners, the hard copy is also in the exhibit bundle CJC 55, which would have been provided to you. It could be file 2 of 2. It's the exhibit correspondence and documents bundle.
I would have loved a pointer if you have it. Sorry about the question late.
Unfortunately, we don't have a pointer, Minister.
Okay, I'll use my finger.
You can refer and then she will circle it.
Ms. Mube, can this be expanded here? We can hardly see a thing.
More?
So this is you'll see this is the structure signed this year. Now I do need to clarify this point because someone said Minister Mchunu is misleading the public, disbanding national political task team in 2024 and making reference to a structure signed in 2025, so that I don't mislead that particular person and the public. The structure, the new organizational structure, we completed last year before the end of the year, a reviewed organizational structure. But there are processes that involve labor that took some time into the new year, leading up to the official signing on that date. But the structure had been agreed on internally in 2024. So what you see there is as we had decided on or agreed on right in 2024, but now it's then indicated as such. But I want to go to the division that deals with detectives, the detective section. There's another slide. If you could move to another slide, that will make things clearer. What we are talking about. If you would start counting the boxes from left. Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. It's in the signed one that I said we completed it last year, but then signing got a little bit delayed because of various processes. So there are other units, but in terms of mandates of Med and Robert, there is there, even if it's not indicated there, those mandates that are in bullets. But there it just shows Med and Robert. Thank you. So I would, it's duplicated even at provincial level as well, national and provincial. Then I would go to paragraph 53.
Are you done with the organogram?
Yes.
Okay.
You can,
They'll
please-
just take the
please-
handheld
please
mic
switch
from
on
you.
Please switch on those
sorry.
mics.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. So I now,
Sorry, Minister?
yes.
Can I, before you move on to 53, what does it mean practically when you say the structure was approved in 2024, but it was still to be subjected to engagement with unions? Can you just explain what is the effect of that?
Well, just drawing from my experience while I work for public service and administration, and I don't want to point a finger to labor, but it does delay because you do the macro structure inside a department, and then you do the micro, meaning you negotiate internally with placements of people as per the new structure. Once that those processes have been completed, you effectively have a structure. But you still have to take that structure to labor, that is triple SPC, to say, here is a proposed structure by the department. You are now talking to external partners, labor, as it is now, good as it is, but it delays the impact. I even went out of my way, persuaded the leadership of labor to say, could you give us a discount in terms of the period of consultations and all of that? Not necessarily to say I was undermining labor, but I was saying because of the pressures that we had, for which we reviewed the structure. When we reviewed the structure, we're not ticking a box. We had something specific in mind because of the pressures that we had, which I'll go to later on. So it has an impact.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to understand is this is signed in 2025, on a date in 2025. Does it mean that until then, there was no structure to implement? The SAPs could not implement this until the unions have had their say in the obligatory consultation process?
There is never, Commissioner, there is never a period where there is no structure. The old structure would be
Wild Africa cream, elegance untamed.
Spoke clumsily. Let me try and neaten it up a bit. You have a structure already in place. By the time in 2024 you adopt this new structure.
Yes, internally.
That's internal. It must now go through the union process.
Yes.
Because that's what a collective agreement requires.
Yes.
Now, my question is, until the unions have had their input into this internally approved new structure, until the unions have had their input, you can't implement this new structure. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Legally, yes, you can't implement.
Thank you.
You can't implement legally.
Thank you, Minister.
Paragraph 53. The main features of the new organizational structure. Now, first, just to pass that, as we dealt with the new structure, we were conscious, we were made conscious, and we were aware that we have a very fertile basis on which to do the renewal, the reviewer, or the review. We're not going to start afresh. There is a structure, as I've indicated, it has a long history, but we can look at the imperatives of the seventh administration and perhaps add what we think are the imperatives that would enhance or build on the structure that was there. Now, these from 53.1 to 53.5 are the new things that were introduced in the existing structure. Number one, we dealt with division visible policing services, which we agreed we needed to divide into two so that there is visible policing services on one hand and operational response services, but from one structure. You now have two. And the reason for that is that when we analyzed this, we found that when you look at crime in South Africa, you need to fight crime in a way that is adjusted, structured in terms of the organization structure, that is in line with the crime trends in the country. Now, crime trends in the country go beyond, in terms of the need to fight, it goes beyond visible policing alone, that is police in uniform and in police station. They do a lot of work. But there are certain forms of crime and types of crime that require more than that. And then we then decided that you need to sharpen the combative side of SAPS. And units were there and are there. Not that we're going to start afresh. So you would now have almost three categories. If you decide that ORS, as they call it, Operational Response Service, is now a division of its own, you would have uniform police frontline, especially on the preventive side, which is the commandate of SAPS in terms of the law. And then they would be backed by specialized units to do particularly investigative work. And then thirdly, they would be backed by ORS, the combative units. Those are your task force, your National Intervention Unit, your POP. Those are people who give SAPS the combative capacity to fight crime, especially in crime-ridden areas where there's almost resistance over a period. So you would have three lines. That was our thinking. But we found that even after deciding on ORS, officials told us that, yeah, we did have ORS at some point. We didn't have time to find out why was it removed? Why did you do away? Why did you disband it, this unit? Because from where I sit, it was important to have ORS as a division on its own instead of lumping it just together. Because if you lumped it, one of the things we found, it takes up 53% of the budget, this division, if it's not divided alone, division, visible policing service, 53% of the budget goes to this one alone. And it has got all these units and no proper attention is given at the end of the day because people are overstretched. Now, what other feature was there other than dividing this and coming up with a new division called ORS, which was there before? It's the removal of police inspectorate, which was a unit. It was there when we started discussing. It's not a team.
It's a unit. It is in the structure. It is an old structure that was there even before democracy. So we had a small conversation, a short conversation, to say, what do these people do? They wear uniform, they wear boots. And then in the main, they're in the office. Then they do work. Then we said, no, we want boots in the street and that uniform. And it was agreed that we are agreeing to disestablish the police inspectorate. And if you look at the structure that has been signed, you no longer have police inspectorate. It's a unit, it's not a team. So when people say, why and how to disestablish a unit or a team, it's a fair question. We're in a democracy to talk, but it's not like you can't do it, that it can't be done. We did it. The whole unit in the organizational structure. 3, what else did we introduce? Is establishment of specialized units. This is more or less endorsement of what was there. We said it's a good thing that we have it, including all these components that I've spoken about. What else did we add? We relocated the division supply chain from where it was to report directly under Chief Financial Officer for better accountability in subs. I listened to our CFO when she appeared in the commission. She said a lot of irregular component.
Was it not in Parliament
Yeah.
before the ad hoc committee?
I'm sorry, Chair and Commissioners. It was in the ad hoc. I listened to her speaking. She says, in response to a question, no, most of our irregular expenditure over years comes from supply chain. And it continues to be like that. So when we observed this, we observed it as a weakness that the Divisional Commissioner of Supply Chain reports directly to the National Commissioner outside of the CFO. And the CFO is supposed to be the one who talks more about finances in terms of accountability of the department and other processes as a CFO, like it happens in other organizations. And CFO is in charge of 120 billion now of subs budget. Now you can't then spend it in a manner that CFO can't be seen to be in charge, and you just make supply chain manager or divisional commissioner, commissioner in this instance, report directly to the National Commission. So we were doing this consciously to improve accountability so that we can change the situation. Now, these are the new features which are in line with the imperatives of the sixth administration. And when it comes to finances, we regard it that is part of policy for which the minister is responsible, and minister is responsible, minister is responsible. How do you allocate the resources and how do you account for that? It was for that reason. I'll jump the rest and maybe go to paragraph 56 to say, by late 2024, therefore, the National Operational Center was required to absorb NPKTT costs amounting to approximately 95 or 94 million for the 2024-2025 financial year. And when that submission was made to the financial officer, Lieutenant General Timpane, she recommended that this amount that was requested at that time be reduced to 20 million. And that the task team be disbanded, particularly after 2024 elections, and then a work study to determine its future be undergone to determine its future. And we have the copy of the commentary, just like we have made direct quotations from other lieutenant generals. Now, National Commissioner subsequently approved a reduced allocation and so on. So indicating that we don't have a straight line in funding the National Political Killings Task Team right from 2018 up to this particular period. You make requests, you make memorandum, and so on and so on. Now, I pass this section.
Thank you, Minister.
Afternoon, Commissioners. It's brought to my attention that it's now, I think, gone past 4. Might this be an appropriate time for an adjournment?
Are we going to be?
We started
much,
a new
going-
topic thereafter. Sorry.
But still on the
Still PKTT.
The PKTT.
Yes.
Are we still going to be much longer? Yes.
If I may just confirm.
No, yes, Mr.
Okay, if I may. Not too long. We are quite mindful of the time we have.
Yes.
If I can't venture a guesstimate right now, but perhaps if we could have I would have an opportunity to confer with Advocate Sigal Nube, and tomorrow we will give you an indication. But the objective is to be completed with Minister Mchunu, including engagement on questions by evidence leaders by Thursday. It remains an objective, and ours is to structure a plan to achieve that objective.
Please remind me, what do we have on Friday morning? Because what we were told in chambers is that Mr. Mukai Toby's re-examination will only be in the afternoon on Friday. Or was it repeated here? I'm not sure.
Yes,
now.
I think he did. Yeah.
Yes.
He confirms it.
Yes.
We had
on Friday morning, what do we have?
We had a witness scheduled, but this afternoon we received an application for postponement to a later date, and that can only then now be next year.
Yes.
So we are still to apply our minds to that application. We think that solid reasons have been put forth for such a postponement, and once presented to the commissioners, is most likely to succeed.
Yes.
So on that basis, I think I can say that there is nothing currently scheduled for Friday morning if that application for a postponement is granted.
All right. I'm asking because I think that may give us time.
Some breathing space.
To have the minister's testimony before the re-examination completed.
And we'll take that on
gives
board.
us-
We'll
yeah,
take
yeah.
that on board. Thank you, Chair.
If you're still going to be much longer and you are not able to tell us that you are not, so perhaps we should take the adjournment at this stage and
Yes, Chair.
resume at with the minister at 9:30 on Thursday.
Thursday.
On Thursday. Correct. And tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow we have Brigadier Mkwanazi continuing with the EMPD stream.
All right.
Thank you, Chair.
Let us adjourn till 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Chair.
trying. Mhm. Mr. Mchunu.
And stigmatize the strides we see today of a system that has integrated HIV prevention, testing, and treatment into primary health.
Stop taking meeting notes and let ClickUp AI Note Taker do it for you. It allows you to focus on your meetings, not your notes. It captures everything, from action items to key decisions. And after every call, you get a clear summary. But where it really goes to the next level is that it's the only AI note taker that connects your meetings to the rest of your work. So stop stressing about taking notes and get the AI note taker that works.
There were several stories doing the rounds over the weekend about leadership struggle. Do you still want to comment on that? And what do you think are behind those two?
There's no leadership struggle in this at all. It's not a leadership struggle.
I mean, how can Fikile Mbalula say that there is no leadership struggle in the ANC when Ramaphosa is literally struggling to lead the ANC? I mean, we know that right now Ramaphosa is not happy with the NEC because of the things that are said in the corridors. He's not happy with the fact that there are people in the NEC that have spread the rumors that he is going to resign. And this issue has actually gotten so bad to a point where the president himself had to confront these people in the NEC to say, guys, stop talking about me behind my back. Why don't you just come and tell me these things face to face? So for Fikile Mbalula to say that there's no leadership struggle in the ANC, I don't know what the hell is he talking about. I mean, guys, the ANC is going to the conference in 2027. And we know the culture of the ANC. As the president, you don't finish your term. And I don't think it is going to be different with Ramaphosa. Fikile Mbalula and other people that have been supporting Ramaphosa all this time, they've been trying to convince themselves that Ramaphosa is going to finish off his term. But now you are starting to see that it is not going to happen. It is not going to happen. And I think the reason why Ramaphosa ended up addressing this issue is because he can see, okay, what happened to Jacob Zuma might actually happen to me. And he does not want that to happen.
We're closing ranks. We call on our members and of the ANC to close ranks. These are stories that are planted deliberately by forces from within and outside our movement who are hell-bent on disintegrating the ANC. And these dark forces are not sleeping. They are working overtime to disintegrate the ANC. As members of the ANC, that is why a call is made to close ranks. This is not the time to be discussing leadership when we are faced with a crisis of an existential crisis as the movement. The focus of the ANC in this moment is rebuilding and renewal, and make it a point that we come back stronger in all fronts.
Man, for Fikile Mbalula to expect the people in the ANC not to discuss the leadership when the ANC is literally going to the conference in a year, it makes no
Doesn't make any sense. You are right, Ka. Like, why wouldn't you not talk about that? Even if you can try to prevent it, it won't happen. They will talk about it. It's just a waste of time, you know? I don't know.
sense. Of course, this is what is being discussed. These are conversations that are being had behind the scenes. And Fikile Mbalula knows, he knows that himself too, that people are talking about who is going to be the president of the ANC after Cyril Ramaphosa. Who is going to be the president? And now the ANC is just doing what they do best. None of us is surprised by how the ANC has slowly turned against Ramaphosa right now to a point where we are hearing some of these things about what is being planned behind the scenes. We are not shocked. We are not shocked. We saw this with Thabo Mbeki. We saw this with Jacob Zuma. Of course, it is going to happen to Ramaphosa too. It is going to happen to Ramaphosa too. And now it seems like there are people that have been accused in the NEC of plotting the demise of Cyril Ramaphosa. Guys, you remember yesterday we did an update about this letter that was released by the Women's League, the ANC's Women's League. And this letter, it says that the ANC's Women's League is outraged at the alleged plot by some ANC National Executive Committee members who want to see the president removed from office, probably in the next NEC meeting to be convened on Monday, the 1st of December 2025. The ANC's Women's League would like to deposit its full confidence together with all our structures in the leadership of the president, both at Luthuli House and in the union buildings as leader of the government of national unity. It is quite alarming that some within the ANC might disregard established organizational protocols to raise any discontent arising from the leadership of the president and choose to invade the media with falsehood. President Ramaphosa is on record in his abhorrence and action against corruption through convictions by competent courts of law and recouping billions of rands that were stolen from the public purse over the last decade of corruption and malfeasance. Comrade Cyril Ramaphosa recently ceded to all our call as the ANC Women's League and declared the gender-based violence and femicide as the national crisis, which is unprecedented in history and a progressive move towards combating the scourge. The president hosted a very successful G20 summit, which brought together the international community to engage on the socio-economic and political collaborations on the global sphere of influence, and this was the very first ever G20 gathering on the African soil. The ANC's Women's League would like to categorically caution against those who meet in the dark corners and connive for the demise of a president, which is detrimental to the renewal of the ANC and the clean governance which the president is advocating for. The course of the National Democratic Revolution cannot be derailed any further by charlatans of doom who goes around peddling lies through reactionary campaigns for their selfish endeavor to proceed with thievery at the expense of the poor masses of this country. So, the Women's League, they are talking about these charlatans.
Reid Hoffman is one of Silicon Valley's most respected visionaries. And this is what he posted. If you use products like Whisper or ChatGPT Voice, you know what I mean. Voice is simply faster, more natural, and more flexible than typing. He said he's voice-pilled, and I can see why. Whisper Flow delivers what Reid calls the future of AI interaction. Here's how it works. Instead of typing, just talk. Whisper Flow cleans it up instantly. Reid explains that voice is iterative by default. You stumble, you rephrase, you interrupt yourself. Whisperflow handles all of that and turns it into perfect prompts wherever you're working. Reid predicts we'll
of doom who goes around peddling lies through reactionary campaigns for their selfish endeavor to proceed with thievery at the expense of the people of this country. So even the ANC Women's League have also said that, guys, we think that there are people in the NEC that are plotting the demise of Cyril Ramaphosa. There are people that are plotting the demise of Cyril Ramaphosa. And like I said, guys, it looks like there are people, a couple of people that have already been accused of plotting the demise of Cyril Ramaphosa, because yesterday I saw two social media posts that I found quite interesting. I must say, I found them quite interesting because the first one is from Mondli Gungubele. Guys, we know Mondli Gungubele, the member of parliament from the African National Congress. And this guy, yesterday, he said that a suggestion that I am part of a movement to remove current president of the ANC needs the best possible psychiatric assessment, because it must be part of the sickness to assert falsehood at all costs.
I don't think Mr. Gungubele would want to remove Mr. Ramaphosa. I don't think so. I don't believe that. Because, like, Mr. Gungubele is one of the guys that got some benefits when it comes to being appointed to be minister, deputy minister from Cyril Ramaphosa. I don't think that is possible. I don't think that Mr. Gungubele will do that. I don't think so. Because I'm definitely sure that Mr. Gungubele knows that if he chooses, if he goes to another person who is the president to be the president, he will not be put in. Chances are he might even be removed, even as a deputy. You know, I don't think he would want Mr. Ramaphosa to be removed. I don't think so. I don't believe that.
This is what Mondli Gugubele says. A suggestion that I am part of a movement to remove the current president of the ANC needs the best possible psychiatric assessment because it must be part of the sickness to assert falsehood at all cost. So it looks like Mondli Gugubele is one of those people that have been pointed at in the NEC to say that, Mondli, we know what you're planning. We know what you're planning. And now he's on social media to say, but guys, I will never plan anything like this. I will never be part of the people that are planning the demise of Cyril Ramaphosa. But you know what I like to say, especially when it comes to politics, where there is smoke, there is fire. This is what I would like to say about politics. Where there is smoke, there is fire. And I think more.
Well, I think there are people who are trying it. That one I can agree. There are people who are trying it. There are people who want to remove Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa. It is unfortunate that the ANC, they have created this thing there themselves. And unfortunately, it's going to be difficult for them to actually stop it. You know? Unfortunately. They are the ones who started this thing of removing presidents before they finish their term. It's their thing. That's what they started. Now the precedence has been set. They need to go according to that precedence. Okay? Unfortunately. What are they going to do? They will be fighting now. That's why you must never start something that you know that in the future is going to catch up with you. They removed Mbeki through Zuma. They removed Zuma through Ramaphosa. Obviously, somebody must come and remove him. They are plotting. Obvious.
NEC members are going to come out to say, but guys, I'm not part of that. Because clearly there are people that are being pointed at right now. Because out of the blue, at 11:54 p.m., just before 12 in the midnight, Mondli Gugubele goes on social media to say that, but guys, I am not a part of the people that are planning the demise of Cyril Ramaphosa. Meaning that there were conversations that were had. And Mondli Gugubele knows that there are people who actually believes that he's part of that cabal that is planning the demise of Cyril Ramaphosa. And I'm saying where there is smoke, there is fire. I am not shocked by any of this. I know that somehow these people in the ANC, they're going to find a way to get rid of Ramaphosa. He can threaten them all he wants. He can demand these people to stand up and look him in the eye and tell him to resign. They are not going to do that. These people are thieves. They work and they plot against you. They are going to plot against you, just like how Cyril Ramaphosa and his people plotted against Jacob Zuma. This is what the ANC is known for. And it was not only Mondli Gugubele who actually who said something on social media about this allegation that he's part of the people that are planning the demise of Ramaphosa. The Deputy Minister of Health, Mr. Joe Pahla. Mr. Joe Pahla yesterday on social media, this is the guy that I'm talking about, guys. This is the Deputy Minister of Health, Dr. Joe Pahla. Dr. Joe Pahla on social media yesterday, he also released quite a lengthy statement, and he talks about the same thing. And the reason why I'm saying that, okay, something is happening here, because it is not a coincidence that these people on the same day, they are releasing these letters to say that I am not part of it. So Dr. Joe Pahla rejects the coup plotters' allegations. And his letter, it says that the ANC NEC member and the Deputy Minister of Health, Dr. Joe Pahla, rejects and dismisses allegations of being part of the coup plotters to unseat President Cyril Ramaphosa made in the Sunday newspapers on November the 13th, 2025. I regard these claims that I am plotting to oust President Cyril Ramaphosa as utter rubbish and poor hogwash. In fact, I lack the adjectives to adequately describe the absurdity. These fabrications are the work of the desperate individuals attempting to drive a wedge between myself as the NEC member and the lifelong activist of the ANC for nearly 5 decades and my president. This is precisely what our late President O.R. Tambo warned us about, the wedge drivers who saw suspicion, division, and mistrust within our ranks. The people behind these allegations have a destructive agenda aimed at undermining the unity of the ANC, dividing the National Executive Committee, and causing unwarranted doubt on my integrity among the members of the organization to which I have devoted my entire adult life to. I reject these malicious, outrageous, and fallacious accusations that are devoid of any truth with the contempt they deserve. Let me also state unequivocally that I have consistently supported and continue to support President Ramaphosa. My confidence in his leadership is rooted in the values I know him to have and the renewal agenda he continues to champion in the ANC and in the government. Over the years, I have stood firmly behind the collective decisions of our movement, and I have worked tirelessly to advance the program of unity, stability, and transformation under his leadership. My commitment to supporting the president is based on the principle, experience, and belief in the ANC's mission to serve the people of South Africa. Any suggestion to contrary is not only false, but an affront to the truth, to the movement I serve, and to the leadership collective of the ANC. So this is what the Deputy Minister of Health, Dr. Joe Phaahla, is saying. But guys, I don't understand why am I being accused of plotting the demise of Ramaphosa. I have supported Ramaphosa. I have supported the African National Congress. I mean, like many people said the same thing when they were accused of plotting the demise of Jacob Zuma. Jacob Zuma only realized later that, no, man, these people were plotting against me this whole time. These people were plotting against me this whole time. You remember Fikile Mbalula? Fikile Mbalula used to be a staunch supporter of Jacob Zuma. And as soon as Jacob Zuma was removed from office, Fikile Mbalula started to tell us how corrupt Jacob Zuma was. And he even went as far to tell South Africans that, guys, we lied about that fire pool. We said it was a swimming pool, but we said it was a fire pool, but it was actually a swimming pool.
It's simple. If you are a politician, right? If you are a politician, you just go where you think you are going to benefit. Whether benefit via positions, whether benefit via whatever. Anything that's going to benefit you as a politician, trust me, you go for it. I remember there was a dirty topic of in Parliament where people, they were saying, yeah, vote with your conscience, vote with your conscience. And I was looking at them and I was like, why would you expect a person to vote in using their conscience? In politics, it doesn't happen, guys. It doesn't happen in politics to vote with conscience. Because you are thinking of your family, you are thinking of yourself, you are thinking of the money, you are thinking of losing the money that you should have gotten, or even in losing parliament money, you know. Like, that's why I say, any person who supports anyone in politics, they support them because they know there's something they are going to get out of it. Okay? Whether at the end of the day they end up becoming ministers, but I can promise you, somewhere, somehow, those people are going to be in positions, especially if that president sees you. Thank you for liking, thank you for liking, thank you for liking. Especially if that president sees you.
We have actually allowed the president of the country to use millions of rands from the taxpayers to build himself a nice pool. And we said that we're going to say it is a fire pool. Fikile Mbalula admitted to that. So I am not shocked with these people saying that, no, I'm fully behind President Ramaphosa. I support Ramaphosa. I support the ANC and his values. They are plotting against Ramaphosa. He's going out. He's going out. And it looks like this is starting to be a conversation that is getting quite hard for the ANC to ignore. It's getting quite hard for the ANC to ignore.
This is the thing, though, right? Now, in the ANC, as we speak right now, what do we have? We have Mr. Ramaphosa, who is the president, very soon leaving. I can tell you that he might leave. And then you've got Mr. Mashatile. Okay? You might be thinking, Mr. Mashatile, maybe after Ramaphosa, if in the conference maybe they decide to do that, then it will be Mr. Mashatile. And then you are going to have now Mr. Mbalula, we are going to have now Mr. Panyaza Lusufi. Even though Mr. Panyaza Lusufi, he can say, I don't want this position, I don't want to be president, but I can tell you, if their branch, they decide to put him in, he will take it, you know. So you've got Mr. Panyaza now, and then if Mr. Ramaphosa leaves, or if Mr. Ramaphosa is pushed out, right? Now you are left with Mr. Mashatile. The GNU, I don't know how the GNU is going to react to that. I don't know how are they going to look at Mr. Mashatile, and I don't know even now how are they looking at Mr. Mashatile as we speak. We don't know whether they favor him, if Mr. Ramaphosa leaves, are they going to take him in, or they will put their own person, and then it's a fight. Let's win. Whoever wins, wins. You know? So that's what we have now. All right.
It seems like this is something that they are now talking about almost every day. The plot against the Cyril Ramaphosa, the ousting of Cyril Ramaphosa. This is what the ANC is talking about right now. A lot.
Pet stores are trying to ban this $39 robot puppy because kids actually prefer it over real pets. I've been a grandmother for 15 years.
So it is happening. It is happening. We don't know when they are going to pull the trigger, but it is happening. They don't want him to finish off his term. You don't finish off your term in the ANC. What do you mean you're going to be the president of the ANC until 2027? What the hell are you talking about? By the time Donald Trump hosts the G20 event in the United States, I don't think that Ramaphosa will be the president of the ANC. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. But I don't think that Ramaphosa will still be the president of the ANC by the time the United States hosts the G20 event. I don't think so. I was looking at Ramaphosa the other day when he was closing that G20 summit and saying that they are handing over the baton to the United States and they will see each other again next year. I said, Ramaphosa, you are not going to the United States. This is what I said. In my own head. Like, Ramaphosa, you are not going to the United States. You are not. You are not. You are not. And I think, again, the other thing that Ramaphosa is going to be hard for some of the people that favor him and to defend him. Like, a lot of the people in the ANC, to start with, they were not happy with the arrangement of the government of national unity. The ANC comrades, the true ANC comrades, they actually wanted the ANC to work with Mchunu party and the EFF. And somehow it did not happen. The ANC ended up working with the DA and other political parties. So there are people inside the ANC that are not, like, they are totally not happy about it. I don't know what is happening there, man. I don't know what is happening there. But I guess everything goes with timing. I guess everything goes with timing. Now it's on. It's on. Ramaphosa, the fight to kick him out has already started. The fight to kick out Ramaphosa has already started. And I'm not going to be shocked to see the likes of Fikile Mbalula being in the camp that says that Ramaphosa needs to step down. Fikile Mbalula is only loyal to the ANC. If there's one thing about Fikile Mbalula, he's only loyal to the ANC. So I'm not going to be shocked when I see Fikile Mbalula says that. I speak on behalf of the ANC. I'm only loyal to the ANC. And honestly, I don't think that Ramaphosa has done a good job. I think he should step down. Ramaphosa is going. He's going. Guys, what are your thoughts, man? What are your thoughts about this?
So I think the only thing that can protect Mr. Ramaphosa, I think it will be what is that thing? The GNU. I think that could actually protect him. I think they can defend him and they can make sure that they keep him there. It's not going to be easy, but I think they will fight for him, according to what I'm saying, you know. Because according to what I'm saying, right, I'm saying that, for example, the GNU, you know, I don't think they trust anybody else, you know, except Mr. Ramaphosa at this moment. The only person I think they trust more than any person at this point in time, I think that is Mr. Ramaphosa. That's who they trust at this particular juncture. That is the only guy that I think they can say, okay, I think we are sticking to this one at this moment. Otherwise, they will be maybe challenging in terms of presidency or anything. But I don't think they. I am also under the impression, a feeling that I don't think they will even trust Mr. Mashatile. I don't think they will trust him. Remember, guys, when you are in that proposition, there, okay, when you are in that proposition, there are people who are looking for their interest. They are asking themselves if this guy is going to do what we want him to do. Is this guy going to favor us? Is this guy going to protect us? Is this guy going to be this and that and that and that? You know? So it's a tricky one when it comes to, you know, people like your DA, you know, GNU, and things like that. I don't know. I saw this video here. I don't know. This guy was speaking here. Let's just listen to him. This is the MMC of, I think, of Joburg. Let's listen to him. Then we close. I think we will close here.
During the international treaty that we have signed. But the reality of the matter is that one, you need to account for the money that we spend. So how you account?
Let's start it.
Settlement MMC, Mr. Mlungisi Mabaso. MMC, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. So MMC, in the last few months, there's a statement or a video that was on TikTok trending. You're saying that you won't be spending taxpayers' money on undocumented foreign nationals who are living in informal settlement. So I just want to find out can you explain the policy behind that statement?
Yeah, well, thank you very much. I think you will have an appreciation and the understanding that before you could budget, whether it's a municipality or a province or a national government, we mainly rely on the data that we have, the population register, which we obtain through census. So whatever allocation that we get is based on the population that we have, which we can account for. That's one. So now, secondly, then you've got legislations and policies that guide us in terms of providing services. You know, not ignoring the international treaties that we have signed, but the reality of the matter is that one, you need to account for the money that we spend. So how you account for the money that you spend, you need to make sure that you know the communities where you are spending your resources. So in the informal settlements, we do our audit and enumeration. So our allocation of resources is based on the number of households that are there in the informal settlements, households that we can account for. So now undocumented, it's people that we do not know, people that we cannot account for. They don't even participate, when we do audit and enumeration, because they know they are in the country illegal. So when we plan for the South Africans that are there, because it's people that we know, it's people that we have audited, it's people that we have profiled. But even the resources that we get from the national government, they are based on the population that we have in Johannesburg. They are based on the data that we submit to the national government through our business plan, and it does not include foreign nationals. It only talks to the South Africans. So that's why it's imperative for us that every time when we do allocation of resources, we based it on South Africans that we can account for, that we have profiled, and it's because we also use their information to submit to national government to say this is the number of residents that we have which requires this kind of services, and our allocation from national government is based on that. But the reality of the matter is that we just do not have resources to give to foreign nationals, because what we have at our disposal, it's resources that we receive based on the number of residents and the households that we have in the informal settlements, using the database that we obtain through our auditing processes.
Sure. No, thank you so much. I think it makes sense in terms of you allocate budget for the people that you can account for and not those that are undocumented. So I just want to find out, what is the city allowed to do for undocumented foreign nationals who are living in those informal settlements?
Yeah, well, we are a local sphere with a very limited scope of responsibility. Ours mainly is on service delivery. We do not have a mandate on certain things within the country. So policing, yes, we do through the mandate from SAPS, your Metro Police. We do service like the provision of electricity, water, sanitation, waste removal. So we do spatial planning, we do management and maintenance of our facilities. So there's quite a lot that we do, but we've got very limited mandate, as enshrined or detected to by the Constitution. So certain mandates lies with the national government and the provincial government. So the mandate for foreign nationals, immigration and so forth, it's the responsibility of national government. We've got a very limited scope as the city of Johannesburg. In fact, we do not have mandate at all. The only scope that we have is to deal with criminality in our spaces, and being in the country illegally, it's a criminality, and that's how we are able to deal with it. Police has a responsibility in terms of section, I think it's section 41 or section 36. They do have a responsibility. I might be quoting it wrongly, but they do have a responsibility to do stop and search, to check the identification and the nationality of an individual on the street, in the house, anywhere else. So we use that because we've got Metropolis in the city that does have that particular mandate. So we use that, to identify foreign nationals. Then we hand them over to South African Police Service. Then they process them through criminal processes. They are then taken for prosecution, and then they are arrested. Then after 2 months, then Home Affairs will then take over the processes of deportation. So we've got a very limited scope in terms of dealing with that, and that's why we devise another strategy as the department on how we can then best deal with criminality undocumented within our spaces through the audit and verification. And in that operation or that activity, that's where then we are able to deal with foreign nationals, because we can't just go around willy-nilly, asking people for to identify themselves, and if they are foreign nationals, we take them, because we really do not have that mandate. But because they are within the facilities that we are managing, we are able then to get into the space, do our own audit, do our own verification, and if you are found that you are not supposed to be in the country, and if you are found that you are in the space illegally and you are not supposed to be there, then we hand you over to the police. But also in our operations, that's why we always work with Home Affairs, because they are the ones with the mandate to do that. But when they are not there, Metropolis and SAPS, then they do assist us in terms of that section. It's just that I can't remember whether it's section 41 or section 39. So in terms of that section, then they are able to stop and search, check the identification of the person, check the nationality of the person, and if you are not a South African, and if you do not have valid documentation to be in the country, then that's when then they arrest you, then they take you to court, and then you get processed by Home Affairs after 2 months.
Sure. Yeah, on that note, we saw Operation Tutula doing all of the chasing foreign nationals from public facilities. So I just want to find out, on the city's side, doesn't now this escalate into some human rights violation when you say we can't provide services to foreign nationals because we have a constitution that everyone who lives in South Africa deserves everything that South Africa can provide?
But I don't think the constitution says people must be undocumented in the country. It's a matter of interpretation. I don't like that clause in the constitution. That section, I just don't like it. And I feel, our leaders at the National Assembly must assist us. It's constitutional to amend the constitution. So that section, which says South Africa belongs to all who lives in it, must be scrapped out. It has to be amended. It must be explicit. It must say South Africa belongs to its citizens. Because initially it has to belong to its citizens. So I don't agree with it. Well, it is there in the constitution, but I feel we are misrepresenting it. It can't say it belongs to all who lives in it, including those that are undocumented in the country, because the laws and the legislations in the country, they do acknowledge undocumented foreign, and that's why it is a criminal offense. That's why within the criminal procedure, you are able to arrest and prosecute them, apprehend them, take them to court, arrest them, then process them, deport them back into their country. So if that clause then protects them, why are they being criminally charged for being in the country illegal? So that's why I'm saying that section is misrepresented, it's misinterpreted, and it is used by people who do not want to see this country progressing. Because we can't really progress when we have not dealt with undocumented foreign nationals in the country. They are accessing services which are very limited. They are consuming our resources which are very limited. They have taken over our local economy, which we should be using as a country to grow our economy, to assist in terms of eradicating this unemployment rate in the country, but also they have taken over unskilled jobs in the country. You go to the hospitality industry, they are at their majority, if not all the positions they are taken by them. While you've got South Africans sitting at home with their matrics, no access to job opportunities, because you've got these foreign nationals that have taken over all the employment in the hospitality industry, the taxi, the truck drivers, the Uber drivers, e-hailing, they are everywhere. And yet you've got high unemployment rate in the country. Something that those positions, we should be utilizing them to address the unemployment in the country, especially the unskilled laborers. We should be sourcing them from South Africans. But what companies do, they employ these ones because they pay them cheap, and that's why they prefer them over South Africans, because our laws, they protect employees against exploitation and abuse by the employers. Now, because ours, they've got rights, now they go for these foreign nationals because they do not have rights. And yet we are saying, no, they are protected by constitution. Where?
And then we have communities now who are seeking clarity in terms of housing and urban management strategy. So I think, can we just unpack that? So I know that Johannesburg has more than 200 informal settlements that are currently active. So I just want to find out, what's the plan? What's the long-term plan for these informal settlements?
Okay, so we've got quite a number of programs in the city that we have initiated in our attempts to deal with the housing backlog and to make sure that we provide sustainable human settlements for our residents. So we are dealing with informality, your informal settlements. So there are programs that we have initiated through the grant that we receive from the national government, the ISUPG. The grant is mainly to assist us in upgrading the informal settlements and also formalizing them from being an informal settlement into an established township. But that is a process. So you've got different phases that you need to engage or embark on for you to realize that program. So currently we've got 254 informal settlements in the city of Johannesburg. So out of the 254, we've got 181 where we've got council resolutions now to formalize and upgrade. But in the current business plan for the financial year, because of the limited resources, we've got 67 informal settlements that you are working on. They are on different phases. So you'll have your phase one, where you'll conduct your studies. You will enumerate just to check the number of people in the informal settlements. You will profile them based on their economic circumstances, your social status, and everything else. So that is the phase one. So when you conduct your studies, you need to establish whether the land where the informal settlement is situated is suitable for development, but also to check the ownership of the land, whether the land is privately owned, it's owned by the city or any entity within the other spheres of government, be your provincial or your national government. So then your second phase is where you start now to draft your layout plan for the resettlement, your reblocking, where you deal with the congestion of the informal settlements. If there's a need for you to identify an alternative land to decant the overflow, that's part of the second phase. And in the second phase, you provide your interim services. You do your electrification, you do your access roads, you provide temporal ablution facilities. Maybe you commence your process of putting in the stand tabs within the pack stands, because you pack stands, then you allocate people into those stands. So that those activities are part of the phase two of the upgrading of the informal settlement. Then the phase three is when you work on the engineering services. So when you get into the detail of your studies, you do your geotech, your land survey, everything that relates to the development. So you conduct all those studies there. You do your traffic impact assessment. So you do your environmental, everything else. So when you've obtained all the necessary approvals, then you start with the laying or the installation of the engineering services. And once you complete that, people, because they are already packed into their stands, then the process for the township establishments would have commenced in the phase two of the upgrading of the informal settlements. And once you complete all that, that's when then you can start giving out people title deeds into their stands. Then you'd have formalized that particular informal settlements. Then the last phase, which is the consolidation now, which talks to the type of houses that you will then construct for the beneficiaries. So if the person is earning between 0 to 3.5, then you know it's a fully subsidized house. If the person then earns above that, then there are other typologies and resources and the funding model that is available to assist those beneficiaries. So it's a bit of a process. So it's not a process that you can start on the 1st of January and on the 31st of December it's completed. So it's a process and you need to phase it. It can take you up to 3 to 4 years, and that's how tedious this process is. And that's why we always engage with the residents, because they need to understand. And part of our processes is that you need to engage with the residents, because they need to know the kind of activities that you'll be embarking on. They also need to take ownership, but they also need to understand the activities that you'll be engaging on, because it has so many disruptions into the livelihood of the residents. So they need to know and understand, but they also need to be part of the process. They also need to take ownership of the process, so that when you account, at least you are able to say that with all the process that I've engaged on, community was part of the process and they understand. And that's why it's imperative for us to sign the social compact with our residents, because we would have workshopped them through the process. They would have understand even the layout, because most of the time we use the local community to draft the layout, because we want them to be part of the process. Remember, the formalization of the informal settlements is versatile and is flexible. So it is based on the dynamics on the ground. So what the principle that we apply in the informal settlements might not work on the other informal settlements, and that's why it's critical to engage with the community, so that we are able to respond to the dynamics on the ground as and when they rises throughout the process. So that is the first program that we have in terms of addressing the housing challenges in Johannesburg. Then you've got your mega developments where we...
Is it? I think so. Okay. What's going on here? Let's look at this one. Coming back to Mr. Mawazo again.
The issue of the Palestinians who've been brought here is a matter, as I said, that we're paying attention to. We obviously need to look at the origins, where it started, the reason why they've been brought here. And ordinarily, we would have said they should go back because they didn't have any documentation. But out of empathy, out of compassion, and because they are a people that we as South Africa have raised our hands to support, we felt that we should accept them and process their matter. So their
I mean, like, Ramaphosa was basically blackmailing the people of this country to say that we, as South Africans, we said that we will support these people. But every time when Ramaphosa says we, I don't think he's speaking for me. Honestly. Every time when Ramaphosa says we, he says him and the government of national unity.
He's not speaking for you.
I don't think that when he says we, they are speaking about the people of this country. I wonder how long is it going to take before these people pin the decision to take Israel to the International Court of Justice on the people of this country. Just like they did, you remember what they did with the national dialogue. They announced the national dialogue, and when there was outrage from South Africans, when South Africans were outraged to learn about the amounts of money that are going to be spent on that talk shop, I remember the spokesperson of the president, Mr. Vincent Magwenya, I think he was speaking from Canada, saying that it was our idea as the people of this country. It was never the idea of the presidency. And the presidency of Ramaphosa actually cares. So they are just implementing what people want. They literally pinned the decision to embark on the national dialogue on the people of this country. So as I'm sitting here, I wonder how long is it going to take before they actually pin this decision of taking Israel to the International Court of Justice on the people of this country. I just wonder. I wonder. And guys, speaking about the Palestinian refugees, there's a story on this. You remember there was a flight 2 weeks ago. There was a flight from Nairobi, Kenya. Apparently, we don't know. They said that that flight was carrying the Palestinian refugees that were not allowed entry in Nairobi because the government in Kenya said that you guys don't have exit stamps, so we are not going to allow you in our country. So these people, some reason, they decided to come to South Africa, and Ramaphosa opened the door for these people. And we did say that the president, whatever that he's doing, it is going to set a bad precedent, because how can the president of the country stand there in front of everybody else live on national television and justify why they allowed people to come into the country without the documentation? The only thing that the message that the president was conveying is that we don't care about our own laws in this country. We don't care about our own laws in this country. But now, there's a development on that issue, because yesterday, there's an article that I saw from the City Press, and this article talks about South Africa closing its airspace to flights carrying Palestinians fleeing Gaza. So I wonder, what actually happened? What actually happened? Because not so long ago, these people were pro-Palestinian.
I think the problem. I think what happened was, I'm just speculating. I'm thinking. Now, I don't think that the government or the South African, the government, they will tell us, in terms of why did they close the airspace. Remember, this is a story there. Okay, so I'm speaking based on what I'm seeing there. So I believe that the reason why South Africa ended up maybe closing, if that is true, ended up closing, it's because those people that are running from Gaza or anything, Palestinians, whatever, running to South Africa, They told them. What are you talking about? They told them. They were like, "Ah, we are in, Baba. We told you we are coming. We are going in. We are staying in South Africa. Come, guys." And then they decided to call each other just like what they do, these other guys from Africa. When they come to South Africa, they see that the sack is open. You know, everyone can just tap and tap and tap and tap and move away. And then they call their friends. They did almost the same thing, I believe. So that's why the South African, they were like, okay, this is South Africa, we are closing. Because it seems like people are taking advantage of this. That's why, guys, I told you. I said this thing for many times, guys. When you decide to become a nice person, you become a person who just opens up for everyone. You are just nice, you are sweet. Even if when people are just you just accept everything. This is what happens. People take advantage. They see that in your case, it's easy. Let's just go there and just do our thing. You see? And I can promise you guys, this thing, if you are a nice person, you have to know, or if you are a nice country and you are known that you are a good country, nice country, make sure that you know when to open things, when to close things, when to say no, when to say yes. Now people, because South Africa said yes, and then they came in, and then I'm definitely sure that they called their friends. Then they came. Now South Africa, they are like, okay, we are closing. I told you guys, you will never deal with illegal immigration or even, okay, let me just use illegal immigration without closing. You cannot fix your country and deal with your country, fix your country the way you want to fix it without closing. You think Mr. Trump was crazy when Mr. Trump was closing his country there? He closed his country and then he did whatever that he did, dealt with whatever problems, and then after that he opened up. Just like in Burkina Faso, they fixed and fixed and fixed, and then they opened up. That's how you deal with your country. That's how you deal with your country. You don't just open and then you are like, we will fix our things. We will fix our things. But while you are busy fixing your things, you are opening on the other side. You are inviting other problems. How are you going to fix? For you to fix your country, you need to close it first. Okay? You need to close it first. When you are busy fixing your family, your family, your wife, everyone in the house, when you are fixing them, you close the doors. No relatives, no one. It's only you guys. You are fixing your family. You talk to each other. What are the problems and everything, and then you fix them. And then you open. The reason why you open is because everything has been sorted. But in South Africa, it seems like we don't want to do that. We don't want to take a risk and say, okay, we're closing, fixing our country. When it is fixed, then we open up. We don't do that. We just allow everyone to come in, to just flow in. I told you before, one day they will call you, you will call, I'm sorry, but one day they will receive a call there and they will be like, we have planted strategically, we have planted some kaboom. I don't know what you are going to do because you allow everyone.
These people can come into this country. They don't even have to have documentations. The gift of the givers, they will pull the strings behind everybody's back. But now we are learning that the South African government says that we are closing our airspace to flights carrying the Palestinians from Gaza. So the question is, what has changed?
Advantage.
What has changed? So guys, I tried to...
In Albion, no matter where you go or what you do, your mouth will accompany you on your journey. Perhaps
get on this article, but of course, they hid this article behind the paywall. But now we have to rely on the AI to get a few sources and summarize what these articles are saying. So this is what the AI is saying, because I could not get into these articles because they are put behind the paywalls. And apparently this is a summary of what is happening right now. I mean, the South African government closing the airspace for these flights coming from Gaza, it is just them saying that the South Africans were right. Why is it so hard for them to say, but the people of this country, they were right? We don't know who these people are. We don't know who these people are. We don't know the kind of trouble that they are bringing with them. We don't know. And now it's a...
Let's see what can we see again. Hey, extraordinary council meeting. City of Joburg. What are they doing this time?
Speaker,
What are you doing?
the
boys?
executive mayor in
They haven't even started. Oh, council on break. Even from afar. Let's listen to her. What is she saying?
Fellow South Africans, we have a big problem in our country. The big problem is the issue of us and our leaders. We keep electing dinosaurs. People that like to pose for pictures and stand around with big fat bellies while they know nothing about governance or the modern world. South Africa is a relic in an era where governance has nothing to do with forks and knives. We are living in a time where spears and assegais or cowhide shields will do nothing to protect a nation. We are living in a digital age. An entire country can now be subdued remotely.
Out on the streets.
So far, there has been 117 people who have lost their lives in Gauteng and in KwaZulu-Natal.
From a desktop, phone, or laptop, an entire country can be destroyed.
The daughter of former President Jacob Zuma, that's Duduzile Zuma Sambudla, has pleaded not guilty at the commencement of her trial in the Durban High Court. Now, she's charged in terms of Terrorism Act and faces 1 count of incitement to commit the offence of terrorism and 2 counts of incitement to commit public violence. The charges relate to her social media post during the civil unrest in July of 2021. Now, the prosecution, led by advocate Yuri Gangai, outlined the state's case, arguing that Zuma Sambudla's posts on social media platform X, formerly Twitter, were deliberate acts to disturb public discourse and to actively encourage and coordinate the widespread looting and destruction. Defense advocate Dalim Mpofu told the court that Zuma Sambudla's posts were merely an observation of the widespread frustration and poverty.
We are living in an era where technological improvements and adoptions are more powerful than any gun you can ever think of. No weapon made in the past is as powerful as the power wielded by those that can control the digital infrastructure.
Governor testified that she used her tweets to intentionally and unlawfully encourage the public to engage in acts of violence under the banner #FreeJacobZuma. The court also heard that there were more than 160 WhatsApp groups created with the intention to cause public disruption during the 2021 July unrest in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng. Governor further testified that through metadata, investigators traced some members of the WhatsApp groups to Cuba and told the court that the unrest was funded by unknown individuals.
You can learn, build, destroy, and do way more digitally, and yet some South Africans hold the view that Jacob Zuma is a type of leader we need in this era. They believe he's the type of leader that will take them to a space where adoption and implementation of the modern
Listen,
era.
one thing, okay. Yeah, at least I don't want that to be, this is the thing, guys. You see, I don't care how you love and you favor your leader, right? I don't care how you can defend with everything for that person and defend anything, defend with everything, all right? But you must never ever think that whoever the leader is actually above South Africa. You must never ever think that because the person you love the person so much and you appreciate the person so much, or perhaps the person is your father, or maybe perhaps your person is your uncle, or perhaps the person is an icon, or perhaps the person is a struggle what, and then you think that person is above South Africa. Never. You must never do that. Right? South Africa is bigger than you. South Africa, it's bigger than you. South Africa, it's bigger even than your president. South Africa is bigger than whomever that you favor, that you like. And I can say that again. South Africa is beyond or is above everyone. Leader or no leader. Powerful or not powerful. You cannot do things. And I'm not saying she's guilty or anything, all right? Because she pleaded not guilty. The trial is still going, okay? But these are the consequences of people who think that because they favor someone. That's why I told you about emotions. You must control your emotions. It doesn't matter who the person is. It doesn't matter how much you love the person. You must never, ever put your emotions on the way and do things that are going to jeopardize your future, going to jeopardize your life, and are going to actually, like, you end up showing us that actually, according to you, it seems like the person that you favor is actually above South Africa. Guys. Leo and I will never stand for it. Nobody is above South Africa. Nobody is above the citizens of South Africa. Anything that you do, just like what Afro Forum did, running to America and do what they did, it was the wrong thing that they did there. You know, it's a wrong thing, because what you are telling us that you guys, you who ran to America, you are above South Africa, you are above us, you are above the president, you are above everyone. So you can just go and run to other countries without talking to anyone, because we are useless, we are nothing to you. Nobody is above South Africa. All right? Doesn't matter how angry you are. It doesn't matter how upset you are. It doesn't matter how touching that thing is. You don't make a person above South Africa. Because if as per the video there, if they are telling us that, yeah, the reason why she did that, it was because okay, she did it in the name of free Mr. Zuma. Are you serious right now? Are you serious? Come on, guys.
We'll be honest. Really? Really? You think that Mr. Nkandla, who allowed for more than 200 million in taxpayer money to be used for his house, will bring you into the fourth industrial revolution? You think Floyd Shibambu, who fell for the Nkandla guy, will bring you that? Or you think Mr. Palapala, who hides money in couches, will bring prosperity to this country in this era? Under the leadership of the dinosaurs that you keep putting your faith in, a lot of damage has already been done to South Africa. 3 years ago, the Reserve Bank was hacked. Hacked, guys. Did the South African security cluster catch the hackers? Did professional security forces make sure to detect this hacking of the Reserve Bank?
Get 12 August, the South African defense was hacked.
When you have the perfect response in your head, but your fingers just can't keep up. We've all been there. Typing, deleting,
The Reserve Bank was hacked on 12 August. Bible.
See, guys, South Africa, it's a... Guys, are you seeing what I'm seeing, man? I'm very sorry, but when I'm looking at South Africa, like South Africa, it's a playground, guys. It's like it's a playground. It's where everyone, if they want to play, they just play in South Africa. How is it possible that Reserve Bank can be hacked? Nah, I'm very sorry, guys. You can justify it the way you want to justify it. It was not supposed to be hacked. It shouldn't be hacked. Do you know what is Reserve Bank, my guy? A Reserve Bank, it shouldn't be it shouldn't be hacked. It is just like this. It is just like this thing of Mr. Ramaphosa when his iPad was stolen. What type of a thing is that? Are we that vulnerable? This actually shows us that we are vulnerable. And the reason why we are vulnerable is because we are so weak. And the reason why we are so weak is because we are sweet to everyone. We love to everyone. We are sweet to everyone. We want to please everyone. We want to make everyone happy. We want to be that country, nice, beautiful country. Huh? Hacked? Reserve Bank. Mr.
bona
Leshas, what is
ngokwabo
wrong?
bathe bebhizi aba bethu i-security cluster ayibonanga kufona FBI America ifonela i-Hawks ithi ibhanki yenu iyahekwa.
Whoa, wait. Mr. Kotogara is very surprised. I don't know whether to say he's surprised or anything. He's shocked. How is it possible that we have intelligence and we have a security cluster or say security systems and security what you can call it whatever, and then you've got people who are sitting around. No wonder we've got people like Mkhotsi as agents. What are you talking about? This is what you see. This is what happens. Okay, now. And then you go and say, and then there is a country or an intelligence of another country, FBI even, America so far, telling South Africa to say, your bank, your Reserve Bank is being hacked. South Africa, they didn't see anything. Any person who was, the security of South Africa, they didn't see anything. They didn't see anything. And then the people who see it are people that are from outside South Africa, far away from, I don't know how many, how many kilometers or meters, whatever it is. And then we are told by them to say, your Reserve Bank has been hacked. Where were the security of South Africa? Guys, we are vulnerable. I don't want to lie.
Imagine that. The same country that President Cyril Ramaphosa was busy telling to leave us alone. The same country that the ANC and EFF are treating as if they don't need is the one that alerted our country of the hacking of our Reserve Bank. Hackers are thieves. They don't care whether you're black or white. They don't care whether you believe in communism or capitalism. They don't care whether you are for Palestine or for Israel. They hack either way. The Hawks didn't even know a single thing about the hacking. As South Africa, we are supposed to be making sure that our people and our resources are protected. We are supposed to make sure that we make enemies with no one. Learn from everyone and do what you have to do to protect your people. Guys, we need to stop allowing these leaders who act like we are still fighting apartheid make us think that creating enemies left, right and center is the way to go, because it is not.
And he must keep his America. We will keep our South Africa. That's what we must do. South Africa is our land. South Africa belongs to all the people who live here in South Africa. It does not belong to Donald Trump. He can keep his America.
If we allow them to continue creating unnecessary enemies and fail to make decisions based on logic, facts, and common sense, South Africa risks collapsing into something even worse than a third world country. And if you think I'm lying, just look at our trains and our roads. Consider the state of Johannesburg or the state of our rural communities. Consider how criminals are fighting hard to take over the ownership of the police and the politicians. People like Brown Mkhotsi and Katie Molefe, Kat Matlala and the Guptas. People like Gayton McKenzie and Kenny Kunene are already in parliament. Bosasa and its executive succeeded to a degree. The Guptas succeeded to a degree, all because of you, the voter. These people did not appoint themselves. You put them there. The hacking and many other incidents show us that our beautiful country is being.
That is why I've always said that, you see, one day, some of you think that you are going to go to God and say, yeah, why did you allow this? Why did you? God is not going to say, yeah, no, I allowed it because, He's going to say, you allowed that thing. You did it. You are the ones who decided to put that person there. It was not me. It was not like it was me who came to you and say, okay, you can put this person like this. It was you. Because one thing I know, anything that is happening on this earth, government, everything, presidents, all right? Whether you like it or not, trust you in me, ladies and gentlemen. People who end up being on the, that is why even when it comes to presidents in the ANC, people, they were starting to complain. Even Mr. Mpego was complaining when it comes to people getting into the presidency of the ANC. He was complaining about, or they are complaining about that. Now, for you to become a president in the ANC, it seems like you must have money. You must have a big money spend, like campaign, because if you don't have money, then it becomes a problem because you are going to lose. Because the person that you are going to be uppercase is going to be moneyed and is going to have some resources and everything. They will donate and do all these things, and then you lose. Right? And when you lose, ladies and gentlemen, trust you in me, the person who's going to end up being a president there, it's not somebody that God is going to be pushing through your throat. No. God knows that He has given people the ability to can be able to change their country. One thing you need to understand again, the power is in our hands. Whomever we allow to be in those positions, we have allowed them. We have the power to say, we don't want this one, we don't want this one. You are tainted, you are corrupt, you don't go there, we are not voting for you, it's not happening. And then we change the direction of politics in South Africa. But people, they always want to reject that power, because they always take that power and throw it into politicians. Take that power, throw it into the political parties. And then they leave them to decide whatever they want to decide. They will decide because you have given them the strength and the power. You have taken the power from yourself as humans, not as humans, but as citizens. And you brought it to them and say, you can do whatever you want. Some of you are still, even today, you are still voting for the same party, but you don't have a reason why you are voting for that party. Even if that party is not serving what is supposed to be serving in your life, or according to how South Africa should be, you keep on voting just because it's a party that has been there. It's a party that have, especially old generation. And I understand old generation. We get it. We understand your ANC. You love it and everything. Okay? But young people, I think we need to open up this now. You must not vote because you have been pushed one. You must not vote because you are emotional. Right? Nah, I can't leave I can't just vote other party, I feel guilty. Leave the feel guilty, man. People, they must stop feeling guilty from doing what is going to benefit their children. I remember there were people who didn't want to vote for other parties because they felt guilty because they were voting for ANC, even if they don't vote for ANC. Some of them, after they have voted another party after they were voting, they come back and then they complain, or they are like, I feel guilty that I voted another party. I didn't vote for the ANC this time. If you are still feeling like that, and if you're still going according to those emotions, well, it's try for you. You will be okay. Maybe it's better for you. Maybe if you are older, you are about to check out. Maybe you are about to leave the earth. Maybe, But yeah, young people, we need to think first before we vote. We need to think first. Think about these parties. That's why I said to you, God is going to look at you, us, and say, I didn't do anything. You did all these things, guys. You allowed that person to take over your country. You allowed that person to do those wrong things. You didn't want to take him out. You didn't want to remove him because you had power to remove that person, but you didn't want to do it because you think the power is in their hands. Now, the Constitutional Court, they are busy delaying the Pala case, the Pala judgment, delaying. What is the reason? What? Because I don't understand how are we going to get to a point where, as citizens, we are able to change the direction of politics. We as citizens, we change the direction of politics. But again, people, they just want to
run by short-handed and big-bellied dinosaurs that need to be urgently replaced. All they know is to go to meetings, take a break and eat, fly overseas for summits, pose for pictures and eat some more, give a speech there, an interview there and eat some more, fly home, go for meetings, eat, butcher the country and loot our resources and eat again.
I like her content. Her content is good. Her content is nice. There is no parliament. There is no hard work committee today. They are tired. What is this, guys? What is this? What is this? Oh, it's a game. Who's this guy? Sim Gaming. Oh, it's a game. Okay.
I am not taking interviews at this stage. But here are the facts. I have stepped aside voluntarily, in full compliance with the resolutions of the 55th National Conference and the ANC Constitution. This is my own decision, guided by revolutionary conscience and discipline on my part. My desire always to enhance organizational integrity and my respect and love for my movement. The step-aside principle does not imply guilt on my side. It allows the legal process to continue without affecting the ANC. The matter before IDEC relates to an unproven allegation of an unsolicited benefit under Schedule 1. It is not a procurement matter. There is no indictment and no evidence of wrongdoing. I remain confident of the facts and continue to cooperate fully with the authorities. I will not comment or participate in internal ANC matters until this matter is finalized. When it concludes, I stand ready to resume my duties. I thank you. I am not taking
interviews, Baba.
ClickUp AI Note Taker is different than all the rest. It allows you to focus on your meetings, not your notes.
You know, if you look at there's one thing I've also observed is that, you know, when people come into an organization, especially in Mchunu season, and I've repeated this a number of times, people tend to underestimate that in Mchunu season you can't just do as you please. This is not a free-for-all organization where you think you can come and try and pull your weight and be arrogant with our members. Most of our members were never happy with how he did things, and we need to listen to the members. One of the other things is, he went and 3 days before, 4 days before, he was obviously removed. He went and changed people's names at the IEC, the accounting officer, for him to be the accounting officer. Now, that's a serious issue and a serious transgression. Where you go and you take such decisions, you write a letter to the IEC, you don't communicate with ourselves. That reeks of intent to hijack a party. And many other elements that we've seen. And maybe, this is what is leading to this consultative parallel.
I thought you were going to talk, bro. Oh, I can't listen to that. I listened to it before. All right, I think we're gonna close here, guys. I've streamed like, I don't know how long, 5, 6 hours, 7 hours, going to 7 hours. We will do it on Thursday because we will be reacting to Mr. Mchunu's question and what. I think tomorrow is not testifying, Mr. Mchunu. I think we're done. Like the video. Oh, those who like the video, thank you. And I really appreciate that. And those who are watching, going in and out, thank you. Were around for some time, thank you. Please like the video before you leave if you didn't. Subscribe to the channel tomorrow, and then we will do it again on Thursday, which is going to be Mr. Mchunu, right? Hope you are going to enjoy all of that. Yeah, see you next time, guys.